The bully attacks the protagonist with his rock skin skill, but he doesn't know that in a few seconds it's going to be stolen from him with the predation talent. A minute ago, a slap across the face was heard. The so-called educated citizen says the protagonist only learns when he's beaten, but our dude has that Joker energy and starts laughing like crazy. The bully went to say something but got served one straight with no mercy. My man got tears of happiness for finally having awakened. Now the bully is on the floor like trash, but the goon squad comes in to clutch for him. An easy dodge, a hook, and a stomp kick. Bro's MMA is on point, and the reason is because he's actually a regressor with 35 years of experience. In his past life, he was a random white-ass dude in the trenches. No skills, forced to kill gigantic worms. Holy life, he had faith that the rest of the hunters would clean the battlefield, even though they treated him like trash. And the reason was because he unfortunately had no talent at all. Fast forward, every human had died. A colossal creature covering the red sun, the SSS-ranked monster Asmodeus. With a flick of his hand, the protagonist's arm is destroyed, and before he could do anything, a strange light came from its fingers and erased him. But in the last drop of blood, suddenly all awakening conditions were satisfied, and a new life surged. He could see the strange light creature, but also his own body. The light monster introduced itself as the king, and said that from now on, the boy would have his authority. He commended the boy's tenacity, summoned a bunch of planets, and with a flash, we went back to the moment the protagonist was slapped at school. Now the two boys came once more to attack him, but were easily defeated. The number one bully, though, stood up, saying Kim Tae-hyun was the son of a bitch, and turned on his stone skin skill. Bro's walking into the thief of the streets to get robbed and doesn't even know it. He tries to punch and punch, but Tae-hyun easily dodges. Full-on slam dunk to the floor, but as the smoke settles, he's already right behind him. The punch goes in with a combined dodge, but our dumb MC forgot what a stone skin skill actually does. The dude looked at him and said, "This ain't shit, ninja." Big bomb to our boy's chest and he gets trashed. But when the bully came thinking he was the big shot, the predation skill window appeared. He suddenly got up with a crazy aura, saying that for some reason he doesn't feel like he's about to lose. At that moment, he could move that strange magic with his will, and fully transformed, the bully came jumping once again. One palm, a block, creating a gigantic dragon-like energy around both of them. The bully's skill began to crack, while our boy stood stoic, staring at him. A close, peaceful classroom was taken by a red glow from a faraway building, and when the smoke settled and the bully fell to the floor, the predation was completed. Our boy had acquired a new skill, stone skin. We switched to the school clinic and goddamn. Gang, I don't know about y'all, but I have a condition called lethal thigh syndrome, where I need to sleep on a nurse's thighs to survive. Our boy brought the trash trio for her to take a look. Oh yeah, nurse mommy, use that healing on me. After getting patched up, he leaves school thinking about his predation power. He remembers that in his past life, he never leveled it up, but now it's ranked up in one fight. A power that steals abilities makes him stronger than rank C warriors. Even puzzled about the king and why he's back in the past, he decides to dig into his new strength. He gets home feeling nostalgic, thinking about his late parents and living with his uncles. Walking in, he finds 3 thugs and his cousin Hwang Jae-young with a box of cash. He remembers the past when his cousin stole everything and caused chaos. The thugs threaten him, but he doesn't even flinch. With one punch, he knocks out the blonde leader. The others attack with chain, poison, and thorn powers. Amidst smoke and poison, Kim Tae-hyun's crimson aura flares up. He takes down the 3 with raw power and partially absorbs their abilities. After the fight, he notices the attribute window hides parts of his power. His cousin, scared, kneels, begging for forgiveness. Hwang Jae-young promises to be Kim Tae-hyun's sidekick and follow orders. Tae-hyun forgives him but demands he join him on a mission. They head to an abandoned train station where a portal's about to break. Agents watch the scene, worried about a portal break, when abyss monsters invade reality. The supervisor, a rank B with barrier power, says the portal's rank C and no big deal. But underestimating the threat, the monsters smash through the barrier like it's nothing. The leader tries to fight back, taking out a cyclops, but realizes too late the portal's way stronger than they thought. As they dash to the spot, Hwang Jae-young grills his cousin, who spills that the portal's energy is rank A. At the scene, the squad of agents gets wrecked by a giant ogre, proving the blunder. Booms rock the station, and chaos goes wild across the city. Kim Tae-hyun tells his cousin to stick to the plan while he solos the creatures. Elsewhere, the rank A hero, Lunatic Blade, An Hyun-soo, gets called in. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun wipes out monsters with savage skill. Using predation, he finds out the ability flops when his fatigue hits 70%. Kim Tae-hyun gets that mana powers abilities, but fatigue's just as key. The more he flexes his powers or pushes himself, the heavier and weaker he feels. He figures out that by using predation on dead monsters, he can recharge mana and strength and level up his abilities. He knows the more he uses the power, the more it levels up. He dreams of hitting the top, aiming for S, SS, or even the epic SSS ranks. After wiping out the monsters, he senses a vibe and spots another warrior battling. It's An Hyun-soo, the lunatic blade, slicing an ogre with quick hits. Tae-hyun spots the hero who saved the city in his past life and watches, in awe. But something's off because Hyun-soo shouldn't be there. Before he can figure it out, Tae-hyun gets stabbed in the back and drops, bleeding. The assassin cackles, thinking he's done him in. Meanwhile, Hwang Jae-young tries to save the snoozing nurse, recalling his cousin's predictions and thinking he can see the future. On the battlefield, the rank B villain Han Sang-do squares off with Hyun-soo, and a revived ogre shows up. In the chaos, the villain tries to take out Tae-hyun, but the MC defends himself with his skill and boots him away. The protagonist reveals he knows him, the sneaky assassin called Lunatic, and says he's stoked to finally find him. Kim Tae-hyun and Han Sang-do trade fierce blows in a wild fight. Our dude blocks the hits with his stone arms. Both get banged up, and Han Sang-do gives props to the protagonist's fighting chops. Meanwhile, An Hyun-soo is still going at it with the giant ogre, gearing up for his final move. Suddenly, Han Sang-do vanishes using stealth, attacking from all angles. Kim Tae-hyun can barely keep up, getting smacked around. Feeling loads of pain, the MC finds out the weak spot of his stone skin due to the constant hits that lower his defense. Even hurt, he doesn't quit and decides to try something new. Then the protagonist tells the villain he was hunting him just to swipe his ability. He fires up Predation, and a crimson aura wraps him up completely. The power leads him to Han Sang-do, even invisible, and shreds him to bits. At dawn, Kim Tae-hyun saves An Hyun-soo from the ogre's final hit and takes out the monster. Later, he and Hwang Jae-young head home, easing their worried uncles. The news reports the end of the portal break, but the real hero stays unknown. The bodies of the ogre and the villain were never found. Kim Tae-hyun, glad to keep his secret, thinks about his new abilities, stone, predation, and stealth, and knows he'll need potions to handle all that power. But the potions were too pricey, so the protagonist roamed through that deserted area. He planned to hunt, though he needed an official license to use his abilities in public. Without this pass, he could only explore unknown dungeons, like the one he was checking out at that moment. After squeezing through the narrow corridor, he ran into massive arthropod creatures, giant and monstrous spiders. These humanoid-looking beings showed enough smarts to talk and roast the intruder. He sized up their power, a level like rank B monsters, but not enough to level him up. The so-called Spider Sisters felt dissed and launched the attack, loading their fangs with venom before moving in sync. They already thought they had it in the bag when the opponent showed his predation ability, canceling the strike's effects and coming out almost untouched. Shock hit the creatures. Never had a human shrugged off their venom. Screams echoed through the deserted railway as the attribute window confirmed the win in snagging a new technique. Opponent paralysis. Elsewhere in the city, the Korean Players Association building stood tall. On one of the upper floors, a meeting room guarded by 2 guards held 3 people. In the center was Go Tae-wook, the freshly appointed HR manager of the place. Beside him were the 2 top players in all of Korea. In that world, player was the title for those awakened and legally cleared to use their abilities in explorations, dungeon cleanings, and related missions. The new association had only 5 elite members. Among the various guilds formed, 4 stood out: the Indivisible Fighters, the Alchemist Craftsmen, the Sorcerer Mages, and the Wandering Informants. All were under the watch of the Players Association itself. In front of Go Tae-wook stood Yu Ah-young, leader of the Wanderers, and Jeep Jinwi, president of the association, both rank S players. The president grilled Ah-young about the Malignant Guild, a criminal squad made up of the baddest of the bad. Its members were easy to spot with their blinged-out golden rings featuring 3 skulls. The woman handed over reports on the crew's latest moves and a list of possible targets. She knew, though, that wasn't the only reason she got called in. When the president asked her thoughts on the case, she paused, not getting it right away. After he mentioned the player test and she said she took it at 19, she caught on to what he was hinting at. Jinhui's grin gave it away. He thought some high school kid had taken on an A-rank monster. Meanwhile, in the spider cave, not a single creature was left standing. Among the bodies, Kim Tae-hyun sat, wiped out but totally winning. He grabbed the communicator and hit up the alchemists, one of the big 4 guilds, to see if he could snag some potions. Around him, piles of magical crystals sparkled, the loot from the monsters he beat. With class back in session, students got back to their school grind. During the week, Tae-hyun hit the gym, checked out new dungeons, and swung by the Alchemist Artisan's HQ. There, he swapped his mana stones for potions, got the VIP treatment, and leveled up all his stats, hitting rank C. In class, he leaned on his hand, not caring about the curious stares. Rumors about his epic feats, taking down bullies and unlocking his powers, spread like wildfire. A crew of students, led by Lee Jung-ae, rolled up. Chairs got shoved aside, making space for the tension brewing. Jung-ae, son of the Taisa Group's CEO, the school's big sponsor, turned on his scary aura. He was a rank S player, feared by everyone and the head honcho of the bullies. Tae-hyun looked up and asked why they called him a friend, then flexed his own power aura. One of the sidekicks tried to butt in but got shut down with a punch from Jungi himself, a lesson for interrupting the chat. The main guy stayed chill, just watching the drama unfold. The leader started unleashing his energy, showing off the crazy power of a rank S awakened to scare his rival. Kim Tae-hyun, even with the tension, couldn't help but be impressed by that magic level. Sneakily, he slipped his hand into his pocket, ready to use his predation skill, but the showdown got cut short. Lim Ah-hyung stepped in between them, putting an end to the beef. With a wave, she snuffed out Lee Jung-ae's flames using her ice powers and told Taehyun to chill. Known by a bunch of nicknames, Class Prez, Rich Kid, Yua-young's half-sis, Rank S Awakened, she was a big deal. Her only downside, though, was her super strict vibe. Facing Jung-ae head-on, Ah-young told him to knock it off. The guy, with a smirk, asked what she meant by stop, saying he was just chatting with his buddy. The girl then pointed to the fallen dude and asked why he threw that punch earlier. The jab got under his skin and he told her to zip it. Ah-young fired back, saying she'd use force if he didn't bounce. Meanwhile, Taehyun was mentally hoping they'd squash it, worried the chaos would spread. Their eyes locked one last time. Finally, Jung-ae decided to back off, but before leaving, he fired up his power again and prepped a fiery blast. Before he could attack, the bell rang through the halls, followed by an announcement over the loudspeaker. The Players Association was hosting a special lecture, and all students needed to head to the main hall as soon as possible. The announcement repeated, and Jung-ae, shocked by the association's presence at school, dropped the spell. He shot a look at Ah-young and Taehyun. She still ready to react, he just chilling. With a cheeky grin, he commented on how lucky they were and left the room, only relaxing when the door shut behind him. Ah-young turned to find Taehyun, but his seat was empty. He was already at the door, ready to bounce, and asked if she hadn't heard the announcement. Confused, she watched him vanish down the hall and wondered if he'd always been like that. So quick and unpredictable. In the main hall, students gathered, curious about what the lecture was about. Soon the mic came to life, and the voice of Go Tae-wook, HR vice manager at the Players Association, filled the room. He explained they were there for two reasons. First, because of the lack of public response to the recent portal breach and to offer safety training. Second, to announce changes in player tests, aimed at students who were the future of the South Korean Association. While listening, Jung-ae mentally cursed Taehyun. Ah-young was all set to chat with him later, but their target just yawned, totally bored. Then, boom, the big news dropped. Even kids under 19 were going to be part of the tests. Tae-wook spilled the tea, saying with all the monster chaos and job shortages, they needed to test high schoolers. Everyone was shook. They'd pick candidates based on grades, history, and behavior, but Taehyun knew that was just a cover-up. The real deal was already happening. Go Tae-wook, with his observer's eye power, could see anyone's potential and check out their stats. While scoping out the crowd, he was wowed by the numbers, way higher than other schools. Two names popped out, Lee Jung-ae with 1,924 points, and Lim Ah-hyung with 2,335. He remembered a list from the Wanderers but was still surprised by all the untrained awakened folks. He grinned, feeling pretty pleased. Out of nowhere, Jung-ae raised his hand, grabbing everyone's attention. Curious, Tae-wook let him speak. The dude asked if the unfit candidates had to do the tests too. It was a clear dig at Kim Tae-hyun. The vice manager said the exams were to see who could really be a player among the awakened. And he added all icy that dormant folks, those not awakened yet, couldn't even listen to the lecture. The crowd laughed, making the jab even more humiliating. Kim Tae-hyun, though, saw past the mockery. Jung-ae was obsessed with finding out if he was really awakened and wouldn't chill until he knew. Kim Tae-hyun just stared, waiting for proof of the accusations. Lim Ah-hyung didn't like Jung-ae's behavior but held back, remembering Taehyun's earlier rudeness. Finally, Go Tae-wook stepped in, saying it was up to the student to decide about the test. Still, Jung-ae kept poking. Taehyun knew the rival was right. Without proof of awakening, he couldn't officially join the evaluation, but he also knew the observer's eye could get him a recommendation without direct action. From a distance, Go Tae-wook watched it all. He thought Jung-ae's attitude was lame, seeing him enjoy humiliating others. But when he looked at Taehyun, something wild happened. The observer's eye glitched. No info showed up in the attribute window. A first. While the vice manager tried to figure it out, Taehyun took the stage and, to everyone's shock, challenged Lee Jung-ae. The room went silent, jaws dropping. Then, he said he was out of there, and before leaving, flipped Jung-ae off. Jung-ae's face turned tomato red with anger. Go Tae-wook, though, was baffled. His power had never failed, not even with the association's president or the Wanderer's master. Still, he couldn't see anything in Kim Tae-hyun. As Taehyun neared the door, the man tried the observer's eye again. No luck. Suddenly, Taehyun stopped, turned, and let himself be analyzed. The result was mind-blowing, a massive aura and over 5,000 points. A few hours later, same day, Taehyun was in the library, flipping through books for clues about the mysterious king. The quiet was busted by bullies he'd already beaten before. They said Lee Jung-ae was looking for him and told him to get up. With a cold stare, Taehyun refused. The trio was stunned until one mentioned his aunt's restaurant. That hit hard. He slowly looked up, eyes icy. The bullies kept going, saying they were sent by the leader and insulting him, calling him a miserable orphan causing trouble for his adoptive family. Half asleep, he didn't see the punch coming. A crash echoed in the library. Shelves toppled, and the bully was grabbed by the neck, blood dripping from his lips. The other two were out cold before they knew it. With a firm voice, Kim Tae-hyun just asked where Lee Jung-ae was. Later, the main hall was empty. Jung-ae and his bodyguard waited for the rival. As soon as he walked in, the sidekick tried casting negative status abilities, but they bounced off the intense aura. As suspected, Tae-hyun had awakened. Jung-ae then spoke, saying he wasn't there to threaten, but to recruit him. He spilled the plan to start his own guild after graduation, gathering top-tier talents. He pointed at the kid, saying he saw mad potential and promised glory, cash, and fame for him and his fam if he ditched the past. Tae-hyun chuckled. He called it all a load of nonsense and powered up, ready to throw down. His skin turned to solid rock and he charged in, ready to dish out some payback. Lee Jung-ae was shocked for a second but quickly got his game face back and sighed. He muttered that dogs needed training to behave and lit his fists on fire. The bodyguard slapped his hand on the ground and whipped up a magic circle. The space locked them in, creating a barrier. No one outside could sense the magic inside. Walls, floor, and ceiling glowed with arcane vibes. Now no one's crashing this party. The two dudes rushed at each other. Taehyun's stone arm clashed with Jung-ae's fiery fist, and boom! Energy exploded everywhere. The flames were stronger, smashing the rocky defense. Pain shot through Taehyun, then he got nailed by a flaming kick. The hit slammed him into the wall, leaving a crater and kicking up dust. The blast and heat messed him up inside. Jung-ae, grinning, watched the chaos, loving his own power. Next to him, the bodyguard watched silently, with a mix of awe and pity. Pity for the kid who dared to take on the Empire's heir. Kim Tae-hyun emerged from the flames, charging with determination. His punch got blocked, and Lee Jung-ae was ready to strike back, raising his fire-wrapped hand. A fiery blast hit Tae-hyun's face. The bodyguard, watching it all, noticed something weird. Right after the hit, the flames vanished, and to his shock, Tae-hyun bounced back almost instantly. Without missing a beat, he countered with another stone punch, flipping the fight. They traded heavy hits, but Tae-hyun's fist landed first, smacking Jung-ae's face and sending him flying. The bodyguard couldn't believe it. His young master got outmuscled by pure strength. Jung-ae tried to stand, but his body wouldn't cooperate. The bodyguard's eyes widened, hearing he couldn't move. Then he realized physical boost wasn't Tae-hyun's only trick. Emotion hit him as he got that the punch had paralysis. That move shouldn't work easily on a rank S. Plus, stealth moves were useless against fire attacks, and his ultimate move, predation, couldn't be used recklessly. So, Taehyun's plan was simple and sharp: stack paralysis through close combat. He found out in past fights that direct hits boosted the effect way more than ranged ones. Even a rank S could be frozen if hit enough times. The bodyguard watched, stunned, at his master defeated. He mentally admitted Tae-hyun was a prodigy, though the fight wasn't over. Lying there, Lee Jung-ae realized he had seriously underestimated his rival. With effort, he pulled a purple crystal from his pocket and crushed it. Instantly, a fire titan appeared before Tae-hyun, blazing with flames. Now Jung-ae said he was getting serious. The flames around him cranked up, and he shot forward like a comet. The titan swung a punch, missing by a hair, while Tae-hyun jumped with stone arms ready to strike. But the creature fired back with a fiery breath. The clash of attacks lit up the air, and the flames started eating away the rocky shield. The stone armor crumbled, and Tae-hyun got slammed to the ground hard, wrapped in the explosion. The bodyguard, still watching, realized the titan was the true form of Jung-ae's Heart of Fire power. The crystal was a mana boost stone, made from monster gems. With it, the young master could unleash his full power. But the bodyguard saw the danger. He yelled for Jung-ae to stop, warning that continuing could kill Tae-hyun and even burst his own blood vessels from the mana surge. The warning ticked him off. A fire shot blasted towards the bodyguard, exploding nearby. Jung-ae roared, mad for being called out, saying he wouldn't let a piece of trash embarrass him like that. On the battlefield, Tae-hyun barely recovered from the last hit when the fire titan struck again. Jung-ae laughed like a maniac, thinking he had won. The bodyguard ran frantically, trying to stop his master from going too far. He knelt by the crater, reaching out to help the fallen kid, but suddenly got punched, sent flying, coughing up blood. Kim Tae-hyun stood up slowly. He asked, with a cold voice, what he was saying after causing all that chaos himself. Then, he chugged a bunch of restoration potions, letting his predatory vibe spread like an invisible roar. He was all set to get serious in the fight. Meanwhile, over at the Korean Players Association HQ, Deputy Manager Go Tae-wook was showing off his report to the big boss. The numbers he had were wild: 1924 for Lee Jung-ae and 2,335 for Lim Ah-hyung. He was super confident, saying both were rank S awakened, no doubt. The other agents were totally shook. It was rare to find young folks with power like Japan's Saint, a legendary player who hit over 2,500 points at just 19. but nothing topped the number the deputy manager saw for Kim Tae-hyun, 5,096. Even he was like, no way. He wondered if it was a glitch, a skill fail, or something beyond logic. Determined to see for himself, Go Tae-wook left the room with other agents tagging along. The mission was clear: find Kim Tae-hyun again, and figure out what kind of human monster he really was. The bodyguard looked totally baffled, unsure if what he saw was real. The predatory skill was holding down the mighty fire titan. He tried to break free, not getting how Kim Tae-hyun could be this strong. He couldn't handle being outdone by someone he thought was beneath him. He yelled about being an heir, a rank S powerhouse. Tae-hyun, chill as ever, asked why that even mattered, while cranking up his skill's dominance. The king's power took shape over the crumbling scarlet vines, which gobbled up Lee Jung-ae's titanic figure. The unleashed energy wrecked the whole court, tearing up the gym. When the dust settled, Lee Jung-ae was out cold on the ground. The bodyguard shook like a leaf, while the others watched, stunned. In the last second, the protector had jumped in front of the young master, pulling him out of the attack. Luckily, he managed to activate his skill just in time. Still rattled, he questioned Tae-hyun's plans and how he'd handle the fallout. The young dude, on the other hand, wondered how someone could act so bold after getting into a fight. He said he wasn't the type to run from a threat. He denied wanting to off Lee Jung-ae but demanded fair payback for being attacked. The bodyguard's face went ghostly when he heard the deal: 1 billion won to keep the heir alive. Outside, students gathered around the explosion site. While many wondered if they had just seen a villain attack, Lim Ah-hyung recognized those unmistakable flames. She frowned, recalling Lee Jung-ae and the scene where Kim Tae-hyun got intimidated. The nurse tried to keep the students calm, but Ah-hyung dashed through the crowd towards the gym. The woman was shocked to see her sprint. A few meters from the door, the young woman regretted not stepping in sooner. Without a second thought, she entered the place amidst the flames, mentally praying Tae-hyun was okay. Upon entering, the memory of the scene twisted in her mind. She was left speechless when he started talking. She asked what he did to beat the opponent, but Tae-hyun, dodging explanations, fibbed saying Jung-ae had tripped down the stairs. The excuse sounded ridiculous, and he just asked her to keep it hush-hush. He left in a flash while she called after him demanding the truth. When she turned, he was already gone. She couldn't wrap her head around how he vanished so fast. Reappearing far from the gym, Tae-hyun muttered to himself that Ah-hyung would handle the situation, and that the Taesan group had already picked a side in the reward. He opened his status window. A new skill and an attribute had popped up. The attribute Charm, with 5 points, and the skill Heart of the Monarch, capable of boosting his crew's members. He felt a bit annoyed for getting something inherited from celebs like Jung-ae, but soon grinned at the win. He knew support skills were rare, and for someone who mastered all sorts of techniques, that combo was perfect. While celebrating, a line of black cars rolled up ahead. From the main ride, a figure stepped out and greeted him with a pleased smile. The deputy manager said he had loads of questions to ask. Tae-hyun wondered how he ended up in this spot. The first was straight up: what did he do to wreck the gym? At the Lee Patriarch's mansion, the news hit like a thunderbolt. The man was told his only son was in the hospital, and the attacker wanted 1 billion won for his life. His hunting dogs growled fiercely. The bodyguard shook before the boss, apologizing and claiming to know nothing. To his surprise, the boss ordered him to meet any of Kim Tae-hyun's demands. With a sly grin, he commented that the boy had guts. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, calling the crew. The bodyguard recognized the figures that came in and, desperate, begged to spare the young man, reminding that the enemy was just a kid. The boss ordered him to zip it, saying he wouldn't put up with dogs that bark too much. Lee Jung-soo grinned wickedly at the dudes in front of him, while the deputy manager circled back to the drama. What really went down in the gym? Kim Tae-hyun was all, wait, which incident is he talking about? He wondered if the manager was mixed up in the Lee Jung-ae mess. With not many options, he took a shot and asked if it was about the explosion. The deputy manager's reaction was a plot twist. The guy glanced over his shoulder and whispered he'd handle it later. Tae-hyun figured out the dude had no clue he was part of the gym's chaos. He smirked and teased. Didn't they already know what I pulled off? Leaving the guy even more puzzled, he dropped the bomb that he knew why he was really there: the player test invite. Playing it cool, he showed off some serious vibes. The number 5214 lit up above his head. When asked, he said that number was causing all the fuss. The deputy manager was shook, couldn't believe his eyes. As the numbers climbed, he knew the power was legit. Then he asked what happened to the young dude's clothes. Only then did Tae-hyun notice his outfit was a total disaster. At the Kim fam's crib, the cousin was hyped. Hwang Jae-young wanted to know if he was really going to do the test, and got a nod. The nod left him speechless. He then bowed to the great Kim Tae-hyun. He explained that the Taesan group would handle the gym drama, so the fam could focus on training for the test in a month. While they were chatting, the phone buzzed on the table. Outside, 2 figures were on high alert. Both were like, why's the association backing up a random student? The dude in the white mask had just taken down an agent, while his buddy in the black mask scoped the house. They were the Black and White brothers, a killer duo. The older one, Black, was all about stealth and muscle power. The younger, White, was just good at hiding. On the rooftop, the guy in black laughed, scheming to take out the target. When he turned to check on his bro, he froze seeing him get wrecked. In a flash, he whipped out a hidden blade and yelled, demanding to know who dared mess with his partner. Taehyun dropped the white-masked baddie. The black-masked dude barely had time to react. He got a knee to the face from the target himself. A few hours earlier, back in the gym, the bodyguard said he couldn't decide alone about keeping quiet or handing over $1 billion. Taehyun said he wasn't mean enough to dump that on a sidekick and demanded a solid deal with the boss. In his hand, he conjured a magical contract, the Awaken's Promise, a mana-sealed pact with a permanent penalty for breaking it. The first rule was paying the $1 billion and fixing the mess. Soon after, the news said the gym accident was a gas leak, ticking off the first box. The second rule was any revenge attempt had to be announced first. Back in the now, the black-masked assassin charged with his blade, but the hit was dodged like a pro. Taehyun raised his left hand and threw a powerful punch forward. The enemy jumped high and tried to sneak attack from behind, missing by a whisker. Stunned, he couldn't believe he blew it. From the shadows, the young dude mocked the weak assassins sent to take him out. They only had stealth skills. On the street, a black car carried Yu Ayong. During the ride, she called the president, asking about the player test. She wanted to know who'd be watching her, guessing if it was Shin Yunbok, the rank S from Busan. On the other end, the president shot down the guess. He said Yunbok was cool, but he was more into Lim Ah-hyung, Ayong's sis. Annoyed, she said she wasn't in the mood for jokes. The guy laughed and asked who she was really into. Ayong admitted it was Yunbok, but confessed another competitor caught her eye even more. The deputy manager Go Tae-wook, the same guy who cornered a rank S. Kim Tae-hyun had already taken out the two masked assassins, Black and White. As he looked at his hand, he noticed again the struggle with controlling the predation power. The attribute window told him he couldn't use it due to physical limits. On the street, in front of his house, the bodies of the killers were still there. Go Tae-wook's crew, the deputy manager, totally roasted the cowardice of attacking high schoolers. The boss gave Taehyun a nod and was all, any clue who hired them? Caught off guard, Taehyun played it cool, pretending he knew nada. While thinking it over, Go Tae-wook guessed the test candidate list might have leaked. Taehyun, meanwhile, was like, if the Taesun group finds out too much, that's a problem. But he had bigger fish to fry. He tried to chill the noise around him, but his body was still glitching. He kept walking home, brainstorming ways to level up and get back to beast mode. He knew munching on monsters or awakened ones was a no-go, because he couldn't use his powers right now. After some brain-racking, he figured there was only one way forward. Next morning at Blackhead Academy, the new Korean Association's training hub, instructor Yura got two surprise guests. After a quick, hey, she noticed they were just kids. She was about to say the place wasn't for minors, but Taehyun flashed a black and gold card. The shiny bling caught her eye. She recognized the Alchemist's Guild symbol and was like, who is this mysterious dude? Not wanting drama, she stepped back, and a buff guy popped up to step in. The new guy said cash wasn't enough to get in. He was known as Iron Man, a rank B awakened, but not an official player. Watching the scene, Hwang Jae-young, Taehyun's cousin, asked what was next. Nearby, some gym bros watched curiously. The rookie hunter had new targets. The muscle dude kept flexing, and Taehyun, confused by the show-off, joked the guy barked like a dog. The burn echoed through the hall, leaving Yura and Jae-young speechless at the guts. The guy stopped flexing, asking if he was being called weak. Taehyun threw down a challenge. Loser pays a year's gym membership. Laughing it off, the guy accepted. Boom, both got teleported to the virtual combat zone. Gym goers gathered, buzzing with excitement. Jae-young asked what the abyss-like place was, and Yura explained it was the virtual portal, a perfect underworld replica for training and battles. The goal was simple, cross the finish line with max weight in record time, beating rank B monsters on the way. This system set the student hierarchy. Iron Man took the lead, smashing through monster hordes. His muscle-boosting powers gave him mad strength and agility, plus he could carry heavy loads in the digital world. Suddenly, a light zipped by him. It was Taehyun, zooming past with epic speed. 3 monsters tried to block him, but his run smashed through their defenses. With one epic kick, he wiped out a whole group, taking down more on the way down. The virtual baddies barely saw him before poofing into pixels. His score skyrocketed, leaving the rival stunned. The crowd was amazed, except Jae-young, who cheered like crazy. When training wrapped up, Taehyun shot a cheeky grin at the rival and thanked him for covering his gym fees. Time flew, and the player test day finally came. The vibe was pure tension and hype, everyone eager to prove themselves. From a chopper, reporters filmed the top contenders: Hong Jung-wook, the Iron Fist, Lee Gil-sun, the Druid, Shin Yunbok, the God of Thunder, and Lim Ah-hyung, the next saint. Besides the big names, tons of talents wanted in, while a crowd gathered to watch the show. Among them, a young reporter looked wiped after the long trek. Frustration hit hard, knowing if she missed the story, she'd get canned. Seeing the massive crowd, she figured interviewing any awakened ones was a no-go. While sulking, a guy's voice came from behind the crowd. Kim Tae-hyun was rolling up, curious about the crowd. The voice caught the reporter, Kim Gi-ja's attention, and she quickly thought he was a candidate. She hustled through the crowd, asking for an interview. Panoramic stadium view. In the waiting room, Tae-hyun's name got called minutes before the test. He almost missed it because of the chat with the reporter. Entering the packed room, he found hundreds of participants. Everyone was just hanging around, waiting for the action to kick off, but the walls were like, nah, you don't get to know the time. Then, out of nowhere, something moved and caught everyone's attention. Lim Ah-hyung spotted someone she knew from way back. Tae-hyun saw her looking and gave a friendly wave. Their little reunion was short, but she noticed he'd totally leveled up. What happened to you, dude? She asked, all curious. Just hit the gym a bit. He shrugged, all casual. Ah-hyung checked him out again, totally amazed at his glow-up. She was about to spill the tea about the gym incident when the presenter's voice boomed through the room. Suddenly, screens everywhere lit up, showing the same shadowy figures. The announcer kicked things off, explaining the first test's rules. Everyone had a number plate on their chest. The mission was to snag 5 of them. Lose yours and you're out, no second chances. The clock was ticking. 1 hour. The walls started shifting, turning the place into a whole new maze. The presenter wrapped up, saying anything goes, except, murder. As soon as he finished, the timer started, and everyone got tossed into random spots. The second the test began, everyone zeroed in on Lim Ah-hyung, all because of her rank S status. With a slick move, she focused power in her hand, and bam, a massive glacier appeared. The crowd went wild, not just for her epic power, but for the skills of the other competitors too. Among the judges, one was super interested in another rank S, Shin Yoon-bok, who kept everyone at bay from the get-go. While most were hyped about a showdown between these two, Go Tae-wook was in his own world, eyes glued to a different contender. He got why everyone was buzzing about the rank S, but he knew who the real MVP was, Kim Tae-hyun. He watched the broadcast, pumped, but was shocked to see Tae-hyun facing just one tough opponent. For a second, he couldn't believe his eyes. He let out a frustrated shout. Couldn't believe Tae-hyun was holding back. On screen, Ranka Hong Jung-wook, aka Iron Fist, took a hit right to his metal face. The hit bounced back, smacking Tae-hyun hard. Go Tae-wook's eyes widened. Maybe he overestimated the kid. But then he noticed something weird. Tae-hyun wasn't dodging any hits. The fight raged on, both going at it with intense exchanges. Tae-hyun stood right in front of the iron punch, taking the hit. The force was enough to crush his defenses, but he didn't back down. Think I'm a joke? Hong Jung-wook yelled, fuming. He taunted Tae-hyun, saying his skills were weak for not dodging. Then, the air got heavy with an intense vibe. Tae-hyun felt his power level up during the fight. He charged with super speed, each move making him stronger. For him, pushing limits was just a workout. With a focused punch, he went for his rival. The clash ended with a clear win. Jung-wook's iron skin shattered. Tae-hyun grinned, proud of his skills, while his opponent dropped, totally wiped out. Rank A hit the ground, out cold, too tired to even move. Standing tall, the winner checked out the scene. In the control room, Go Tae-wook was over the moon, couldn't hold back his excitement. The other judges gave him weird looks, but he didn't care. He saw something epic. Kim Tae-hyun just turned one of the country's toughest tests into his personal training sesh. Still, he worried about burning out if he kept up that pace. Quickly, he thought the best move was to save energy, taking out weaker opponents first. But his plan got interrupted by a wild scene on the screens. Among the judges, everyone was buzzing. A rank C was going all out, no chill. The spotlight was on Kim Tae-hyun, who was heading for Shin Yoon-bok after taking down tons of competitors. The judges were talking about his body, covered in ID plates. Many already thought he was the strongest in the test. While checking his haul, he stopped counting. Having more than 5 was enough to qualify. Suddenly, a massive electric aura lit up the arena. Shin Yoon-bok's power, already insane, hit a new level. Tae-hyun barely dodged a lightning bolt that sliced through the air. The god of thunder grinned, finally finding someone who could keep up with his speed. Since the start of the exam, he thought all the other candidates were too weak to be fun, except for Lim Ah-hyung, the only one who could keep up. For the first time, he felt real excitement. Pumping more electricity into his hands, Yoon-bok fired off 3 attacks, all dodged with ninja-level skills. Tae-hyun powered up his leg with stone skin, ready to deliver a killer kick. But bam, it bounced right off an energy shield. Even he didn't see that coming. In the middle of the showdown, the opponent laughed, giving props for his speed, admitting he was barely keeping up. Then he unleashed a new electric wave, sending Tae-hyun flying. Dazed, Tae-hyun realized how sneaky the opponent was, a warrior who could strike from anywhere, protected by a nearly unbreakable defense. It was clear, underestimating that power was a one-way ticket to disaster. Without his usual tricks, he brainstormed a way to crack that lightning fortress. While plotting, Yoon-bok taunted, "Gonna just stand there? Want me to come over?" He barely finished before charging, lightning in hand. Tae-hyun dodged by a hair, whipping his neck around. Another lightning-fast kick followed, dodged with precision. The attacks kept coming. Electric blows exploded in a row, wrecking part of the virtual scene. The rank S was loving the duel. Amidst the electric chaos, he grabbed the opponent's wrists, unleashing all his stored energy. The current zapped through Taehyun, freezing him for a second. Laughing, Yunbok teased, "If you want to face me, you should be running." Taehyun's body shook, but his eyes stayed locked on. Ignoring the pain, he focused his mana, making his stone arm grow, only to watch it shatter under the electric force. A blinding light took over everything. Shielding his eyes with his arm, he barely reacted before another attack came from above. Yunbok dove, channeling enough energy to split the ground. A massive lightning bolt crashed down, destroying everything around. Even resisting, Taehyun could barely handle the shock of thousands of volts. The enemy, impressed, commented, "Incredible, still standing." A toy like this makes the test way more fun. The distraction cost him. A stone shot up, smacking him on the forehead, snapping his head back. Dazed, he stumbled. Right then, Taehyun launched from behind, throwing another rock, hitting the god of thunder in the chest, drawing blood. He knew his stone skin couldn't match a rank S's lightning, but the environment was on his side. The test field, built to withstand top-tier awakened beings, held strong even under such chaos. Using this, he came up with a simple, effective plan. Use the cracked stones as projectiles against the enemy until finding a gap in his defense. Lifting a massive rock, he gathered all his strength and launched the decisive attack. With each fragment that broke off, his goal was clear, to smash through the electric wall around the God of Thunder. With one final blow, he used the colossal stone to hit the opponent with all his might. The impact was so intense, part of the arena collapsed. The audience, stunned, murmured in shock. How could a rank S be taken down by a rank C? And who was Kim Taehyun? After the win, Taehyun collected the last needed plates. Now he just had to wait for the test to end. But the calm didn't last. An ice spell suddenly hit him out of nowhere. Looking up, he saw another, bigger enchantment forming above. Then, Lim Ah-hyung appeared. Seeing her left him puzzled. He wondered what she was doing there and how long she'd been watching. With a calm voice, she approached, saying great power needs responsibility. According to her, strength without purpose is just chaos. She acknowledged Taehyun's skill, but admitted she never thought he'd beat Shin Yunbok like that, and guessed Lee Jung-jae met the same fate. Suddenly, a chilling aura filled the space. Ah-hyung's eyes glowed pale, and the ground iced over as she unleashed her magic's destructive power. Trying to stay cool, the opponent joked her snow was like a bomb, impossible to dodge or sneak past. Right after, she landed a precise hit. In the gym, she whispered, "I believed in you," between attacks. "Thought you were different from Lee Jung-jae, not just another kid with a big ego." Each word came with more intense attacks. "In the end, this is all on you," she said, hitting him again. Taehyun's body started to buckle under the pressure. Ah-hyung, with a firm voice, said misusing powers was a crime and the two injured boys were still in the hospital. Still, she chose not to report him, but gave a condition. He had to drop the exam, not worthy of being a player. Staggering, Taehyun looked up and shot back. "Who do you think you are to say that? You couldn't even break free from Lee Jung-jae's rule, and now you want to take me down." The taunt got sharper. "I'd rather you just say you want to beat me to move on instead of hiding behind lame excuses." The words hit hard. Ah-hyung's face changed, her voice turned icy. "Fine, I won't hold back anymore." With a move, she summoned a massive ice staff, saying she'd end the fight with it. As he got ready, Taehyun saw his stone skin was in shreds after being smashed so many times. Stealth was useless against area attacks, and the boost from the monarch's heart was maxed out, still not enough to turn the tables. Predation was still locked, and he didn't have the energy to pull off paralysis like before. He had one last shot. The fight kicked up a notch, magical blasts wrecking the arena. From outside, no one could see through the light and ice curtain. As the glow faded, everyone held their breath. In the middle of the field, Kim Taehyun and Lim Ah-hyung were lying, kissing, but it wasn't love. The move was part of a paralysis trick, a short-range magic with a high success rate. He directly infused the effect into his blood and passed it to her. For someone at her level, it was just a taunt, or so he thought. But the rank S couldn't resist, and she ended up totally frozen. Taehyun's system pinged the result, extreme psychological shock to the opponent. Bonus, his charm stat went up by 3 points. Moments later, the announcer's voice boomed, ending the first round of tests. Medics rushed in to help the injured and told everyone to stay put. All the hurt were quickly taken care of. Even paralyzed, Lim Ah-hyung kept her plates intact and, thanks to her fight skills, got through to the next stage. Though he only had 7 plates, Taehyun shocked everyone by beating Shin Yunbok and Lim Ah-hyung, stealing the spotlight. Among the other competitors, it was all anyone talked about. Many wondered what the young man's true rank was, what tricks he used, and how he beat 2 of the strongest in the tournament. Catching his breath, he checked his fully healed body and thought the healing powers were amazing. Without them, he'd be toast after that battle. Soon after, Shin Yunbok came back, ready for payback. He walked up, saying this time the opponent wouldn't pull the same tricks in the arena. As the fight started, he unleashed a massive aura. Other candidates, drawn by the chaos, stopped to watch. One said Yunbok wanted revenge for losing before, while another, more sarcastic, said he didn't care if the rank S took out a competitor, as long as he went all out. The taunt ticked off the Thunder Warrior, who yelled for everyone to zip it. It was his fight, no one should butt in. Turning to his rival, he vowed to show him that without cheap tricks, he was just a weakling. But before they could start, something unexpected happened. A crushing force made them drop to their knees. The ground cracked, and even the onlookers were knocked down. A man walked towards them, calm but with a heavy presence. "Are you gonna keep fighting without letting others rest?" he asked firmly. "You act like you don't know your place." The guy was Park Sungjin, a rank S player, one of the best in the New Korea Association, and a likely future rank SS. Even under the intense magic weight, Kim Tae-hyun tried to stand, catching Sungjin's eye. "All right, buckle up, cause this is about to get wild." So the veteran dude cranked up the gravity, trying to see how much the kid could handle. The kid felt like he was getting squished like a pancake and realized, whoa, there's a massive gap between an awakened rank S and a player at the same level. With a smirk, the veteran asked if the kid could still take it. "Even seasoned players can't handle this much," he said, all curious. But before he could dial it up more, an angry voice boomed through the air. The medics from the support team rushed over, looking super ticked. "What are you doing with the freshly treated kids?" one yelled, "Trying to knock him out before round 2 even starts." Sungjin was all, "Nah, just keeping things under control." But the medic shot back, "Don't play dumb, Park. You pull this stunt every year to mess with the newbies." While they were arguing, most of the kids were out cold from the pressure. But Tae-hyun, being the beast he is, managed to stand up. The rank S guy was shook and asked for his name. "Kim Tae-hyun," he said, cool as a cucumber. The veteran chuckled, recognizing the name. He thought, so it's him, the rank C who took down Shin Yunbok and Lim Ah-hyung. It's been ages since someone caught my eye like this. He walked over, patted Tae-hyun's shoulder and said, "Bet you're gunning for rank S, huh? I'll be waiting." Then he strolled off, ignoring the doctors chasing him for answers. Later, the ones who made it to round 2 were taken to a thick forest where Park Sungjin was waiting. "Hope you got some rest," he said, eyeing the group. "Round 2 of the player license test starts now." He pointed to a blue portal in the field's center. "The goal's right behind it. It's a rank D dungeon. Groups of 5 will go in under my watch. Every move, decision, and action inside will be judged. The association's got your weapons and supplies covered." Tae-hyun thought it over. So, a dungeon for round 2. Makes sense for a test like this. He wasn't expecting much danger since active players would be with them. But then a worrying thought hit him. Unless it's a double dungeon, one of those apocalypse ones. Inside a rank D dungeon, at the player test site, the world's first double dungeon was found. A crazy event that sent thousands to meet their maker, including the group that found it. The news spread like wildfire, causing chaos in other unexplored dungeons. The protagonist thought it'd be awesome to stop new incidents with just a heads up, but he knew no one would buy it without proof, and even if they did, they'd probably question his motives. It'd be embarrassing, but he'd deal with it. As long as he wasn't in the discovery group, there'd be other ways to survive. When he entered the dungeon, he was bummed to find himself in the exact team he wanted to dodge. The supervisor gathered everyone and asked if they were ready. It was Ma Do-hak, a rank A player, famous for finding the apocalypse double dungeon first. With a sour face, the young guy thought he was in deep trouble. During the exploration, the group fought some monsters, winning without much hassle. The inspector clapped, praising their combat smarts, especially since it was the first real fight for many. "You've got what it takes to be players," he said, pleased. One teammate grinned and said their success was thanks to the veteran's guidance. Watching the scene, the protagonist thought about his rotten luck. Why, out of all the teams, did he end up with the first discovery crew? But the answer was right there. The ring Ma Do-hak wore was the same one the double dungeon pioneer had shown off. The Ring of the Sage, a unique rank artifact that could boost strength, stamina, speed, and mana up to 10 times. No doubt about it, the apocalypse was a rank S dungeon, and getting stuck in it, with its danger still hidden, would mean certain doom. Even so, he had to stop the group from reaching it. At one point, the corridor split into 2 paths. One member asked the inspector which way to go. The dude explained that this was just another day in Dungeonville, and when stuff got tricky, they should vote on it. Before anyone could even blink, our hero zoomed off in one direction. "Get back here!" yelled the inspector, freaking out. Running around in a dungeon is a no-go. But the young dude was all, "Chill, I got this," and told them to follow his lead. He was thinking, "No way I'm letting these guys decide, gotta steer clear of the last disaster. Anything's better than another apocalypse." The plan seemed solid, everyone was on his tail. But then bam, a portal of purple and pink light popped up right in front. No way, he thought. Dungeons aren't supposed to have extra portals. A shiver hit him as he realized the big oopsie. He was right in front of a double dungeon portal. All that effort to keep it secret? Totally wasted. And to top it off, one of the crew was like, "Let's see what's on the other side." The hero was like, "Hold up, this is nuts. Another portal in a dungeon? That's whack," he warned. "We gotta report this before doing anything." "Right, Ma Dohak." The inspector scratched his chin, all chill. "Yeah, first time seeing this. By the book we should tell HQ." But then he was like, "Let's just peek this once." He got the young dude's worry but said the portal's vibes weren't sketchy, just a basic rank D dungeon feel. "And even if it goes south, we got a rank A player here," he added, all confident. He wrapped up saying maybe the portal was a setup by the association or just a weird glitch, making the test even cooler. Shocked, the hero was like, "Dude, are you nuts ignoring the rules?" Ma Dohak laughed, firing back. "And since when does a newbie who can't even team up right teach me?" The inspector's words flipped the group against the boy. After all, he had just sprinted through the dungeon without a heads up. Now he was trying to boss them around. Ignoring the danger, one guy sneered that the newbie should know his place, no matter how skilled. Another chimed in, saying the rookie was too gutsy for challenging a pro. "Pure arrogance," he said. Most backed the inspector, deciding to follow his lead and step through the mysterious portal. Trying to stop the chaos, the hero called Ma Dohak, saying he had urgent news. Before he could spill, the man snapped his fingers, and bam, a blinding light filled the place. Crossing over, everyone felt something was way off. The heavy vibe, the mana's thickness. This dungeon was no rank D. At the corridor's end, a massive statue with a giant sword stared them down. Freaked out, the group asked the inspector to confirm the dungeon's level. The hero told them to zip it and keep their eyes peeled. One boy whined about the rudeness, but got cut off by a cold warning. Something was about to go down. And it did. 2 armored figures stepped out of the shadows. Rank of Death Knights. The group was shook. Even Ma Dohak, looking tense, told everyone to gear up for a fight. The battle kicked off with a bang. The inspector took on the monsters head-on, unleashing enough power to keep them in check, while the others moved in formation. Orders bounced off the walls. "Blind the creatures! Shield up front! The rest, keep the heat on. Don't let them strike back." After a long, tough fight, they took down the 2 baddies. The girl in the group sighed in relief, saying they were safe now. She never thought they'd beat rank A monsters. One guy, all hyped, joked about doing it again with ease. He barely finished when 4 new statues popped up behind him. The whole group froze in fear. Watching closely, the hero noticed something seriously off about those creatures. Time dragged, and the battles kept coming. Every time a statue fell, dozens more took its place. The crew was wiped, ready to drop. At this rate, they'd all be toast. During a quick breather, Kim warned the inspector that something was seriously wrong with this place. Dohak looked at him, curious. Who was this kid? Even after such a fight, he showed no signs of fatigue, and he was the first to spot the portal's danger. If it weren't for the power boost from Kim's Heart of the Monarch, everyone would have been toast. "A rank C couldn't pull this off," murmured the player, totally mind blown. "What did you mean by something wrong?" Kim replied, chill as ever. "It's just a gut feeling. But these monsters aren't Death Knights." Boom. Those words hit like a bomb. Panic spread because, what had they been fighting all this time? Without a word, the young dude charged forward, grabbed a sword from one of the creatures, and said he'd figure it out right then. He zoomed towards the biggest statue, ignoring the little ones. His strike was on point, and the giant statue crumbled into bits. Suddenly, the whole scene glitched, revealing the truth. The dungeon was just a big ol' illusion, made to suck the energy out of invaders with fake baddies. One of the crew, super ticked off, yelled, "You mean all our effort was against a simple illusion?" The girl, freaked out, asked if this meant something worse was lurking. Dohak, all confused, asked how Kim knew it was a sham, since even he hadn't faced Death Knights before. "It might not look it," replied the main dude, "but those enemies were way too weak. No way they were real." The inspector went pale with the realization. Kim, wasting no time, said they should bounce before they became history. Even after the illusion vanished, the place was still super hostile. The vibe was clear, the worst was yet to come. With the apocalypse finally showing up, the dungeon space got all twisted. The wounds from the fake battle got worse by the minute, but there was zero time for chill or backup. The squad's only hope was finding the exit from that underground nightmare. After trekking for ages, they found a portal. Even with the brief relief, one of the masked dudes hesitated, thinking crossing it was a one-way ticket to doom. Ma Dohak, ice cold, said it might be risky, but staying meant just waiting to die. With everyone unsure, he took charge and pushed the door. On the other side, a Death Knight stood silently. One of the boys chuckled, thinking they got lucky with just one enemy. But as the light spread, a bunch of identical figures popped out of the shadows, filling the room. Panic hit, and someone whispered, shaking, asking if all those were really Death Knights. That's when the Dungeon Lord showed up, all big and demonic. His laugh echoed, mocking the inferior humans who dared to come this far. He then ordered his minions to start the massacre. The statues moved in sync, but weirdly didn't attack right away. Watching closely, the main dude noticed something off. "They want to fight one-on-one. They're challenging us." Fear gripped the squad. One of the boys, totally drained, admitted he was out of mana. Kim, though, told everyone to chill, saying the goal wasn't to fight, but to escape. With that, everyone bolted in panic, except for Ma Do-hak and the girl still out cold on the young dude's shoulders. During the escape, the others suggested backtracking, but the plan got wrecked when one of the statues chucked its sword, hitting the three trying to flee dead on. Seeing this, the main dude decided to buy some time. "I'll hold them off," he shouted, telling Ma Do-hak to find a way out. But the inspector shoved him back with the girl and raised an energy wall to shield them. "What are you doing?" Kim asked. "Shut up!" the man snapped, eyes locked ahead. He called the boy a fifth-rate awakened, saying he needed to know his place and stop acting all important. Then he dropped a truth bomb. When he was young, he dreamed of being an S-rank player, but no matter how hard he trained, the gap just kept growing. This was his last shot to prove himself. Maybe if he sorted this mess, he'd be seen as a true S-rank. Sadly, this would be his end. One of the statues charged, and Ma Do-hak smashed it with a perfect hit. He grinned, hurt, and said, "You're different, and that bugs me, but you've got talent. Take the wounded and run. It's my job as a supervisor to fight for you." Kim glanced back, realizing the crew had already fallen. Soon after, the energy barrier shattered into pieces. The next sight was brutal. Ma Do-hak lay still on the ground. The statue that beat him raised its blade and, in a solemn move, challenged the young dude to a duel. Cornered, Kim peeped down and spotted the inspector's ring chillin' near the rubble. He dodged a punch, snatched the ring, and bolted. "This is my shot," he muttered, slipping the ring on his finger. Boom! A blast of energy rocked the room, smashing statues left and right. The dungeon lord just stood there, jaw dropped, mumbling about the wild power he just saw. With the ring fired up, all systems were go. The predation ability seal shattered, boosting Kim's stats by 10 points each. The unleashed energy made the ground do the Harlem Shake. A mana tornado wrecked the hall, yeeting enemies into the walls. But Kim knew predation needed 10 seconds to munch a target, way too long in this chaos. So he went all out. Skills, strength, speed, and every last bit of power. Only then could he bounce out of that dungeon alive. Suddenly, a massive energy spear popped up, radiating crazy power. Before he could blink, the dungeon lord waved his hand, and all the statues chucked their weapons at him. But with mad skills, he dodged all the spears and statues trying to smack him. Next thing, he's face to face with the dungeon boss, naturally trying to do something. Meanwhile, the enemy yeets him with a powerful move. In a snarky tone, he says the warrior's strong, but he's hit his limit. Overwhelmed by the boss's epic strength, the hero's pinned down, sword and feet on him. The boss says there's one last question. Who gave the human that power? The warrior starts screaming, gripped by intense pain. Then, his player system says a mysterious power's resisting the Night King's roar, and it's kinda working. The dungeon boss then says he knew it. Unlike regular humans, this guy gets his language. He pushes for the source of that strength. Suddenly, the scene flips. A giant figure appears, a monster with long horns and 4 arms. Looking around, he sees his fallen squad, while the dungeon boss creeps up. Nothing's the same anymore. In the chaos, the young dude wonders what predation really is and how a human can speak creature. He realizes he ignored the whole deal. He got power and a shot, but nothing inside changed. Then, the boss launches a massive attack. Even in danger, Kim wonders why the king gave him this power. Soon, a voice echoes, saying the reason's been told. A glowing dude appears, saying the gift came from pure feels for the warrior's grit. He adds Kim didn't need to change, just keep going. It felt like a dream, but opening his eyes, Kim feels his blood boil. His eyes go red, and his face turns into pure rage. The dungeon boss looks at him and says the human's too weak to even reply. He calls him pathetic and preps the final blow. Before getting hit, the hero reacts, unleashing a weird power that wrecks statues in seconds. Surprised and hyped, the enemy asks if he's going berserk in this clutch moment. Kim's energy starts to skyrocket, his mana surges. The boss, thrilled by the fight, says this last push is epic and promises to enjoy the battle to the end. He charges hard, making the sword buzz with pure magic. But, shocker, the hit does zilch. Kim stops it like it's nothing. With a fierce look, the warrior asks if the opponent really wants to know what that power is. Faced with the opponent's curiosity, he says he'll have to figure it out himself. The system pings him. Rank B achieved. Then, he lands a blow so strong the boss gets launched, while the hero charges and crushes the remaining statues with insane force. Close to losing, the enemy yells, outraged, asking how a mere human dared to do that. He tries to trap him with a skill, but totally fails. Then, the hero declares that power ain't human, it's the king's power. And with a final epic attack, he takes down the opponent. The system announces a new achievement, the Spirit of the Night King skill. Alright, buckle up, cause this is gonna be a wild ride. Moments later, a bunch of hunters gather around the portal, trying to figure it out. Player Park asks a buddy about the magic vibes, and she's all, yep, it's a rank S portal. She also says they've already told everyone to scram, but the dungeon's acting up and slowing things down. No promises that the backup squad will show up before everything goes kaboom. Park's thinking, all stressed, that if this keeps up, everyone inside is gonna be toast. So he's like, guess I gotta go solo hero mode to save the day. Then the portal starts going all crazy and the crew's like, uh-oh, dungeon break's happening. Park's like, alright everyone, gear up for the worst case scenario. But from the portal, only one dude pops out, and it's the main guy. Breathing hard, Kim's like, man, barely made it out of that nightmare. Thanks to him, the whole mess wraps up, and everyone gets out safe and sound. The results are based on how everyone did before the second exam round. They gather up the fallen hunters and return them to their families, all respectful like. The big bosses decide to keep the hero's name under wraps, all secretive. Later, the director chats with two hunters, Park and some mystery dude, about dealing with company drama. He's like, if we spill the beans, the hero's gonna be hounded by the media and bad guys. They get how serious it is and the director's all, thanks for being cool about it. He then asks what they think about the guy who soloed an S-rank Apocalypto dungeon. Park's like, dude's gotta be as strong as an S-rank player, no doubt. The other guy's like, even if he's not ranked high, his power's off the charts. The director's curious, so they just exchange looks, and one says the guy might be as strong as a whole country. Meanwhile, the hero wakes up in a place with a blood-red sky, surrounded by scary monsters. Seeing this, he's like, how'd I end up in this nightmare? Then, the king shows up in the clouds. The monsters charge, but the king just waves and poof, they're dust. He says he'll be waiting in the abyss. Soon after, the hero wakes up in a hospital bed, healing from his dungeon injuries. Still groggy, he wonders if it was all a dream, but nah, it felt way too real. He remembers the king's words and tries to figure out what awaited means. He realizes his monster talking and predation skills are still kicking. More questions pop up. He decides he's gotta get stronger and head back to the abyss. Checking his stats, he sees he hit rank B during the Death Knight's showdown. With killer stats, he's ready to take on S-rank players, and he's got the Night King's spirit. He knows the predation skill is his secret weapon to leveling up fast. Soon, he'll be a national powerhouse. Suddenly there's noise at the door. Someone's trying to get in, but the guards are like, nope. A lady's voice is all, seriously? You won't let me see a patient? I'm the president, come on. The door swings open, and there she is. Kim sees the guards knocked out on the floor. She grins and asks if he thinks it's unfair, calling him dear out of nowhere. Moments later, in the car, a young guy's like, maybe I should drive. But she's like, nah, I got this. Our VIP deserves the best. Curious, the hero asks why someone so important, the Wanderers Guild boss, is interested in him. She casually says she's just giving him a ride home, checking out the apocalypse survivor. Kim's suspicious, saying if it's that simple, she should come up with a better excuse. Laughing, she's like, smart guy, aren't ya? Then she hits him with the big question. Does he have any clue what's gonna go down in the third round of player tests? She spills the tea, saying the next stage is a survival game, kinda like the first one, but with a twist. Outsiders can watch it all go down. This means everyone's skills are on full display, and all the big guilds will be drooling over the low-rank dude who soloed an S-level dungeon. The woman throws out a deal that's hard to pass up. She's like, I'll give you whatever you want, cash, clout, or power. Just join the Wanderers Guild. After she drops that bomb, the car goes dead silent, tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The main dude thinks it over for a hot minute and then just says no. He gets that it's a sweet deal, but nah, he's not biting. His answer leaves her totally shook. A bit later, the trio, Kim, the guild boss, and her sidekick, pull up in some sketchy alley. Kim hops out, thanks them for the lift, and says he'll hoof it from there. Curious, she's like, why'd you say no? Did you even hear me? I was ready to give you everything. She's all, is it another guild or did you just not get it? Kim, chill as ever, tells her not to get it twisted. No other offers, no strings attached. He even jokes, is the Wanderers Guild really all that? In the end, he's just like, I said no because I felt like it, and starts to bounce. But as he's heading down the alley stairs, surprise. She grabs him from behind, hand over his mouth. With a vibe that screams, don't mess with me, she's like, who do you think you are? You're just starting out and you're already turning down one of the top 4 guilds? What's your deal? Then she lets go, saying she'll let it slide, and even admits she's kinda into him now. Her assistant jumps in, reminding her that Kim's still in the testing phase, asking what she's doing getting mixed up with him. He's all, dude, you should take the offer. You'll need a guild eventually. Seeing her stubborn streak, Kim realizes she's got the same vibe as Lim Hyung's sister. The guildmaster's jaw drops hearing that name, demanding to know how he knows. Kim, cool as a cucumber, says he knows a lot, even about the stolen name. Her mana flares up like a bonfire, shooting sky high. The assistant freaks out, knowing things just got real. Turns out, Yoo Ah-young's real name was Lim Ah-young. She was the CEO's secret kid, raised as the heir until the real daughter came along. Then she got booted, losing her name and family ties. Hardly anyone knew about her identity switch when she became a player. With her hands on his neck, she's like, "How dare you say that to me? You must be nuts." Kim fires back, saying she started it. Right then, the system chimes in, saying some mysterious force resisted the Amazon spirit. He grabs her arm, channeling his energy. The system announces a successful counterattack, using the Night King's spirit. The power surge sends her flying backward. Dazed, she's trying to wrap her head around what just happened. What kind of power was that? Kim thinks it over. Not only did he resist an S-rank player's power, he sent it back just as strong. He walks up, climbs the stairs, and pins her against the wall. His intense stare makes her blush, and he's just like, "Some lines shouldn't be crossed." The assistant, flustered, wonders if he really heard that right. Days later, in the third round, the host tells the crowd the new phase is going down in the ancient Rome Colosseum. Unlike the first two rounds, which were off the grid, this one's got a live audience. In the arena are industry bigwigs, competitors' families, and a bunch of people hyped to see the action. Among them is Yoo Ah-young, blending in as a regular person. Still blushing from her last run-in with Kim, she's watching every move like a hawk. Among the crowd, Kim's parents were there too. Dad was all proud, saying thanks to his son, they could finally watch something epic. Mom, on the other hand, was worried, saying she heard the tests were super dangerous. Before she could go on, a young dude jumps in to calm her down. He promised there was nothing to worry about, because Kim was insanely strong, able to KO any opponent with just one punch. That confident dude, Hwang Ja-young, Kim's cousin and the self-proclaimed president of his fan club. Nearby, a woman overheard the chat and saw her big break. Her name was Kim Gi-ja, a rookie reporter for the SY economic newspaper, on the verge of getting the boot. She thought about her last article, which got canned for being about a low-rank awakened. She figured Kim was out too and, with tears in her eyes, thought this might be her last shot at a killer story. While watching, a guy next to her asked a woman if she thought the arena's vibe was kinda off. Listening closely, Gi-ja noticed something weird. Loads of high-level players, veterans, top ranks, and even Lee Gilson, a hotshot rank A, were all staring in the same direction. They were all locked onto one person. The reporter figured they were planning to team up against the main guy and wondered just how powerful this young dude, who everyone seemed to fear, really was. Soon, the third round kicks off. The announcer's voice booms, warning everyone to brace for the wild impacts during the contest. With the go-ahead given, the competitors start prepping their spells. A group charges forward, saying they gotta take out the kid ASAP because since round 1, he'd already taken down 2 S-rank players. If they didn't get him first, they'd all be toast. Out of nowhere, Kim shows up in the middle of the attacks, hitting each one spot on. Boom, an explosion goes off, and a bunch of opponents hit the ground, knocked out. In the smoky chaos, the young guy checks out the scene quietly. But then, surprise, a spell hits him out of nowhere. Confused, he's like, "What just happened?" A guy in front says even though he beat 2 rank S, letting his guard down was a rookie mistake, so the winner would be him. But in seconds, the main dude flips the script and takes down Lee with some serious skill, even though he takes a hit himself. With a steely gaze, he dares the next challenger to step up. Thinking they just needed to pile on the pressure, the others target the boy, sure he'd eventually run out of steam. Then, Kim raises a finger and calls forth the spirit of the Night King. A blinding flash lights up the place, and a massive figure appears above him. The giant glares at everyone around, and a bunch of players faint from the energy blast. The rest of the groups freak out, while the crowd is dead silent, totally stunned. A kid in the stands jokes he probably shouldn't have used that move right in the middle of the arena. The camera zooms out, showing a ton of bodies on the ground. The main guy takes a deep breath, glad to finally wrap up that showdown. But there's still one thing left to deal with. Suddenly, a girl with blue hair steps onto the field. She's hurt, a casualty of the earlier attacks. Kim asks what Lin plans to do, warning he wouldn't mind if she decided to quit. She could always try again next round. Ignoring the warning, she starts casting a powerful ice spell, forming a huge sphere that traps the boy inside. With a defiant tone, she says he should worry about himself because what happened before won't happen again. With a cool look, the young guy asks if she really believes that. After a few intense moments, Lin is defeated and collapses, knocked out. The winner comments, chill as ever, that this was the expected outcome, because despite everything, she was his toughest opponent. The announcer then declares the end of the player tests, announcing that the top dog was Kim himself. A bit later, the scene shifts to the ceremony where the president hands the prizes to the winner, officially wrapping up the round. The gentleman congratulates him for hitting rank S, admitting he never thought he'd finish the third round solo. Kim, all humble, says it was just luck. Hearing this, the man pauses for a moment, eyeing the young guy in front of him. He soon calls him again, asking if he'd be down to join the South Korean Players Association. The offer catches him off guard. The veteran repeats the question, curious about his choice. As he thinks it over, The newly promoted guy realizes how much his life has flipped, from an ordinary sleeper to rank S and the top scorer of the exam. He got offers from not just leaders, but the biggest guilds and even the National Association. But the more he learned about this new world, the more he realized he had no clue what was coming. Still, there was something he had to sort out before making any moves. So, he turns down the offer, saying he'd rather roll solo than join one of the big 4 guilds. He's sorry he can't be of help to the association. The guy's shocked, then cracks up, saying he never thought he'd hear someone say they'd do better alone than with the big leagues. Chill vibes, he says the kid's got some serious self-confidence. Then he switches gears and throws out a new idea. Asks if he's down for the Asian exhibition games. Fast forward, and we're in a dungeon. Kim's surrounded by monsters but takes them down like it's nothing. He lets out a breath. Another dungeon done. As he catches his breath, he remembers the invite to the Asian tournament, a fest where guilds from all over pick 5 reps to hunt monsters and compete. To get picked, though, you gotta show off your monster-slaying creds. Flashback time. The dude saying with Kim's growth rate, he'd be a top pick for the event. He thinks, easy for him to say, he just started playing and it'd take ages to match others' achievements. Still, he decides to go for bigger challenges. Tackling tougher dungeons is the only way to level up. Over the next month, he clears every dungeon in Korea. Even so, he feels he hasn't leveled up as much as he hoped, though he's got a decent stack of merits. It's a given. The job's risky. But no choice. He's gotta keep pushing. Now we're at a fancy mansion. A glass crashes to the floor and a guy's grabbed by the neck. The attacker tells him to chill. Fuming, the guy yells that Tasa's heir is still in the hospital while the culprit's roaming free. He asks if the other guy really thinks he should stay calm. Then he drops, hitting the ground. A woman rushes in, saying a rep from the Malignant Guild is here. The guy, still ticked off, asks why they couldn't handle the main dude, even after all the cash they spent. He decides to handle it himself. Suddenly, he feels a heavy vibe coming from the door. A mysterious visitor walks in, with a cold voice, feels bad for the businessman's son but tells him to chill, reminds him Tasa shouldn't waste time on that kid. He says he's the vice master of the Malignant Guild, known as Shadow. Scene switch and a portal of bright energy starts opening. Soon, a guy calls out Kim's name, who's standing in front of a big door. The guy introduces himself as Park, a ranked player and the alchemist boss for the event, says it's an honor to meet him and gives props for his 3rd test, even asks for an autograph. Then he explains they're at East Point, Asia's top auction spot, famous for epic events and top-tier items. Besides having auto-skill translation, the place is known for its top-notch security, and Park says bodyguards like Kim are key to that rep. Teleport points keep changing, making unauthorized access a no-go. Thanks to this setup, the place has been incident-free for ages. Checking out the scene, the main dude thinks the Best Protection System title is well-earned. But, plot twist, a rank S villain's gonna hit the place with a terrorist attack today. Later, the host announces the event's big moment. The most wanted auction prize is about to be revealed. He says just 1 sip of the item boosts the drinker's vitality by 20 points. While the crowd's hyped, someone's watching from up high, waiting for the perfect moment. He figures taking down a criminal of that level could score him some serious merits. Still, the lack of intel is a huge hurdle. All he knew, before his rewind, was that East Point took a massive hit and the mastermind was Narendra, the rank S villain. So this young dude's all hyped to figure out who stopped that guy before. Right then, a security guard rolls up. Kim's all curious, asking who's in charge of keeping an eye on the place. The guard's suspicious, asking why he wants to know, and Kim just grins, saying he's just curious. The presenter jumps back in, saying some rank S players are in the house. A bunch of them are heading right where Kim's chilling. Some random guy comes up, asking if he's Kim. The guard's like, heads up, it's a Japanese rank S, the event's protector. He warns Kim to watch out, calling the guy the Demon, known for backstabbing pals when it suits him. With a grin, the visitor mentions hearing about the new genius from New Korea, surprised to see him there. Kim's shocked, noticing the guy offering a left-handed shake. He goes for it, but feels a weird zap, like an electric shock. The Japanese dude laughs, impressed Kim handled the jolt. He says it proves Kim's a legit rank S. Suddenly, people start dropping like flies. Kim realizes if a fight breaks out, civilians are toast. The opponent, seeing the chaos, admits he might have gone too hard on the newbie. He lets go of Kim's hand, advising him to chill and avoid drama. Before bouncing, he tells Kim to enjoy the rest of the auction. Kim stands there, deep in thought. Everything's way more complicated than he thought. Scene switch. In another building, a group rushes in, and a guy asks who these intruders are and how they got in. The leader's like, doesn't matter, there's only one portal room, so the invaders are toast. He says a rank A can handle it, and time flies. Then, a monster's wrecking people left and right. The confident dude's now down, defeated, while a shadowy figure watches with a cold stare. Others show up, telling a boss there's trouble at the auction, and the Korean rank S is there. They ask what to do. The boss, Nero, questions if they really thought they could act freely under his watch. He declares no one escapes his divine judgment. Scene switch again. The event building suddenly blows up. Flames eat up the inside, showing the protagonist caught in the blast. In seconds, nearby buildings are on fire. The guard, in the chaos, asks if Kim's okay and says they gotta bounce. Kim, dazed, tries to piece it together. He knew an attack was coming, but the explosions caught him off guard. Now he wants to know how the enemies snuck in and planted bombs unnoticed. He sets that aside. Something more urgent's up. In front of him, a different guy's holding a weapon, taking hostages. He yells any move means a bullet to the head. In seconds, the bad guy's taken down easily. The guard, seeing it all, is speechless. Kim tells Park to alert the association and call for backup, while he chases the Chaos Maker. Scene switch again. A guy checking the place says the items are auction prizes, not loot for thieves. The leader orders them to wipe out everyone there. The fight kicks off, and soon, dozens are down. The main invader opens a chest, finding the auction prize he wanted. Holding it, he gets why Nero risked it all for the potion, feeling its power even unopened. He imagines the power boost if he drinks it. Then, boom, an explosion echoes. One of his crew gets tossed and the rest freak out. The leader, confused, tries to figure out what's going down. One of the crew yells, "There's an enemy nearby," and another chimes in, saying the dude looked familiar, but gets whacked before finishing. Soon after, the last two are also taken down, ninja style. Surprised, the guy recognizes the move. Stealth mode, activated. Before he can even blink, something invisible attacks him. Still, he fights back and whips out his chain ability, trapping the sneaky attacker. Calling the opponent a fool, he taunts, thinking he could just sneak around like a ghost. He assures this is the end of the line for him. The young dude, though, checks out the chains and almost grins, saying this power could spot invisible enemies, and for that reason alone, it was worth gobbling him up. The scene then switches up. In another room, the hostages are shaking in their boots, seeing a crazy number of monsters everywhere. It was the teleportation portal's control center. Above, Nero watches everything, grinning, saying the plan was going just as planned. With this, he said, everyone would fear his god's name even more. All that was left was to snag the Phoenix potion. Right then, a crew member shows up with some news. He says the squad sent for the potion hit some snags, and there were still loose ends. He hands over a communications device. On the other end, a voice asks if Nero's on the line. The villain confirms and wants to know who's talking. The reply is dripping with sarcasm. It was the one who swiped his precious relics. Egging him on, the invader dares him to come get them himself, calling him a damn terrorist. Fuming, Nero cuts the call, boiling with rage. Meanwhile, Kim downs the potion, feeling his body buzz with insane power. He mutters to himself, it was a unique rank item, totally next level. In seconds, his stats skyrocket, something he'd never felt, not even in dungeons. At least now he wouldn't sweat about the artifact landing in the wrong hands. Moments later, some players roll up, finding the place littered with bodies. One of them says their buddy's last signal came from here and wonders if he made a run for it. The head of security, watching it all, chuckles and says the fugitive was right in front of them. He scans the area and orders the intruder to quit hiding. Soon, the main guy steps out, baffled that his invisibility got busted, since that move was foolproof. The man eyes him and asks what an S-rank was doing there. Kim fires back, asking if he wasn't the security boss and why he wasn't stopping the terrorist attack. The chief laughs again, saying he was actually after a super special item. Hearing this, the young guy laughs too and says he already had a hunch. With so many security peeps around, no one found the bombs, and the East Point got breached, which was impossible without a VIP pass. With this, he figures out there was a traitor, just didn't think it would be the security boss. The man, in turn, reminds him he warned not to get involved, then charges at Kim, ready to rumble. Still, the main guy blocks the hit like it's nothing. During the clash, the opponent demands he hand over the item now, but Kim fires back with sass, saying if he was really a villain, he should come and take it by force. The fight heats up, and debris starts flying everywhere. Freaked by the chaos, one of the onlookers warns the group it was a showdown between two rank S players, and anyone who butted in would end up toast. Plus, he reminds them that Ryohei, the security boss, was known as the Demon, famous for taking out even careless allies. In the middle of the brawl, the young guy spots something worrying. Unlike him, who relies on hearing and gut instinct to find enemies, the opponent can see him even when he's invisible. Soon, he takes a direct, almost deadly hit. He then realizes the gap in their skills, but decides it's not time to use the devouring technique yet. Next, he activates a gravity control ability. All the enemies around are lifted off the ground like they're in 0G, and seconds later are slammed back down, causing a wave of destruction. After the impact, Kim searches for the security boss, but doesn't spot him among the bodies. A voice echoes behind him, saying he made the right call, but invisibility was useless against area attacks. If he wanted to survive, he should have protected his own head. The enemy appears, charging with overwhelming force and a shining aura. The hit's so epic, it looks like it totally knocked him out. But then, when the bad guy tries to bounce, he spots something weird. Chains are all over Kim and his sword. With a frosty grin, the young dude's all, Guess you really are a total noob. The security boss goes ghost white. Now he gets it. The dude's last move wasn't to find him, but to trap him. The chains squeeze tighter. Kim's glaring, asking where he thought he was going, then yanks him back for a mega punch. In no time, the security boss and his crew are totally wrecked. Seizing the moment, the hero demands answers, wanting to know why a rank S player turned into a money-hungry villain. The guy, all beat up and salty, tells him to zip it, saying he'd be winning if it wasn't for the hero's meddling. That trash talk earns him a savage kick to the face. Kim's like, a bandit's mouth shouldn't run so wild. The kick sends him flying back a few meters. No chill. The young dude tells him to send a message to Narendra Nero. Help requests are flooding in, and with backup coming, he and his boss are toast. The guy laughs, spitting blood, saying the hero is just a newbie with zero clue about what's really going down. Those words leave him speechless for a second. Then, the scene flips to a hallway where an old dude with white hair and a short beard is sprinting to a command room. It's Seo Sangik, boss of the Alchemists Guild, one of the big 4 rank S squads. He bursts in, asking about the reinforcements for the east side of the building. He stresses that besides the guild's auction treasures, there are VIPs from New Korea there, and things could go south fast. Someone tries to chill him out, saying they whipped up an elite team with Park Sungjin leading the charge. They say it's a crack squad, ready to handle this kind of chaos. Sangik's still pressing for why they're lagging. He offers resources and people, saying his guild's got it covered. The other guy sighs, saying it's not about manpower or gear, it's about access. The baddies snag the portal control room at the east point, locking all teleport routes. So, all access portals are shut, but the authorities say it's under control. There are 2 rank S players there, Kim Tae-hyun, just leveled up, and among the baddies, only Narendra Nehru. As long as the portal's down, the 2 top fighters can handle it, maybe even take down Nehru. Then, a woman walks in, and, hearing that, says that's only true if the enemies are regular rank S. It's none other than the player Yua Yong. Meanwhile, the bad guy's grilling the hero, asking if he's heard of the Demon Pact ability. Kim's clueless. No idea what's up. It's Naru's scariest move, a ritual where he sacrifices stuff to summon demons matching the power of the offerings. Curious, the young dude wants to know what kind of sacrifice it takes. The enemy asks what else he could sacrifice besides people. Meanwhile, Yu and the crew are also chatting about Neru's skills. Realizing how strong he is, the room's in shock. Then, one of them mentions that hundreds of hostages are under the villain's thumb. An older guy adds that Neru's known as one of the strongest rank S players. If he really uses that many lives in his ritual, it's going to be a total disaster. While all this is going down, the hero's facing off with the security boss. Even while getting smacked around, the guy's laughing, saying Kim's luck ends here. Against Naru, he's toast. Taunting him, he asks if he'd rather kneel and watch the hostages get sacrificed, or fight a losing battle and crash and burn. In the hostage room, a goon tells the villain that Isaka Ryohei, and the hero who beat Ryohei and snagged the Phoenix Potion, vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Neru thinks that, unable to face him head-on, Kim's probably waiting for the association's backup. Then using his power, he sacrificed 2 hostages and declared that if the rival didn't show up, they'd drag him in by force. He also ordered the festival in the name of the gods to kick off. But before he could harm anyone, the room went pitch black. The henchmen, totally freaked out, were like, what's going on? Since the bomb had gone off ages ago. Even in the dark, Neru noticed all the hostages had vanished in a blink, which could only mean one thing. Moments later, the hero popped up behind him, swinging magical chains. With a swift move, he smacked the villain and, feeling all confident, thought he had it in the bag. But then, under Neru's cloak, snakes started sprouting from his head, ready to counterattack. They were fiery beasts that exploded like fireworks to protect their master. Despite the boom, Kim dodged just in time. Shocked, he was like, what kind of madness is this, hiding monsters in your head? Near the hostages, one asked if he was the player Kim and if he was there to save them. Terrified by the chaos, they yelled for help, saying the creatures popped up out of nowhere. Another promised a reward if he freed them, but the hero just said they were in the way and with his chains tossed them aside. Soon after, Naru's beasts charged. They seemed to land a massive hit, but the hero got away without a scratch. Using his magic again, he tried to pin the monsters down, but the spell was a dud. Even under pressure, the creatures fought back, leaving Kim stunned. Watching the clash, Neru let out a sarcastic laugh, calling the opponent naive. He explained his creations, born from the Demon Pact, were way different from any monster Kim had faced. Thanks to this power, he had total control over them, making them tougher and stronger than any regular enemy. And he added that just because Kim beat the head of security, he shouldn't think he could take on the gods. As the hostages watched, they saw the young dude was totally under pressure. One of them, annoyed, said the boy ignored their cries for help, did his own thing, and still couldn't beat any creature. Another, though, disagreed, telling them to pay more attention. He pointed to the battle and said thanks to the fighter, the monsters weren't even looking their way. Even cornered, he didn't back down and kept all threats away from the prisoners. Those who'd been tossed in the air were already safe, far from the fight. With tears in his eyes, one guy realized the warrior was trying to save them all along, and no one noticed. After his words, the group got all emotional, and everyone started crying, cheering for the hero. Shortly after, the fighter used his magical chains to get rid of the enemies. Fuming with anger, he yelled for everyone to zip it and stop bugging him. The room was stunned. No one could believe what they just heard. Soon after, the young dude said the hostages were just slowing him down, and those monsters seemed endless. The sight of those creatures was so gross it made him want to hurl. His words ticked off the prisoners, who started giving him the stink eye. Meanwhile, Nehru cracked up, asking if the opponent had already thrown in the towel. At that moment, the hero called for Park Geun-woong, who hadn't shown up yet, and told him to wrap it up. As soon as the ally stepped in, he surprised the terrorist leader, who wondered who that guy was and how long he'd been there. Geun-woong apologized for being late and warned that the real fight was about to kick off. A while back, when Kim beat the traitors, he told his buddy the escort squad was actually with the enemies. Surprised, Geun-woong wanted to know if all that went down while he was still outside, but the other said his problems were bigger. The portal control room was probably crawling with monsters. If it was just the creatures, it wouldn't be too hard, but they wouldn't just stand by and watch. Plus, the hostages could get hurt in the chaos. So, Kim explained he'd need his buddy's portal skills. Even wanting to help, Geun-woong said without knowing the exact spot, getting to the association was a no-go. The hero assured that wasn't a problem at all, as he only needed one thing, to wipe out all the monsters in the room. Back to now, the portal guy opened several magical rifts, sucking the creatures into them. Nehru's totally losing it, yelling and trying to figure out what's going on. Geun-woong's thinking back to when he first heard the plan, thought it was bonkers, but Kim made it work, somehow. With the plan working, the mage is all like, only the baddies left. Victory's so close he can taste it. But his buddy cuts him off, calls him by name and says his part's done. He tells him to grab the hostages and bounce as soon as possible. Even though he's not feeling it, the other dude wants to stay and fight, but the hero's like, nah, the enemy's a rank S player now, and from here on out, he can't protect anyone. While Geun-woong's getting the hostages out, the stage is set for the epic showdown between the hero and Nehru. The fight kicks off with the villain throwing explosions with his fiery snakes, but Kim's dodging like a pro. Then the enemy starts chucking rocks, trying to land a hit any way he can. Between attacks, he taunts the boy, asking if he really thinks he's rank S material, and if a kid like him can actually stop him. Then, he hits him with a fire serpent move, knocking him down hard. Laughing like a maniac, Nehru says it doesn't matter how many monsters he beats or lives he saves. If he can't beat him, it's all for nothing. With the hero down, the villain calls him a filthy unbeliever, and says that for his sins and trashing God's name, Kim's gotta pay with his life. He then orders his creatures to attack. About to get wrecked, the hero starts laughing and asks why all the yelling. Still on the ground, he taunts the enemy, saying Nehru's the one who's gonna meet Jesus. Then, a wave of energy bursts from him, the power he's been hiding the whole time. The sudden power-up leaves the enemy stunned, wondering if that massive power was hidden all along. Even shocked, the villain grins and admits the hero would make a top-notch sacrifice, but he's got his own tricks. Then, a coughing sound echoes, grabbing Kim's attention, and he sees 3 of Nehru's goons looking rough. Their bodies start falling apart while the sorcerer chants some ritual words. The sacrifice is done, and out of the shadows comes a bone dragon, glowing green and looking super menacing, a rank S beast. Meanwhile, Geun-woong's dealing with other goons to keep the hostages safe. During the fight, one bad guy asks who these people are. Another guesses they escaped from upstairs. The buddy says if they escaped from above, no biggie to take them out. But before they can act, their lives get sucked away for Nehru's ritual. Back in the main arena, the hero's feeling the heat from the massive dragon. Riding the beast, the villain boasts that dragons are the ultimate powerhouses. In a panic, the hero throws a chain to the ceiling and swings up, trying to dodge the attack. Not knowing where that monster came from, he barely reacts before it smacks him with its tail, slamming him into the wall. Furious, Nehru yells for him to just die already. Trying to fight back, the young hero blasts the dragon, but it does nothing. The beast fires back with green flames, wrecking a big chunk of the building. Seeing the chaos, the terrorists shocked. Even after that massive blast, Kim's still kicking, hanging onto the walls with his chains, the fighter's barely standing, covered in cuts and totally wiped out. Through the pain, he thinks about how strong the enemy is. Shocked he couldn't block even one hit, even using his predation ability to the max. He wonders for a second if such crazy power is really just rank S. Still, he figures if he keeps hanging in there, he might turn things around, since Nehru's looking pretty worn out. The villain, laughing, calls him a filthy unbeliever again and claims he can read his mind. He says that realizing a head-on fight's pointless. The hero's just stalling, which, he says, isn't a bad move, but totally useless against him. Then, the sorcerer sends the dragon towards the hostages, ready to wipe them out in one go. The impact shakes the building, making part of it crumble. Shortly after, the rescue squad gets the emergency portal stable, linking it to the east side of the building. A lady warns that New South Korea is the only place with portal access, and even for a top player, crossing now is super risky. The warrior, though, snaps back, saying that's nonsense and the real danger is where the boy's battling right now. Convinced, he declares they're diving in through the east side ASAP to wipe out the remaining baddies and save their crew. On the flip side, the hostages attacked by the dragon are still breathing, a total miracle moment. In front of them, the main dude stands strong, facing the beast to keep them safe. Amidst chuckles, Neru jokes he saw this coming and says the hero's gonna be toast. Seeing the defenders struggling, one of the survivors yells for him not to sweat it about the group, and asks what's the point of winning if he ends up losing his own life. The buddy's words hit home, and the main guy gets that he's right. Unable to win head-on, the only move is to push Neru to the edge, but giving up? Not happening. Determined to keep going, he starts brainstorming a way to save the hostages. While searching for a plan, a distant voice chimes in, saying it can't stand watching this anymore. Surprised, the young dude spins around, but all he sees is his ally's body lying still on the ground. Suddenly, something wild happens. His energy goes through a crazy change. The system shows the protection rank is getting a temporary boost, jumping to level A. Soon, the power breaks its own limits, and his body starts to buckle under the predation overload. Confused, he tries to figure out what's going on. His stats are skyrocketing, and the ability, once rank A, now hits level S. The sudden energy burst turns the place into a dark scene, forcing Neru to back off, puzzled by what he's seeing. As the player's power keeps climbing, the system says predation can't be turned off. Amidst intense pain, he starts twisting, wondering if the ability's gone rogue. Remembering the mysterious voice, he wonders if the king was behind this power-up. As his body starts to crumble, he thinks about the irony. Dying so pointlessly after all he's been through. Still, he vows not to let it end so easily. Even trying to fight back, his body won't cooperate, and he drops motionless on the ground. Watching the scene, the enemy wonders if the boy triggered the loss of control on purpose. At that moment, a massive energy fills the place, making Neru pause. The intensity is so wild that the villain can't figure out how the guy's still breathing, especially since the ability stayed active after he fainted. Stunned, the sorcerer yells, outraged, how a filthy unbeliever dared so much. He declares that if the boy wants to die challenging a god, then he'll do the honors. He charges with the dragon at the opponent, but a blast of energy hits the beast, ripping off one of its legs. The impact leaves him stunned. Something's definitely changed. When he looks up, he sees the young guy still standing. Around the building, dozens of massive monsters appear, full of rage. Kim Tae-hyun lets out a dry laugh, remembering when the man called himself a god. Freaked out, Neru asks who this figure is before him, because he doesn't recognize the boy he was facing moments ago. Without a hint of emotion, the hero says the old man shouldn't worry, because he's already toast. Then, he activates a new ability and delivers a crushing blow that hits both the sorcerer and his dragon. In the next moment, Kim's mind shatters, taking him into his own subconscious. Chained up, he checks out his tough skin and frozen limbs, wondering if he's turning to stone or something. A demonic entity rises before him. Amidst groans of pain, he claims those were his abilities, which makes the creature laugh, mocking him. The creature spills that the power was never his, and to have it, he'd need to pay the price of what it eats up. The demon then moves in, ready to chow down on him. Suddenly, the young dude wakes up falling out of bed, gasping for air. Confused, he wonders if it was all just a nightmare. Looking at himself, he sees he's totally fine. Even his right arm, which had collapsed from too much energy use, is all good. At that moment, Sung Jin walks into the room. While they're munching on lunch, he spills the tea that the house was set up by the Association and the Alchemists as a chill spot after the whole terrorist drama. He drops the bomb that Ryohei got nabbed, and even though the attack was huge, loads of people made it out okay. He also shares that Kim's fam already swung by to see him. The dude adds that medical checkups showed nothing weird and he stuck around because he was worried about the miners. The young guy, still deep in thought, breaks the silence to say he remembers blacking out during the showdown with Ofid Oro. Then he turns to his buddy and asks, so, what really went down after that? After Neru gets owned, one of the civilians, still dazed, wonders what that creepy thing did to the main dude. Kim Tae-hyun flexes his power, and the guy starts coughing up blood. Right after, the demon gives a creepy grin and says it's gonna bounce for now, then the young dude just drops unconscious. A bit later, Sung Jin and his crew roll up and see there are survivors. One of the ladies mentions everyone seems just knocked out, no major injuries. But both the miners and Ofid Aro vanished like a ghost. Holding the young dude's body, the investigators all like, what really went down here? Later, Sung Jin reports that the survivors only remember the young dude trying to stop Ofid Uro, but none of them recall the battle details, like something messed with their memories. Standing up, the guy figures it might have been the miners' doing. Before bouncing, Sung Jin tells the boy to chill and promises to hit him up when he gets more deets. Alone, the main dude thinks about his arm's weird healing, which went kaput from too much energy, and wonders if Ophid Uro got hit with the same thing. Soon after, Sung Jin pops back in, saying there's another visitor. Lim Ah-young walks in with a fruit basket, plopping it on the table. Looking worried, she asks if the young dude's okay, cause she heard he got hurt but still saved a bunch of people during the terrorist mess, taking on 2 rank S baddies. In a fit of frustration, she crushes an apple in her hand and warns the boy not to get too cocky. Surprised, Kim asks why she's there. Blushing, Ah-young says she just came to visit a patient and checking him out, questions that epic vibe around him. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. The young dude turns, curious to see who's there, and boom, Sis walks in. Ah-young, all confused, demands to know what the woman's doing there and how she got the house's code. Chill as ever, Sis says the code was given by the association. Without a fuss, she walks over and grabs the main dude, making Ah-young freak out, accusing her of breaking the law since the boy's still a minor. Feeling awkward, Kim steps back and asks why the surprise visit. The intruder calmly says she's just there to see a patient and brought a gift. Then, she asks if the young dude plans to join the Asian-friendly games and warns him, despite his Eastern Point wins, he's only 30th in public merit, needing a big boost to hit the top 5. With a confident grin, Sis says she plans to hook him up with access to the double dungeon. Meanwhile, in some far-off, mysterious place, a guy's wondering where Ophid Uro is. A sidekick says there's no word yet and asks if they should tell the boss, but the big guy shrugs it off, saying the mission's done, and he's just a hired hand. Soon after, a big ship catches a small boat. The captain orders them to give up, but the boat gets wrecked in a flash by the same mysterious guy, who looks out at the horizon and comments, intrigued, how interesting the main dude seems to him. At the Nightwalker Guild HQ, everyone's hyped, cause Kim Tae-hyun's gonna join the next raid. Sis points out that even though the young dude's got the rights to the raid, the guild's still in charge of item splits and team setups. The young dude's shocked to find out the gift was actually the opening of the Temple of Fire, the gateway to the Blazing Flame, the second double dungeon found in the country. Before the rewind, the Nightwalker crew did the same raid but took some major L's. Thinking about the risks, the boost in public merit, and the chance to level up were super tempting. Even so, Kim's sure that with all the backup and experience, this raid shouldn't flop. About 300 members gear up for the mission, but surprise, surprise, only he and Sis are diving in. Intrigued, he asks why, and she casually drops the bomb that it's a date. As they step through the portal, she's totally wowed by the view. A massive crater opens up before them. She notes the vibe is way different from a regular dungeon and wonders if all doubles are like this. The guy says, at least in the apocalyptic one he visited, it was similar, and warns her to watch out for traps and sneaky creatures. Just as he finishes, a tentacle pops out of the crater and snatches Yu Ah-young, pulling her into the abyss. The dude sprints to save her, already expecting something wild like this in that world. But when he dives in, he sees she's already taken down the creature that grabbed her. Still, deeper in the crater, more beasts are lurking. Even with the danger, Yu Ah-young's fearless, charging ahead and wiping out monsters with her powers. Her strength leaves him totally impressed. She's taking down rank A creatures with just one hit. He's shocked he didn't realize she was this skilled and decides to step up his game too. After the fight, she lets out a relieved sigh for beating the danger. Kim Tae-hyun thinks, even though the enemies were tough, they were no real challenge for her. Soon she hands him the warrior's ring, saying it'll help his guild too. She adds she could hook him up with more items if he joins the squad. Curious, he asks why she didn't give him the ring before the fight. Then, he warns they should be extra careful now, as they've reached the dungeon's core. Before them, a gigantic egg appears. Kim says he's sure the dungeon boss is chilling inside and suggests gathering intel first. But Ah-young just goes for it and smashes it with one hit. The explosion lights up the cave and he rushes to check if she's okay. With a mysterious smile, she says she's fine, adding the enemy seemed like a lower rank S, though she didn't expect to crack the egg so easily. Suddenly, a bright light bursts from the cocoon and a voice echoes, calling them interesting guests. Soon, a phoenix rises from the ashes, a creature with insane regeneration and almost unkillable. Kim backs up, realizing this is the real dungeon boss. He warns Ah-young to be careful as the monster can control minds. But it's too late. She charges at him, under the phoenix's spell. He dodges her attacks and uses his demonic powers to hold her back, begging her to snap out of it. In response, she fires an energy sphere, making him retreat. The phoenix watches, laughing and mocking their human foolishness. Magical chains wrap around her, trapping her, while he declares he's found the one who wiped out the Nightwalker Guild. Then, he knocks her out with a physical blow. Kim says she needs to get her senses back before waking up, though it might not matter if he takes out the creature. The phoenix laughs, asking if he enjoyed its game. Furious, he says he'll make it meet its maker. Carrying Ah-young, he tries to escape, but the fiery beast blocks him, asking what he thinks he's doing. He throws a dagger, but it goes right through the flames, doing nothing. The creature explains it's literally fire and arrogantly says no mortal can beat it. Then it starts wrecking the cave, turning everything into chaos. Even with the destruction, Kim notices the bird's regeneration is off the charts, beyond any normal phoenix. Plus, it can grow huge, a skill that makes it even more monstrous. Thinking it might be a great phoenix, a mutant with powers beyond regular monsters, he gets how serious this is. If he's right, he's got no shot without using the predation ability. But remembering the last time makes him hesitate, knowing the risk of losing control again. Still, he knows he can't win any other way. Just then, Yoo Ah-hyung wakes up, confused, asking what's going on. He tells her to stay put, but she insists she won't fall under mind control again. They bicker for a second until the phoenix charges, annoyed they're not paying attention. Kim drops the chains, freeing his buddy so they can tag team the fight. Before jumping back into action, he gives her a heads up not to get mind controlled again. She thanks him for the heads up, which makes the creature even madder, like, how dare these humans challenge me? Kim Tae-hyun steps up, boosting the whole squad's stats. Then Yoo Ah-hyung's all, time to shine, and hits the phoenix with a mega punch. The scene leaves everyone, especially the main dude, totally shook. Next, she goes full Amazon spirit transformation, hitting berserk mode, flipping her mana flow to supercharge her skills. Not many dare to go berserk, cause it can mess you up, but she nails it, even if just for a bit. With pinpoint aim, she hurls her spear, leaving a gnarly wound on the creature. Before the bird can heal, she rushes in with a combo. A punch, then a kick, knocking it down. Wiped out, Ah-hyung faints right after. Seeing his chance, the phoenix is all, time to finish her, but magic chains pop up and trap it again. Watching this, Kim's like, no way, she just broke its region with that power. Carrying her, he says, sorry, but I'm taking the final shot. Outside the portal, everyone's biting their nails. The duo's delay cranks up the tension, especially since the guildmaster's known for being a bit reckless. Soon, the guy steps out with the knocked out warrior, announcing the Temple of Fire's been cleared. The internet blows up with rumors that Yoo Ah-hyung's dating the hero. Mortified, she's like, what does that even mean? How'd this leak from a private raid? One nervous teammate's like, keeping it secret was tough, while another sheepishly admits, I only told a few friends. With a sly grin, she's like, guess we're all going down together then. Later, the guild leader strolls in, mentioning he heard she went berserk. The answer's in the silence. The room's trashed, along with the rumor spreaders. As they walk, Ah-hyung explains she trained to control berserk, so a minute was easy peasy. The guy asks if she learned anything about Kim Tae-hyun's skills. She says after she fainted, the dude soloed the Great Phoenix, which says it all. She adds he's diving deeper into the abyssal depths. Shocked, the guy's like, dude's leveling up fast. Ah-hyung muses that most players chill after hitting a certain level. But Kim, he's all about maxing out, using every trick in the book. She wonders what's driving him so hard. Her buddy guesses it's love for his country, wanting to see it thrive with monsters everywhere. But she shakes her head, saying that dream's a no-go. Deep in the abyss, two people chill on thrones surrounded by bodies. The guy up front's like, from now on we're linked, I'm the Archduke of the Abyss. The kneeling one thanks him, vowing to become the strongest ever. Soon after, Kim Tae-hyun steps through the abyss portal, saying it's his first time back since the reset. A dude shows up to greet him, introducing himself as Paulo Becker from the World Players Association, managing the Abyssal Depths District. Paulo says it's Kim's first time there, confirming it with him. He suggests hiring some explorers as guides or mercs. He also mentions the association's set-up player zones, safe spots for camping and support during exploration. Still, he warns the deeper districts are super dangerous, with monster ambushes lurking. Even after the heads up, the main dude's like, nah, I'm good. Right then, a massive worm bursts from the ground, but the guy takes it out in one hit. Chill as ever, he tells Paulo not to sweat it. He's just out for a stroll. He takes a deep breath, glad to see no one else is around. After taking down the Great Phoenix in the Temple of Fire, our hero finally hits the jackpot with 200 magic points, just enough to fire up the demonic contract. But plot twist, the ability that was supposed to control creatures now has a new trick up its sleeve. Portal making. Kim Tae-hyun's all like, is this another predation side effect? But hey, who needs a monster army when you can have one epic beast, right? So, he grabs the amplifying stone, cranks up his magic power, and boom, the contract's live, and the gate's opening. Stepping through, he finds himself in a massive castle chilling in the abyss. He's like, whoa, never heard of this place, trying to figure out where he's landed. Out of nowhere, 3 demons pop up and go all boom boom, but our dude's still standing strong. They back off when they spot his dagger, whispering about how dangerous it is. Checking them out, he realizes they're succubi, demons that mess with your mind and drain your energy. Knowing the threat, he goes on the offensive, thinking if they're the contract's targets, he needs to beat them to seal the deal. But these demons are slippery, dodging like pros. They laugh, saying taming him would be tough, and start casting their spells. He's frozen, and one teases that no man can resist her charm. Before she can finish, Kim grabs her and slams her down hard. The others are shook as he orders them to kneel, and they do, like magic. One's like, how's a human resisting our mind games? He coolly says being into monsters is weird, then suggests a summoning contract. He remembers 2 ways to bond. give them what they want or overpower them. Thinking he can boss some creatures around, he tries to seal the pact, but surprise, that's not the spell's real goal. He's floored by the revelation. Suddenly, a swarm of succubi surrounds him, giggling about gifting him to their queen. Inside the castle, bodies hang from thorny vines, and a maid tells the queen about the mortal intruder. The queen's all laughs, ready for some fun. Soon, an explosion rocks the fortress, with succubi chasing the invader, trying to charm him. But our boy fights back, using his demonic skills to block spells and take down all the baddies. Seeing the chaos, he figures if these demons aren't the contract's target, then it's gotta be someone who controls them, the queen. A servant shows up, eyeing him, and invites him in, saying her lady's expecting him. Later, he's in the throne room. The queen greets him with a smug grin, introducing herself as Rosaria, mother of all succubi. The contract spirit confirms she's the ritual's target, meaning the summoning pack's a go. She repeats her name, trying to etch it into his brain. He's surprised she speaks human, rare for abyss creatures. Rosaria notices and smiles, saying she was once human, so she gets his language. Her classy talk just makes her seem even more unique. With a teasing tone, she asks why he's here, hinting at carnal desires. Kim's quick to deny, saying he's here for a summoning pact. She laughs, mocking him, saying a mortal can't pull that off, but he should dream on. Then, Rosaria attacks, but he's ready, blocking her move with his power. She retreats briefly, then comes back swinging with rapid strikes. He dodges and counters, turning the fight into a deadly dance with the succubus queen. In a swift move, he charges at the queen, gearing up for another attack. His chains snap midair, leaving him totally gobsmacked by the scene. The woman cracks up, finding it hilarious, and then snaps her fingers, and something wild starts happening. Suddenly, the dude feels like he's sinking, like he's being swallowed by a never-ending abyss. The scenery flips, and bam! He's staring at far-off buildings. Confused, Kim Taehyun tries to flex his powers but realizes they're not vibing with the gear. Plus, he notices the space around him is all warped, like he's in another dimension. Slowly, he figures this has gotta be some kind of illusion. Still, he wants to know when he got caught up in this spell. While he's trying to figure it out, the queen's watching him from a distance with a frosty grin, saying he was hypnotized from the get-go, that's why he was always under her thumb. Stuck in the hallucination, the guy's swimming in a sea of liquid, trying to break free. Suddenly, the scene flips again. The place morphs, showing a memory from his childhood. Him, younger, all hyped, telling his parents he wants to be awakened too. His parents look at him with love, and his mom says the most important thing is to be happy and healthy. Young Kim watches that memory with a nostalgic grin. He remembers how his parents were always like that, simple, loving, and more into his happiness than any fame or status. But the sweet moment crashes when the scene twists and the family car's in flames. In seconds, everything's wrecked before his eyes, and he can only watch, helpless. Images of his rough past flash by, one after another. These memories have haunted him for ages. The young man thinks he didn't awaken earlier because he lacked strength, not physical, but emotional. He never had the guts to face daily pain. Still, what stung the most was realizing that instead of helping others, he dragged everyone who supported him into the same mess. His parents always wanted him happy, but to get there, he needed power. At that moment, the vision shatters, and reality kicks back in. The system alerts that an ability's been detected and confirms the queen's hypnosis is active. Determined to fight back, the young man tries to react, but it flops. As a result, his stats take a nosedive. The energy chain's toast and the rest of the skills are locked too. He's got one shot left, predation. Without a second thought, he fires up the ability. Instantly, the haunting memories vanish, like they're being eaten from the inside. Watching the scene, Rosaria's surprised, saying it's impressive he's still kicking after all that. But she spots something odd. Some memories show older versions of him, and others totally different outcomes in the same timeline. Curious, she figures he's got deep secrets and wants to dig into what he's hiding. While watching, the queen starts laughing, but then shock hits her face. A blinding light fills the hall, and a mysterious figure steps out of the glow. Seeing him, Rosaria thinks it's the king, but the image crumbles in seconds. Behind it, the main guy appears, and coolly says the woman was snooping in someone else's memories. A risky hobby, he reckons. With a strong voice, he tells her again to accept the summoning pact. Rosaria watches, stunned, not getting how he busted out of her illusion. Still, she calls him a fool and mocks him, asking if he thinks he can beat her with that toy. Kim says there's only one way to find out, by giving it a shot. The demoness grins, calling his bluff. In a flash, she grabs him and, to his shock, says she'll accept the pact. Then she sinks her teeth into his neck. The system instantly confirms the conditions are met. The contract's sealed. The main guy's ability gets tweaked, and a new skill, hypnosis, is logged. Soon after, Kim's body drops and he blacks out. The queen watches him for a bit, and, with a mysterious smile, wishes him sweet dreams. After all, she just picked him. Shortly after, time kicks back in, and Kim wakes up to someone calling him. The guy next to him asks if he's okay, relieved to see him awake and safe. Confused, Kim asks where he is. Paolo explains it's the player's zone, and he found him out cold during a patrol. Checking things out, the young man figures Rosalia brought him there. Looking at his status, he spots a new skill, hypnosis. He then starts to carefully check his stats, confirming it was all real, not a dream. So, Kim's got this wild technique now, right? Dude can take on armies, especially when he calls up Suku. But there's this mystery bugging him. Why did Rosalia flip her script so fast? He remembers her last words, wishing him good night and dropping hints about the king. Then, boom, Paolo's on the line, asking about Kim's next move. He suggests hiring a pro player as a guide. Kim's all, chill bro, I got this, planning to catch some Z's before heading home. Next scene, we're in a hospital. A girl just got the all clear. Someone rolls up to say congrats and asks if she's feeling better. She grins, saying she's not just good, she schooled some folks. The convo takes a twist. The person spills some tea. The main dude's back from the abyss. She's shook like, whoa, that was fast. The guy explains the place is called the Tomb of Rank S for a reason, but the real kicker? The dude bumped into Kang, a big shot guild leader. Back to Kim, facing Kang. Kang's like, yo, it's me, and throws down a duel challenge. Kim clocks him instantly, knowing he's the top tank in New Korea, a total beast. Kang charges, but a woman steps in, scolding him for being reckless. She warns he could get booted from the spot and insists he apologize. She introduces herself as the leader's secretary, saying they're there to recruit Kim, even if the approach was a bit aggressive. She says if Kim's down to join, no duel needed. Kim's like, you trying to strong-arm me? She half admits it, but says it's a sweet deal. Plus, he'd get to join the Asian Exhibition Games, and the guild's got mad abyss skills, offering merit points to sweeten the pot. Kim's quiet, mulling it over. Kang chimes in, saying if words were enough, Kim would have joined ages ago, but Kim's like, nah, changed my mind. Kang's curious, asking if that means Kim's in. Kim fires back, saying if Kang wants him, he better prove it in a fight. Kang's all hyped up now. Scene switch to an arena, reporters buzzing around Kim, asking why he took the duel. Kim's not feeling the chaos, stays mum. Then, a mystery woman pops up, asking for a chat. He recognizes her, holding her hand, saying it's been ages since they last met. She smiles, remembering their player test days. The girl watching is surprised Kim remembers her. Kim lets go, saying they can catch up later. He's got Kang to deal with, so he bounces. Up the stairs, there's Kang, ready to rumble. Kim's grinning, the fight's about to kick off. The announcer lays down the rules. Make the other guy kneel to win. Kang's ready to test Kim's skills. As soon as the signal's given, Kim unleashes his power, thinking the spirit of the Night King can drop even an S-class beast in one hit. No way Kang can match that speed, right? But Kang's quick too. He sees the move, saying it's decent but not enough. In a flash, he's behind Kim, landing a hit. Kim dodges, but Kang's relentless, throwing another punch. Kim tries to block, but Kang's pressure is intense. A kick lands on Kim's face. Kang's pumped, complimenting Kim's agility, teasing that he'll level that up, and taunts, curious how Kim plans to win like this. Kim fires back, saying unless there's a beast hiding behind that power, making him kneel ain't gonna be easy. The veteran chuckles, saying someone cornered still has the nerve to yap too much, really testing his patience. In the stands, the crowd's going wild, the clash heats up, and Kang's gearing up for his final move, known to be a total game changer, almost impossible to dodge. From above, a girl watching the fight says she's stoked to see this showdown. Next to her, a guy notes if the main dude loses, he's gotta join Kang's crew. She nods but thinks maybe they should have stopped the duel. She explains the leader's got the blessing of animals, mimicking beastly strength, making Kim's win a long shot. Still, the spectator disagrees. From what she saw, the young dude's got strength matching his rival. Meanwhile, Kang's attack is full throttle, and the crowd's holding its breath for the big hit. But then, plot twist. In seconds, the feared warrior's down. The crowd's shook. The guy who never kneeled is now on the ground. Many are yelling for a rematch, saying the result's bogus. As the noise echoes, Kang stays quiet, thinking about the loss. Kim, though, is pumped his new skill worked like a charm. The guild leader, bummed, admits he really lost. The rival used a mind trick, a slip-up he never saw coming. Soon, Kang calls for quiet. He says he doesn't know what power that was, but he owns up. Losing's on him, and the result stands. He dares anyone unhappy to step up. From the stands, the girl watches, wowed by Kim's skills. Telling the guy next to her, she says to make him kneel like that, the young dude's gotta be something else, always surprising her. Shortly after, the loser walks up to the winner. Kim offers his hand, saying it was a solid fight. Kang, still catching his breath, asks if he planned to win like that all along. The other says, in some cases, yeah. Annoyed, the leader sighs but takes the handshake. He remembers the promise and asks if he wants cash or some rare item as a prize. Kim grins, saying the offer's tempting, but that's not what he's after. Curious, Kang asks what he wants then. The main guy reveals, straight up, he wants the Minotaur's labyrinth. The reveal leaves the guy totally stunned by what just went down. Sometime later, the scene flips to a new spot. A guy asks if the topic's the Minotaur's labyrinth, getting a quick yes. The other explains it's the entrance to the Abyss dungeon, packed with traps and tricky paths, needing someone with mad detection skills. Even though it's just the start of the Abyss, tons of guilds and rank S players have tried to beat it, all failing. The guild with raid rights is about to try again, this time super low-key. Curious, the guy asks how Kim knew about it and if he's ready. The other says, though a bit stressed, not much can be done. The Abyss is wild, and all they can do is trust those brave enough to take it on. He admits with a small grin, if he were younger, he'd join the adventure too. His main worry though isn't the dungeon's difficulty, but the people involved. He really hopes his fears don't come true. Just then, a rushed group contacts the president, apologizing for the interruption and saying there's urgent news. They reveal the Japanese Hunters Association reached out. A young guy, puzzled, asks why, thinking the issue was sorted. Soon, a woman explains the saint sent an invite to the player known as Kim. Shortly after, the story shifts to the control room of the association's big gate, where a countdown kicks off. Amidst all the chaos, the main guy watches silently, catching every detail. As soon as the order's given, the whole crew charges toward the portal. The next scene's inside it, an epic battle unfolds. Kim takes down monsters without flinching, showing off strength and skill. A guy shows up, impressed by the skills, and asks if the hunter digs the weapon he gave him. The other says it's not bad, but he had to send his main blade for repairs. The dude's all hyped, saying he's got some juicy secrets to spill if the young guy joins the guild. Joining the raid? Total game changer. But using it as a reward for a bet? Nah, not cool. Kim's like, thanks, but are we really diving into the Minotaur's labyrinth? He's thinking, yo, for the past 30 years, everyone's failed. Without some epic hacks, this is a no-go. Then, boom, this confident girl rolls up, telling him to chill. She's all, everyone here's at least rank B, taking down monsters like it's nothing. Plus, the guild's vice leader is a pro at spotting and disarming traps, and they found some major clues about the labyrinth's layout. Kim's all ears, thinking this can only mean one thing. Then the other guy's like, yep, found a giant Minotaur's corpse deep down, with those same circle tats from the labyrinth. Touching the corpse? Poof, it turns to dust. Leaving just the horn, they're thinking they can track the creature back to its lair with their skills. Later, the scene flips. Kim's crew is sneaking through dark halls, heading for the labyrinth's end. They're staring down this massive Minotaur statue, its eyes locked on them. One adventurer's like, where's the dungeon boss? And the buddy's like, maybe we gotta finish the statue's horn. Then, the secretary shows up with the artifact they found. Kim's watching, realizing it's all playing out like his past life. He's gotta see what's next. The guy fits the horn into the statue and the squad's pumped. They're about to crack the labyrinth after 30 years. But then, plot twist. A weird energy zaps through the place, and the statue morphs into a giant skeleton. The team's shook, realizing the whole scene's changed. They're somewhere totally new. While they're trying to figure it out, the story jumps again. Kim's chill, thinking it's all going as planned. Outside, someone's flipping through an old book, saying they've seen something about this mission. He's all serious, saying the main guy joined the labyrinth team. The dude's like, we could shut this down now. But the young guy's like, nah, don't stop it. It's the perfect shot. Villains snuck into Hyde's team, even some rank A. There's 20 of them. Even someone as epic as the main guy has limits, so how do you handle hidden baddies while moving through the labyrinth? Still, he's kinda hyped about it. The scene jumps back inside the labyrinth. A voice is like, let's do intros, and a girl steps up saying she's Miranda, a rank B player. Suddenly Kim's like, nope, and kicks her, calling her a villain. He's the youngest rank S hunter and everyone's curious about him. Some see him as a hero, like a guild master, always on the front lines. Others think he's a saint, saving civilians, totally opposite to someone so cold. But no one doubts he's a legend. One buddy's shocked, asking why the attack. Kim's all chill, saying she's a criminal, no worries. The young guy's like, lies, and pulls out his weapon, firing. Kim dodges easily, sticking to his claim. The opponent's not buying it, sure Miranda's loyal. They've been through a lot together. Betrayal? No way. Kneeling by her, he tries to wake her, but gets a punch and a don't touch her. Then, a squad of adventurers backs Kim up. The attacks don't faze him. He dodges them all, sizing up the scene. He spots 3 villains and decides to take them down in one go. The woman's back on her feet, ready to fight, thinking it's all super weird. She's all, dude, I've been living with these guys forever and never noticed anything weird. How did you figure it out? He just shrugs. Chill, it doesn't matter why. But plot twist, the hunter's actually back from the future. She's not impressed. Without a second thought, she charges at him, throwing a punch he barely dodges. Then her crew jumps in, but Kim's got moves, dodging like a pro. Out of nowhere, magical chains pop up, trapping 2 baddies, but she's still standing, ready to rumble. The hunter sees her next move coming and strikes before she can blink. She's shocked, like, whoa, where'd that power come from? Her nails are like poison, causing all sorts of nasty stuff, but even an S-class player couldn't dodge it. She remembers scratching him earlier, yet he's totally fine. Kim's all calm, apologizes, and says that poison's got nothing on him. She backs off, scared, but then, bam, he lands the final hit. Time skips, scene change. Elsewhere in the maze, a guy's watching, jaw dropped, at the hunter and the knocked out woman. She's mad, starts throwing insults, but Kim's like, no time for games, let's do something fun. He whips out his hypnosis skill. Under the spell, he starts grilling her about the infiltrators. She spills everything. 20 spies, some rank S, aiming to mess up the labyrinth raid. Scene switch again. Somewhere else, flowers are splattered with what looks like ketchup. The secretary's staring, totally shocked. Turns out they were trying to take out that guy from before. Scene flips back to the hero, next to the still-out cold woman. Sieg's thinking, now there are 5 rank S villains, but he only remembered 3 before he came back. There was also a gate-breaking incident, hinting the future's changing. He figures it's all because he returned. Kim's like, anyway, we know their plan, let's regroup. They head to the main squad. As they go, the other guy's still in disbelief about Miranda being a villain. He wonders if the hero knew all along. On the way, Kim notices the exit seems easier than expected. The place looks different, but it's still the maze. There's gotta be a way to another section, but with all these portals, who knows where they'll end up. Still, he's sure they'll find the crew by going through enough doors. Mid-walk, his buddy breaks the silence, asking why not spill the beans to everyone. If he'd told Master Tagilda about the spies, maybe the mess wouldn't have happened. They lock eyes in silence. The hero finally says it's dumb to think it was all on him. Plus, that guy already knew the whole deal. Scene change again. Elsewhere, a warrior's facing a hostile gang. Frustrated, he's like, what's your deal? This game is way out of hand. Before he can act, the secretary steps in, trying to calm things down. But an adventurer jumps in, blocking her. The leader sees it and dives to protect her, barely believing his eyes. Looking worn out, he mutters, it's like a real nightmare. Worried, the secretary asks if he's hurt, but he tells her to back off. He's got this. He activates his power, and the fight's back on. She insists she can fight too, but he tells her she's not ready for this enemy. One fighter watching backs her up. She's right, the leader can't protect anyone right now. These foes never hid their strength. Suddenly, the magical lantern he's holding shatters, releasing some unknown creature. The enemy says everyone here's at least rank A, and 4 are class S. The whole plan was to take him out. Surprised, he admits they were well prepared and regrets trusting his own judgment too much. The other dudes all chill, saying not to sweat it. The Shadow Guild's been scheming this attack for ages, and no way some clueless fool would catch on. Fuming, the master gets it. The hero was spot on. He warned about some baddies plotting to off him. Back then, he thought it was all cap. But now, it's all too real. He's all confused, asking who else knew the plan and why nobody did squat. The answer's blunt. A real bro never doubts his crew, and as a leader he should have trusted his squad. The traitors are cracking up, roasting him for being so gullible. They're all like, they always knew he was a clown and wonder how long they worked for a total noob. The secretary's fuming, scolding him for not even checking the deets on those guys. Right then, a nearby magic skull goes off, launching a deadly attack. The dude barely dodges it. The enemy's laughing, sarcastically thanking him for his dumb trust, letting them plan his doom. But the warrior's not having it. He fires up his skills and hits back with a killer move, taking down the traitor. Before wrapping up the attack, he drops the mic, saying the real clown wasn't him. Scene switch. Elsewhere, a young dude's all shocked, asking if Dagda knew everything. Kim just goes all ice cold, saying if he knew the facts, no need for dumb questions. Scene switch again, and the hero's facing Kang. With a cheeky grin, he asks if Kang still plans to leave him hanging, just like before. Kang stands tall, asking if the hero thinks he's seen all his power. He says he trusts the young dude's skills, but makes it clear he never promised an easy ride. With a daring smile, he goes, now it's just how you wanted. Turns out, the previous crew got totally wrecked. The young guy next to him is shook by the whole thing. Then Kim steps through the portal and bumps into the same dude from before. The guy asks if he saw the other team, and the hunter's like, nah, he was too busy with his own stuff. Curious, the dude asks what his next move is but hesitates. With a bummed out look, he admits he needs to bounce for now. There are still baddies on the loose, and even if they hit the end of the maze, the boss hasn't shown up yet. As embarrassing as it sounds, the only way out is a tactical retreat before things get worse. He apologizes to the hero, saying none of this would have happened if he wasn't so stubborn. Kim's all chill, saying recognizing the mistake is enough. The other guy's annoyed, saying he went all out to apologize but still gets the cold shoulder. Watching him, Kim thinks even though he got no credit and wasted time, he still made the right call. Plus, he shared key intel about the baddies to help with the maze raid. Soon after, the secretary shows up, saying everyone should gather to find the exit. The hero thinks his only solid info is about the raid itself. If the future keeps changing, he might lose control. So, this time, the other dude seems ready to give up. The woman asks if they ran into monsters or traps in other areas. Kim's surprised by the question. The buddy explains they crossed different zones but luckily found nothing sketchy, making them think they could leave safely. The hunter's suspicious. He wonders why there were no traps or baddies. In his experience, transition zones are always packed with obstacles and monsters. This time, though, it's way too chill. He figures he needs to find out why, because without enemies or traps, there's no way the crew could have reached the maze boss before the reset. Right then, he gets a hunch. Everyone turns, freaked out by a nearby presence. One of the guys asks what's up ahead. A massive creature's staring them down. Soon, the maze boss shows up, a minotaur with a giant axe. With one swing, it smacks the group, sending them flying. The reset doors smashed in the impact. The ally tries to help the hunter up, but he refuses, saying he knows the score and needs to act. Both fire up their skills at the same time, charging into battle. The hand-to-hand fight kicks off, and their attacks clash with epic force. The monster tries to fight back, but the warriors dodge just in time. Suddenly, the creature's forehead lights up, and a giant skeleton creeps out of the shadows. The dude warns it's an S-rank baddie, and when Kim looks back, more freaky creatures are popping up. The secretary, totally freaked out, asks what's going on. The creatures just appeared out of nowhere. Then, a voice booms through the place, talking about those who dared to mess with its nap. The entity says it'll handle everything at once and orders the invaders to move forward. Suddenly, the monster army charges at the two survivors, who, super tired, brace for the worst. But, in a flash, the squad leader pops back and smashes some of the minotaurs. Meanwhile, the main dude helps out, freezing other enemies. After the signal, the buddy casts a mega spell and blasts it at the creatures, taking out a bunch. With a grin, he says the result was better than expected, but then his face drops when he spots something ahead that leaves him totally shocked, even super hurt. The monsters are still kicking, and with mean looks, they turn on the group. Suddenly, a burst of energy zooms toward the warrior, who dodges it by a hair and counterattacks with a perfect punch. The hit, though, seems pointless. Watching closely, the guy realizes the minotaurs have healing powers, bouncing back almost instantly. Soon, a new wave of creatures shows up, surrounding them. With the threats piling up, he figures there's only one way out. Take down the leader to stop the cycle and end the fight for good. Even so, he's not sure how to do it. He could attack, but he can't fight and protect the secretary and the main dude at the same time. The only shot at winning is a team attack, but he's torn, knowing his choice will decide everyone's fate. Right then, a flashback hits him. He remembers an old mentor's words, who once said that no matter how strong he was, in a duel, the association would always have to step in. If he wanted to accept someone as a buddy, he should look beyond skills. It was key to know the person's character first. In the memory, the young guy says he's not the type to doubt everything. The elder just smiles and says it suits him, but sometimes a little doubt is needed. He'd seen many tragedies in his player life, and one tiny mistake could cost everything. There'd be times when he'd need to give up something precious to protect what truly mattered. Strength alone didn't fix everything. Knowing one's limits and what to prioritize, that was the mark of a true player. Faced with these words, the guy in the memory stays quiet for a bit before asking if the old man said that just because he was weak. The scene snaps back to now. He admits to himself that the mistake was not taking those words seriously. If he wiped out the enemies, he'd risk his allies' lives, but if he spared them, the result would be the same. Either way, someone would bite the dust. Even so, he refuses to accept that fate. With a determined shout, he charges at the Minotaur and takes it down with a powerful blow. Right after, he calls for Kim, saying he'd find a way to protect his pals and crush the creatures, even if it meant making his own calls. The main dude, confused, says he doesn't get what he means, but the guy assures there's still a way to beat the beasts. Just then, an explosion rocks the place. The Minotaur's voice echoes through the flames, mocking the choice made, saying it was a shame, as it was the worst possible decision, even though the final result wouldn't change. Soon, a horde of monsters charges at the two warriors. Kang starts focusing energy for a massive attack, aiming at the enemy group. The monster mocks, saying doing the same move again is pointless. In the middle of fire and smoke, the main dude appears, surrounded by flames, activating one of his mysterious powers. The buddy just grins, saying now it's his turn to act. In a few seconds, Kim channels the power and blasts it right at the Minotaur. An invisible barrier shatters, and the hit lands perfectly. Moments before, Kang had asked what the plan was to beat the enemy. Kim replies he only had a theory. Just like the labyrinth spaces were linked by portals, the place where the monster was must be connected to another plane. The creatures were probably being revived and healed by the queen, who kept this connection alive. If the passage got wrecked, the flow would stop, and poof, no more monsters. Kang cracks up, saying if the theory's off, they'd all just drop dead right there. The hunter snaps back, saying even if they did the opposite, they'd still be toast. Meanwhile, the secretary and another adventurer are frozen, watching this epic battle go down. Flashback to now. Kim's smacking the Minotaur again. The hit lands, and the creature's looking rough. Shocked by the damage, the hero gears up for another hit while Kang charges in, landing a massive blow on the beast. Even with its body shredded, the monster's still standing. In seconds, it vanishes into the smoke. Meanwhile, Kim's on his knees, tears streaming. Looking down, he's horrified to see Kang badly hurt, missing an arm. Then, something weird happens in the air, and boom, the Minotaur's back, cloaked in mist. The squad, all fired up, tries to fight back, but the beast just chucks debris and skeleton bits at them. Laughing like a villain, it mocks human bravery, saying it never thought anyone would mess with it in its own space. But wait, there's more. The beast hadn't even used its real power yet, controlling space laws, and now it's even more OP. Kim tries to charge again but gets smacked and sent flying. The onlookers can't believe the massive power gap. The hunter knows without his special move, he's a goner. Even so, he's not sure he can take it down in one go. If the hit fails, predation goes berserk, and who knows what'll happen. Even knowing the risk, there's no other choice. It's all or nothing. Suddenly, an old memory pops up. A kid's voice asks why he wants to know how to use his powers, reminding him the info's in the stats window. It explains that power manipulation can vary, even if it contradicts what's written. For example, past him used spirit magic to buff himself, the same trick for making epic energy blasts. In battles, he mixed abilities, using them on rings, weapons, and even body boost spells. So, if a technique's hard to control, just code it with another, and boom, stable energy. "You got this," says the memory before fading away. Back to now, Kim charges the enemy and lands a massive hit. The impact's so intense, the Minotaur's axe snaps in two. Still, the creature stands, trying to fight back, looking wild and fierce. In response, the young dude channels energy into his hands, launching another move, causing an explosion that wrecks the enemy's remaining weapons. Then, he calls his chains, wrapping the monster up, locking it down. Once more, he uses his special move, proving what he suspected. He can shape his powers however he wants. This means he can mix them up, combining them with others. Even if he doesn't fully get this mysterious power, it doesn't matter. What matters is it works. With one last hit, Kim wipes out the enemy. The Minotaur starts to crumble, turning to ash, totally defeated. When silence falls, the players, still in shock, look around, trying to figure out what just happened. Soon, the hero shows up at the room's entrance, carrying Kwon Kang-hyuk on his shoulders, worn out and bloody. Seeing them alive, everyone rushes over, relieved, wrapping them in hugs and happy tears. With the great Minotaur Queen down, the raid team finds loads of hidden loot in the maze, stacks of gold and silver, plus rare artifacts. Among the stuff, one thing stands out, a special elixir that can seriously boost whoever drinks it. It's called the Fountain of Vitauta, a legendary one-of-a-kind liquid. Since there's only a bit, it's given to Kim and Kwon, the MVPs of the victory. But for Kang-hyuk, losing his right arm means his stats drop more than the elixir can fix. The sneaky villains are finally caught, while the survivors focus on healing and some well-earned chill time. And so, the chaotic raid of the Minotaur's labyrinth wraps up. Days later, in an interview, a reporter asks Kwon if the mission rumors are true and if he's really thinking about retiring. With a tired smile, he says he's not leaving the post, just taking a chill break. Right after, annoyed by the press, he calls everyone idiots and ends the chat. Fuming, Kwon asks if the reporters even know what rest means. In the back, a guild member warns him to watch his words. Then, a journalist asks if his mood is about losing his arm, while another mentions the Asian exhibition games. A new reporter tries to ask something but gets cut off. Kwon admits it's about the arm but says focus on the games, someone's ready to replace him. He points to Kim, telling him to speak up. Everyone starts whispering. A reporter spots Kim Tae-hyun, the rookie. Another chimes in, saying he ranked 5th after the Labyrinth raid, so he's good for the team. A third journalist talks about rumors of Kim's epic strength. A woman jumps in, calling that idea ridiculous. She says the national strength rank is for a whole different league, even among rank S players. Before she can go on, the young guy steps up. Calmly, he introduces himself and says he'll be at the Asian exhibition games. He gets why people worry about replacing Kwon. He's still a newbie among pros. He can't promise perfection, but will give it his all. In the crowd, a mysterious dude watches, chuckling, wondering if Kim's the new rank S of New Korea. Elsewhere, a woman watches and says there's no proof of those strength rumors yet. Later, in a restaurant, two players chat. One asks if Kim's confident, the other sarcastically says, obviously not. He adds that reaching national strength rank isn't for just anyone, and he saw this coming. Meanwhile, the main guy's deep in thought. He hopes the Asian exhibition games will be his stage to prove everything, including those power rumors. Somewhere else, a dark scene unfolds. In a room, a woman begs for her life. A man grabs her chin, coldly saying he doesn't need weaklings. In a flash, he ends her, muttering that true power is the law. He orders his crew to burn the place with the body, knowing the association will investigate. As he leaves the flames, he thinks it's weird. They tried so hard to avoid another East Point, yet chaos reigns. Even the hit on Kwon failed, and clearing the labyrinth was a bust. He thinks of Kim Tae-hyun, figuring the Asian exhibition games will be wild. Later, the young guy enters a room with all the national team competitors. They're New Korea's top players, the country's reps. A man greets him, surprised he's so young after hearing so much. This is Jang Jinsu, rank S, 7th in contribution. Another member, masked and wearing glasses, jokes about human rights. Seo Hangil, rank S, 8th in contribution. A woman steps in, saying age doesn't matter, skill does. She's Kwak Siang, Guild of Magicians Master, rank S, 4th in contribution. Laughing, Park Sungjin says he knew Kim would be here, just not this soon. Finally, a guy with an eye patch asks for quiet, noting the chaos, and tells Kim to sit. He then kicks off the strategy meeting for the Asian exhibition games. The event, he spills, kicked off when defenders from all over Asia teamed up after the Abyss disconnection. A wild time when folks first started unlocking their powers. It was total chaos with monsters popping up everywhere across the continent. Now there's this epic 7-day showdown where reps from each Asian country go head-to-head with these creatures, racking up points to climb the leaderboard. While everyone else is freaking out about the beasts and so-called demonic humans, the players dive in without a second thought. Basically, it's a mini war dressed up as a competition. The host then drops the bombshell. It's time to check out each country's power levels. In this tourney, the winning country scores a legendary prize, a one-of-a-kind item, and the chance to explore unreleased dungeons. With a prize like that, you know the battles are going to be intense and cutthroat. Watching the scene, the main dude thinks about the succubus queenie, the creature he met deep in the dungeon. He reckons she knows the scoop about the king, but her power is still a big question mark. He can't just hope she'll spill the beans. So there's only one move left: get stronger. Only by leveling up can he take her on fair and square. So he sees the Asian exhibition games as the perfect shot to level up. Facing off against foreign powers and competing for such a big prize is the ultimate test of their skills. Soon after, one of the organizers tells the South Korean team that their top ranker is still MIA. Plus, key players like Kwon Kang-hyuk, who just hit rank S, and Yoo Ah-young are out for personal reasons. These no-shows weaken the South Korean squad, sparking a new round of talks. Before the debate heats up, one of the rank S players jumps in, chill as ever, saying the first problem's already sorted. These words catch his crew off guard. They didn't see a fix coming. Everyone's shocked when the national level's mentioned, and they all eye one of the members. But the member says it's just a rumor, and they all chat about not using something so iffy as a plan. So the question of what to do still hangs in the air, with no more options left. Despite it all, the president slams the table, saying it's not a bad plan. It's true New South Korea doesn't have a powerhouse like China and Japan, but it's all about scoring by taking down monsters. Sungjin, Siang, and Hangul are pros at dealing with abyssal creatures, so staying cool and using their experience is their shot at victory. Meanwhile, Jinsu and the rookie's job is to hunt demonic humans, and despite the challenges, the elders got faith in a good outcome. We see the grand opening of the Asian exhibition games kicking off. Names from the Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, and the rest are all gathered. Among the top dogs is Nakata Shinji, aka Ghostblade. The Chinese squad's got their heavy hitters, Chai, Liu, and Shin. A couple's watching the show, bummed that New South Korea's got no chance since their top player isn't in, until their kid pops up, calling out their negativity. The kid's all in, cheering for his cousin with everything he's got. After all, it was thanks to the competitor's cash they snagged this sweet new house, not to mention his allowances courtesy of Tae-hyun. So the kid's rooting for his relative to win big, cause more wins mean more cash in the bank. Because of this, the kid's going all out, shouting and urging them to cheer with all their might. Someone rolls up and starts chatting, having spotted him at the event's start. She quickly says she owes a favor to the big shot for what went down in East Point. She's a total stunner, catching everyone's eye. Her name's Tsurara, the Sacred Maiden, and she mentions she planned to handle the threat solo, but it was all sorted when she got there. She soon recalls that, in a past life, it was indeed the redhead who handled the situation. Despite it all, the powerful one came just to thank him for his efforts, but she quickly asks why he turned it down. Meanwhile, we see the South Korean crew gathered. With the meeting wrapped up, we see one of the members suggesting grabbing a drink. Before they bounce, the commander tells him to hang on and mentions the invite he got earlier. We find out the woman picked him earlier, and even though he's clueless about her plans, she was the one who healed Kang-gyuk's arm. Maybe it's not a bad idea to meet her before the games kick off, but Tae-hyun shuts it down without a second thought. This reaction ticks off Go Tae-wook because it's just ridiculous. The director's all, why'd he say no? The big mystery is, he can't spill the beans yet. But he's got a tiny question for his crew. Back to now, the brave dude's all, I know how shady the faker is. His comeback to the witch is just that, and he's chill about it. Hearing this, she's so mad she's speechless, just watching him bounce. Then, her sidekick rolls up, and the mastermind's all, he wouldn't say no for no reason. Yeah, cause the smart one knows her, and hearing this leaves the fancy one stunned. When the dude's shocked, his buddy's like, chill before you do something dumb. The dummies only care about leveling up, but the hero's got mad skills, which is his brain power. So much so that the sneaky dude pulls off wild stunts with just muscle and has no clue how the South Korean dug up dirt on her. Instead of freaking out, the wild one can't wait to own him one day. Chapter 51. Alex is all, countdown to the big show, and everyone's hyped. The crowd's vibing with him, and two peeps notice it's kicking off. Two other dudes chat. One says, let's take out some stars now, but the other one's not feeling it. Then everyone realizes Taehyun's MIA, and to top it off, the contest kicks off. Just as he's wrapping up his speech, something cuts him off, literally. A gnarly slice to his neck, and the culprit's loving it. Meanwhile, the poor guy's head's doing a slow-mo fall, and the crowd's like, whoa, that's dark. Now, the team leader's spooked by the dude's antics, and that psycho from earlier totally stoked about it. Out of nowhere, a sword's drawn to smack someone. Now it's a battle royale, chaos everywhere. The redhead's fist is busting out scary purple vibes. Meanwhile, another dude's sword's got white lightning. Another dude with specs seems to be zapping magic. This bald guy's hands are shooting blue power. The girl's got some rainbow power-up going on. And this dude's eyes are glowing a different blue. The clash of these beasts causes a massive boom in the arena. So much so that no one gets what just went down because of the dust storm. As it clears, all the fighters come into view. Now the squad's gathered around the nut job from before. The girl with the lollipops looking wiped from the war kickoff. Of course, the girl's soon ticked at Taehyun's move, but a big shot presence shuts her down fast. It's the bearded dude rolling up after seeing their chaos. So, his gig is to wipe them out, no mercy. Meanwhile, the boss lady's ambushed by the fancy duo. She doesn't sweat how many Ghostblade takes out as long as her stuff's safe. Suddenly, a crew rolls in, yelling for a halt. It's the Singaporean Player Association, checking on their buddy. We see the one-eyed dude trying to explain to the politician, but it's no use because it was a blatant move. Until someone cuts in, chatting about the demonic human Wan Kai, because this dude was behind the torture and murder of 30 cruise passengers. Back then, the association and companies tried to nab him, but he slipped away, changing his looks. Of course, the suit guy's all, why's this dude telling me this? Until the goof starts pondering what's up. Continuing his spiel, it's said the nasty criminal only got away because he can shapeshift. And out of nowhere, Taehyun just chucks the trash's head on the ground and stomps it. Everyone's super shook by this reveal. He should give props to the Nightwalkers for this juicy intel. Hearing this, even the others can't believe this crew snagged this info. But one of them starts powering up, finding the killer intriguing. We see the Asian country's scores in the exhibition games. Since the fallen host was ID'd as that wanted baddie, the games hit pause but will be back soon. Loads of broadcast peeps start gearing up for the show. One manager spots the main dude's got the top score in the tourney, and another's skeptical. And the same dude's all, his buddy might know Wan Kai's spot? But of course, she denies it. Then, the two start debating if he fibbed or not. We see the systems are crashing from too many calls. Then another dude remembers it was all Taehyun's doing. Next, the girl thinks it's kinda weird when she hears someone calling the player dear. Rain starts pouring in the city, and boom, a crater opens up on a building. A dude spots another guy squished on the ground, and it's Gak, who's all like, how'd you find me? Turns out, the sneaky dude got busted for being a demonic human, and he quickly dials someone up. Meanwhile, someone who's totally smitten answers, yelling into the phone. He's all worried if the call's on a secure line. The agent's like, yeah, it's cool, and mentions her buddy wanted her to ring him up. He couldn't make a secret call, and suddenly remembers he needs two favors from her. First, he needs the blue-haired one to keep tabs on something. Plus, he needs intel on the baddies. They've already hooked the girl up with info before. 'Cause dealing with small fries ain't gonna cut it. They gotta go after the big fish. Then, the bold one mentions the evil guild and faces off with a mysterious figure. We see the stranger introduce himself as Kimura, and Taehyun tunes in while putting the call on hold. This dude's the Bold Blade, here to punish him for messing with his maiden's name. At this point, the dark-haired guy finally gets what the wild dude's on about. Chapter 52. His wolf aura's growing, and he's a rank S player in the game. He's got major feels for the Saint, that red-haired lady from before, compared to the great swordsman Nakata, who's all graceful and precise. The current hunter's strong and wild like a barbarian, just focused on smashing the opponent. A purple energy's constantly flowing from his sharp katana, but the hero shows it's useless if it can't hit him. He casually dodges while trying to chat on the phone with his partner. Of course, this chill attitude leaves the chaser confused and super mad, because there's no way to explain how he's dodging all the attacks. Naturally, the manager insists it's impossible to attack that powerful evil group, because the targets would just hide and escape, plus they can't act without solid proof. They can't provoke the enemies for no reason, and the fighter keeps dodging, until he gears up for a big hit and remembers another key detail. This attack stance freaks the sword user out completely, because the force sends him flying, making him drop the sword. A bunch of red juice spills from his mouth, like he got knocked out cold. Then, Taehyun remembers their plan might actually work. Even though his friend doesn't get it now, the clever one has a foolproof strategy, and his opponent falls. He just asks her to trust him and his skills, and even if it seems risky, the woman seems convinced. Plus, the agent's gonna hook him up with info about other places. He's impressed to hear his buddies got intel on the 3 warlords. They're the ones running the underworld and politics. Plus, they're the demonic humans ruling Asia. They managed to connect with one of the henchmen of a crime boss exec, Miyazaki, but dealing with him's gonna be tricky. Even though this guy and his crew aren't that big a deal, it might still be smart to nab them. Because of this, the hero agrees to start chasing them, and she'll also check out the favors the guy needs. At this point, the clever one suggests they grab some food together, and he promises to do so after everything goes down. Out of nowhere, his opponent gets back up, cursing him like crazy. Even hurt, he's still got the energy to yell in rage at the opponent's chill vibe. His plans to wreck the whole area to beat the uninterested one. Suddenly, the madman starts casting his spell with a bunch of words. All his senses are maxed out, and of course Taehyun's like, I don't want to fight. Cause fighting between players is totally banned right now. A pink light shines and seems to shock the swordsman who's mad at the world. A bunch of skulls get summoned by their master, who sends them at the poor guy. He's left speechless by this challenge and screams at the crazy power. Now we see 2 players strolling around. Both know Kimura got whooped and lied to the media, saying the Avenger was nabbed by demonic humans. After his embarrassing loss to the enemy, the only thing the traumatized one kept saying is that his opponent would mess with him. Right now, the dude who got beat up is gonna need a whole month to bounce back, so he's out for the exhibitions. The girl mentions there's some secret skill in play. Her sidekick thinks they should jump in now, but she just cracks up. Obviously, the pretty one says no way, cause she needs the big boss's backup to rack up points in the contests. The sneaky one knew her guy would lose, so she set up a new trap. Lights flick on, and the door creaks open. They step in to see what's up. There's a dude tied to the wall, totally out cold. The long-haired one spots the 2 right away. Meet Isaka Ryohei, who's about to get a new gig from his boss. Something's going down in a spooky spot in the abyss. Someone's leaving a massive path of chaos, fast. It's a girl with 2 weapons, stopping in front of someone else. She can't figure out why her opponent's doing this, and her name's Rikaya. Her big question is why that redhead's hunting them so sneakily. Turns out, Shui, known as the mystical deity, doesn't give a hoot. He's just doing it because the association asked him to. Hearing this, they're both shocked, and the poor girl thinks the Chinese might start a war. She tells her buddy to scram while she deals with it, planning to stop this beast. Then the brute charges, ready to strike, and the ground gets all messed up from the fight. Now the poor girl seems to have been wiped out easily, and he thinks maybe the Singapore guys are tougher. Even the runaway got caught, and she's wondering which country to hit next, deciding on New South Korea. Especially the main character, who's now her new target. A reporter shows the Asian Exhibition Games leaderboard. Koreans are chilling at the top, no contest. Everyone's glued to the screen, watching the event unfold. People are chatting about how the swordsman got hurt by some demonic humans, and some Singaporeans and Filipinos got taken down too. So, the big question is, what's really going on right now? Watching all this is Taehyun, and we see the squad's been digging into the recent player murders. Lots of countries teamed up to gather clues, and the boy thinks it's all pretty weird, wondering if it started. If it's the same deal as before he went back in time, he knows the Chinese players were behind these crimes. One reason was to show off their strength, but mainly, cause of their ambitious commander. He's got to speed things up now that it's come to this, and someone knocks on the door. So, the suspicious one is gearing up for the worst-case scenario. Then a familiar voice calls his name, catching him off guard. Chapter 53. It's Jang, looking super serious while waiting for him. He found his dorm through the association, here to chat. This surprise visit makes the main guy pretty wary. Later, they meet on the rooftop, and the bald one is fuming over the dark-haired one's reckless moves. After all, the impulsive one is part of a team and should remember that. But this scolding is a throwback for Taehyun, reminding him of someone else. All this makes the suited guy disappointed with his partner. Then the bold one cuts him off before the lecture goes on. Just to mention he got attacked by Kimura recently. This makes his buddy quickly piece together the truth behind the swordsman's disqualification. Even though he won, he's worried about how the Avenger found him. So, the clever one starts piecing together a theory. His guess is there's a sneaky rat in the association, and this shocks the guy. Jang gets even more ticked off by this accusation, but the assassin sets him straight. Cause everyone there is a suspect, even the top dogs. He remembers he only made his move cause Wan Kai was undercover with the Singaporeans. He wraps up by saying the national players hit the fallen ones, and if their team splits up, they'll be enemy targets. That's why the crazy one decided to go solo for a bit, thinking they don't need to switch up their game. And he's already on his path right now. Even though Jang wants to argue, his buddy just leaves him talking to himself. This event leaves him totally speechless, then boom, fury mode activated, so much so that this dude's insolence makes him unleash his red energy right then and there. After all, the bald guy thinks he's just a rookie who shouldn't be all cocky, but someone's got eyes on him. Meanwhile, the other dude keeps throwing threats, promising the dark-haired guy will regret it big time. Watching this whole drama unfold is Taehyun himself, hiding and thinking the stressed dude might be the spy. In his past life, he never figured out who was spying on him, but Kimura finding him makes him sure there's a traitor. So, trust issues are real now, and the suited guy is still super mad. Then, before he gets busted, he needs to play it cool, and the guy whips out his phone. Soon he gets a file about the warlords sent by his old buddy, but something in there leaves him a bit shook. The next day, someone kicks off the morning munching on a snack at McDoria, scouting for a table. Some teens are squabbling over fries, and the hooded guy spots their thugs who look like students. Plus, their bags probably packed with sketchy stuff. The plan is to tail these rascals until they meet the so-called Miyazaki Kenji. Out of nowhere, a dude remembers that the guy is super cautious, and these words catch him off guard. Sitting next to him, munching on fries, is Isaka Ryohei himself. He thought the blonde was doing time, but the ex-con quickly says he's not here to brawl. However, the assassin's not thrilled to see him and tells him to scram. Hearing this makes him roast the guy, but his words get cut off because the wild dude decides to punch the window and mock his stealth game. At that moment, everyone in the joint freaks out and notices the thugs out, thinking the wild guy's picking a fight. So much so that the other folks immediately recognize Taehyun and are shook. Such chaos makes their targets decide to bail before getting caught. This whole scene makes the pursuer start unleashing his massive energy. His power wave makes everyone there start dropping like flies. Just his aura was enough to knock them down, and that's a total one-piece ripoff, huh? The fact that he got even stronger in prison is wild, and the fighter quickly figures out the protagonist's plan. Because of this, he just asks for some time and promises it won't be a waste. A chain suddenly appears and latches onto the funny guy's body. Then, the investigator gives his enemy just 1 minute to spill the beans. However, if those words are trash, he promises there'll be no mercy. Turns out none of this scares him. Instead, it just hypes him up more. Out of nowhere, a surge of dark energy starts taking over his body. Such pain starts making him crumble in agony, totally confused. This pressure surprises him so much he can't grasp his opponent's strength. Only 50 seconds left to say his piece. Turns out not even the assassin can take on the warlord solo and will end up in a trap. When only 30 seconds are left, the desperate guy yells about having hookups and shortcuts to reach the mobsters and Miyazaki. Now, just 10 seconds left to convince him, and the ex-con tries desperately to wiggle out of this mess. When time's up, his hand closes, causing more pain to Isaka. Even the powerful guy admits it was a super tempting offer. But a guy like him, who'd be after the dark-haired dude's neck, wouldn't just accept help out of nowhere. So, his question is about his plan and what's really going on. Chapter 54. Loads of people are left totally stunned by something, and suddenly someone takes down each of the poor souls. He just slides his sword back in after this epic win. Applause for the well-dressed guy's insane efficiency, because all the baddies were taken down, as expected from the prodigy. However, the right-hand dude questions her about Ryohei's situation. After all, the guy's bound to get wrecked and fail. Even though their envoy was powered up by her holy orders, he's still gonna get beat. Plus, the fool can be held back by the awakened path, which means he needs to bring Taehyun to the leader. But the leader just tells her sidekick not to sweat these things, because it doesn't matter if that henchman loses or wins in the end, because according to the intel she got, their enemy's gunning for the warlords. Besides, Isaka's got ties with Miyazaki, who's part of one of the 3 war organizations, and the plan is for the two to team up against the dark-haired guy. Plus, all this won't be a walk in the park because there's something mysterious surrounding their opponent, and this is the info they need to make a move, catching the fancy dude off guard, just like his skills, vibe, beliefs, and what he stands for. Plus the power he packs. Basically, the ex-con's fate doesn't matter. He's just there to gather intel, and the sneaky lady chats with her sidekick. Also, making sure the kid's got no other moves. We spot a bunch of baddies chilling in a sketchy, run-down building. This is the spot our hero's after Kenji, who's ticked off by the blondie's tardiness. His mission? Get the ex-con to spill all the tea on that Korean dude. Out of nowhere, the wild guy starts ranting about how the strong always bully the weak, and how messed up the power game is. These words stun the mob boss, who's feeling the heat, as his goon warns that Miyazaki's only safe if he follows orders from some big shot. Suddenly, the ceiling crashes down on the gang, and someone drops in. This sight freaks out the crooks, and the summoner calls forth a beastly hand. His massive skull smashes the gang leader into the ground like a pancake. To survive, you gotta listen to the creature with the most muscle. We see Taehyun demanding to know who's running the show. Of course, this ticks off the fancy criminal, who whips out his sword. He swears to take down the dark-haired dude, and his red energy starts to flare up. Boom! An explosion rocks the abandoned building. The traitors blown away by the sheer force, totally shocked. Earlier, the hooded figure's all in, thinking the plan's pretty wild. Plus, the sly one knows why his buddy showed up for the saint, so the blondie's got no choice but to join in. So much so that he asks what the assassin's plotting, and the clever one already knows the ex-con's whole game plan. So it's clear the strategist decides the chained guy's now on his team, not theirs. But at first, the madman refuses to play along and disagrees with the plan. After all, if he rebels, a bunch of big shots would hunt him down and finish him. Turns out, no matter what, the hunter could also take him out right there. Because of this, he decides to give the fool one more shot. The deal is, Isaka helps him during the contests and soon gets a chance to make up for his past. Plus, The powerful one will save him from the saint or the three warlords. Of course, the desperate guy's not down with this, cause they'd be up against national level power and the demon-human cartel. His question is if the madman really thinks he can beat those beasts. And, to his shock, the bold one promises he can handle it. Now we see the warrior grabbing his enemy's face like it's no big deal. This leaves his buddy totally stunned. Cause it's like he's a monster, and his hand turns to stone. Plus, his opponent's struggling to breathe, until he orders him to open the gate so he can reach the three big baddies. We find out one of the great war masters, Tetsu, is hiding in the abyss. A bunch of bodies are scattered around by someone. Someone's whining about being dragged to such a nasty place. Shui promises that if the reason's lame, he'll wipe out everyone there. Now, even one of the warlords bows to the redhead, offering a legendary item. This artifact was stashed abroad for safety, but the coward's plan was always to hand it to the bearded guy. But after that, his only ask is for the brute to squash the fly on his neck. After all, a trap was set, but it might flop, and the maniac knows there's a guy even the mobsters fear. So much so that this is more thrilling to him than the item itself. Then, the bowed one gets ready to spill the name of the person, until someone suddenly attacks the temple from outside. Both watch the chaos unfolding behind them. Someone suddenly busts down the gate, and now we see the pairs going at it. Tetsu's blown away by Isaka's betrayal, who charges him with his sword. Then, the blonde insists that given the sitch, his buddy's gotta win ASAP. Plus, the old dude with the killer fists is pumped by what he sees, cause his opponent just tells his buddy to do what needs to be done. Chapter 55. The clashing powers cause an explosion that sends the four flying. So much so that the invaders are blasted back by this epic impact. The hero realizes his expectations were totally smashed, because he totally didn't expect a top-tier Chinese hunter to show up, and the bad guys are strolling right towards them. The hunter's mind is blown that this young dude is the threat the slick guy was scared of, and he remembers he's gotta take him out. Right then, they both realize he's teaming up with the warlords, but out of nowhere, the dagger dude asks if the big bad was his enemy, and it throws him for a loop. He's wondering if it was the big guy who took out the other players. The madman gives him props for being sharp. Plus, the sneaky one knows New South Korea is his next target. The hunter's shocked that the guy thinks he's lucky, because he's got the chance to take him down right there and save the other players from the madman. This gets the Chinese dude all hyped, and he charges in. They start going at it hardcore, and Tetsu's like, whoa. His sidekick's like, dude, we gotta bounce. And he's like, yeah, I'm on it. But the ex-con's all, a guy like this can't just run away. And Isaka's teasing him about being scared his buddy's gonna lose. Then the beast starts clowning him, thinking he can't beat him there, and something's coming. Taehyun's like, don't run away, and the poor guy's feeling down. But the bold one spots a threat coming and freaks out, because Shuei's not cool with the young guy looking away during their fight. This power leaves him totally shook because it's next level stuff. These are the insane powers of the one they call the mystic deity. His physical skills are off the charts, and he's taken down hundreds with just his hands. Dodging a chunk of ground thrown at him, the assassin sees it's not just that making him strong, because his ghostly skills can even outdo his physical strength. The hunter whips out his scythe of doom and leaps at him. He's about to go all Grim Reaper on him because this weapon boosts his skills, especially toughness. The catch is, this weapon tanks his other skills to level 1, so swiping it might be a bad move. A massive impact hits the tower's upper floor, and the monsters head outside. They go at each other super fast in midair. Then the main guy charges up more dark energy into his dagger, and lands a cut stronger than usual on Shui, who stands his ground. But then, his blade snaps from the impact. The shock on his face makes the Chinese guy laugh, since he was told he'd lose in battle. Under pressure, Taehyun admits his weapons are gonna break. They're getting more wrecked with each hit, so he decides to switch it up while they're fighting. Out of nowhere, chains wrap around the redhead, catching him off guard. His plan is to lock down the national level moves now, and a big hand shows up. With a palm strike, the bearded guy gets launched away. But it seems that didn't work, because the rascal's got time to mock the effort. He breaks free from the chains and makes sure the brunette knows he can't beat him. Charging at the boy, the maniac makes it clear why the young guy's not on his level. This wild charge blows his mind instantly. A quick slash hits the boy, who gets slammed by the big guy. Retsu's in the middle of his old base, taking it all in. He sees the fight's finally done, and even though he sees the guy's got potential, Shin's still stronger. Plus, Isaka seems down for the count, and the sidekicks ask what's next. The plan is to use the blonde as a hostage against Japan and the Holy Maiden, and he's not thrilled. The criminal's wondering why he turned on them, even knowing the risks, but the warlord's just glad his chaser's been taken out. But then something catches him off guard while he's bragging about the win. Shuei's hurt and hunched over, while the main guy's still standing. So much so that the desperate one yells for his buddy who just got hit. Even the bearded guy looks super beat up from what went down. At the moment of the cut, a ton of mana burst from his blades. But the truth is, the fighter's daggers were chipping with every clash with his scythe. This twist ticks off the redhead, who gets back up to keep fighting. It's like the Korean was hiding his power from the enemy. He goes back to attacking his opponent, who's still got his back turned. At this moment, the boy spins around, suddenly remembering his Asran and talisman are super rare. It's just like his epic showdown with the Bull Queen, cause his predation power stops his mana from getting yoinked. They both charge head on, and when their weapons clash, he figures something wild might happen if he uses his predatory skill. Out of nowhere, some blades just shatter, and Taehyun decides to ditch his daggers, totally catching the opponent off guard. Cause, in return, the strategist's got a plan to take him down during the fight. This makes him even more furious, so much so that he keeps yelling like a banshee, but that doesn't stop the dagger dude from slicing him up real good. This sight leaves the warlord looking like he's seen a ghost. Meanwhile, the other invaders all beat up and tied down on the ground. At this moment, the brunette steps up after taking down Shui in the battle. His power starts growing like crazy, bursting from all sides cause he's hit national strength level. As night falls, rain pours over the city, and a couple's chatting about the Chinese snagging a legendary item from Tetsu. The woman wants to know what Chai's gonna do with all this drama. He's also one of China's strongest, known for his lightning speed, and he's not sweating it cause of the redhead. The woman's Ping, a war lady, and she's sure their ally won't lose to the kid. Suddenly there's a noise in front of their apartment. The phone starts ringing out of nowhere, and the number's totally unknown. Then, the warrior picks up the call to see what's up. Someone claims they know the big shot's mixed up with one of the world's biggest mobsters. It's Zhang Lung, a Chinese player leading the Players Association. So, the old man spills that the bearded giant got taken out. Because of this, the elder orders the handsome dude to take the protagonist's head. Chapter 56. We see the body of the deceased wrapped in a ton of energy. The one behind this is Taehyun, who's sucking up his opponent's strength. As expected, his predatory ability only works on living beings. These aren't the only conditions for power absorption, and even though using it on humans might be sketchy, it's cool with criminals. Turns out, his big curiosity is about that voice that popped up when the predation went wild. With the brute's defeat, everyone starts bowing, and Tetsu swears loyalty. Now that he's wiped their memories about his abilities, the criminals got sent to the association. Even Ryohei got sent back, and the poor dude's freaking out about being a target of the saint. Then the strategist assures the enemy's not interested in the subject. The fact is, she needs the pack to find the dark-haired guy, so she'll keep Isaka alive for now. Besides, the sly one never had much hope in the poor dude. Now the problems are the other two warlords, and even controlling one of the three won't be a cakewalk. The next day, we see the young dude's plan is to chill out. We find out the press is already buzzing about Shuei's vanishing act in the abyss. Plus, everyone knows the assassin nabbed one of the biggest mobsters, and he knows the old man's already clued in on the Chinese's fall and will soon make a move. Until something starts buzzing on his phone and snaps him out of his thoughts. It's Zhang Jinsu, wanting to reconnect. We see the bald guy thanking his buddy for finding him there. After all, the info from the slick one was super valuable. The topic they're gonna chat about is one of the other warlords. Cause both know Ping's crashing in that building. Her whole crew, made up of her sidekicks, rolled into this tower last night. Plus, the investigator spots this as one of her hideouts from Tetsu's memories. Turns out the assassin soon asks why the slick one's helping out since he used to hate him. His goal's just to prove he's not the team's mole. Cause the ally gets that the bold one got attacked before by other hunters, but still wants folks to stop doubting him like this. That's why he came armed with the info to finally be accepted as a buddy. This urge to prove himself even surprises the protagonist. Turns out, Taehyun wonders if he already knows about him being the traitor, cause he got a call from Yu before. At that time, the informant did confirm the betrayal from the bald guy and was shocked when the strategist already saw it coming. He always suspected and questioned who the dude could be working for, and he bet on Kimura. Then, the blue-haired one spilled that, actually, it was at China's request. Since the dude bet big in Chinese casinos, he probably made this deal to pay off his debt. Because of this, the investigator figured there might be another traitor, a sneaky Japanese spy in the group. Even so, the agent tells him not to freak out because she's gonna report this to the head honcho. However, her buddy doesn't want her to spill the beans. He's got two reasons. First, if the bald dude gets busted, the other spy will go ghost. And secondly, he plans to use the sneaky guy to his advantage, and now the slick one starts spilling that there are loads of enemies. But no sweat, the rogue knows the best shortcuts to dodge the obstacles. So, the fool really thinks he's cooking up a genius plan to surprise him. After all, his idea is to bait the predator into Chai's trap, who's the one hunting the main dude, until the madman suddenly unleashes his dark energy in the air. His Skull Titan decides to blast an energy shot at the building. Everything goes boom with crazy power. And of course, the mocking one jokes about going overboard with his powers. This reaction leaves Zhang totally shook, because in his mind, this was bonkers. But if there are tons of enemies and traps, why hide? Since the invaders can just wreck everything there easily. With all this chaos, one of the warlords ends up stuck in the rubble. She gripes about her infiltrator betraying them, and she's all banged up. Then, the clever one mocks that his ally schemed against him behind his back. As she's all worn out, the sly one tries to spill who else wants to end his crew. Turns out Taehyun already knows the national level is gunning for him. This leaves her totally stunned that her opponent already knows this. Then the clever one starts to remember that the fancy-dressed one is the Chinese spy. At this moment, the poor guy starts to realize he never really had the hunter's trust. Because of this, the desperate one charges forward without a second thought. Until, out of nowhere, his consciousness fades and he's instantly KO'd. This surprises even the hunter, who seems totally clueless. Several messages about his abilities pop up, saying a mysterious power hit him, and he's in pain. His ears start bleeding non-stop, and his fingers get messed up because his sense of touch is shot. It's like his 5 senses are wrecked, and he figures this might be his next enemy's power. Now, the adversary comments he didn't see this move of coming to the building. He also admits he's surprised he took down Shui earlier. As he flexes more of his skills, he jokes about the charmer loving a demonic human. Not to mention the madman plans to swipe the skill of his national-level rival. We see 2 people chilling in the middle of a temple. Now, the woman checks out Isaka's memories and says they're wild, because the redhead is blown away by everything that went down earlier. But her biggest question is why her servant betrayed her, and he's speechless. Then, the sly one just grins, not stressing or getting mad. Then, the merciful one tells him not to sweat it because she's not interested in his life. Plus, he'll bring the enemy to her. Then the maniac starts hugging him, and even so, the poor guy can't stop shaking in fear. In this, the villain remembers she's currently after the warlords. Because of this, her plan is to meet him face to face right now. Chapter 57. At this moment, someone says they've got 3 goals. First, win the Asian Games. Second, boot out the weak players from other groups. And third, remember the Chinese Association's strength. So the old man plans to use this power to create a monopoly on dungeons and mana stone extraction. Plus, the sly one lets his crew do whatever crimes needed, as long as they hit the goals. We see that back then, the redhead just wanted to face strong opponents. Meanwhile, the other one of them thinks these conditions aren't too shabby if they work out. Turns out the charmer always thought all this was pure madness. However, he knew that, despite everything, none of this was his problem, because his plan is just to finish his mission and keep his love with Ping. Later, we find out his boss had a condition on the mission to hunt the boy chasing them. These reasons make Chai charge forward like a beast on a mission. But then, something totally unexpected catches him off guard. A red dragon aura suddenly pops up around his opponent, and from its mouth, a roar so loud it could wake the dead. This roar messes with his senses big time. He didn't see that power coming from the kid. Plus, this dude isn't just any guy. He's beyond human level. Turns out, the boy admits he couldn't handle the attack without using his predation. But now, he's back in action, ready to rumble. His main goal, snatch the swordsman's power, no biggie. He lunges with a bite that's all kinds of ferocious. Seeing it coming, the fighter's like, "Whoa, what now?" Then bam, the red beam hits him with crazy force. When he grabs the dagger from the ground, we find out Taehyun swiped the Chinese's domination. He's shocked by how valuable his opponent's weapon is. It's a real gem. Now that the Chinese lost 2 top players, only one stands. Even though that last one is strong, solo wins aren't happening, and taking down the war lady seals the deal. But he's worried because Japan's been way too quiet, until out of nowhere, a helicopter swoops over the scene. Someone's getting ready to jump out, no biggie. She jumps, and surprise, it's Santa herself, checking things out. This sight leaves her totally shook. She didn't see it coming. Her landing's so epic, it sends shockwaves everywhere. Right then, the powerful one laughs, finally meeting after ages. Tsurara faces off with her biggest rival, ready to throw down. Her power, healing with hyper-regeneration, and she's famous for calming minds. Plus, her sacred orders boost the physical powers of those she touches. All this makes her the legendary Sanctified One. Turns out, she can mess with memories and brainwash, turning foes into fans. Now, even the bold one's a bit on edge about what's next. The problem is, Ryohei didn't know her real location, so he's like, "How'd you find me?" Then the boy's all, "Why'd you chase me here?" Even with this challenge, the redhead stays chill, just staring him down. She's surprised he kept his cool even after seeing her. She explains her role's always been to help people survive this harsh world, and how she does it. Her trick? Making them adore her endlessly. Through her beauty, elegance, and perfection, everyone gets hooked, finding new reasons to live. That's why she was shocked he stayed calm around her. Still, her mission's to guide everyone to their perfect salvation. Suddenly, a bunch of cars roll up, surrounding the battle wreckage. Civilians show up, ready to throw down, but they're all under the control of the Great Malevolent One's sacred orders. After digging through Ryohei's memories, she couldn't find the source of the brunette's info and skills. Basically, the girl came ready to handle her opponent's powerful moves. Then, the obsessed ones start closing in on the protagonist. No mercy. Now, the cunning one puts him in a tough spot. Does he get saved or fight the innocents? This is the tough choice the brunette's gotta make, and he's clearly shook. These actions make him super mad at his biggest enemy. Now, 2 agents hit up Leader Yu because they found something. It's a glowing building, the hideout of the last warlord. They figure they couldn't find him because of where it was built. Then one guy's like, "What's your buddy doing instead of calling the boss?" The problem? The poor dude's head got brutally exploded. A masked, creepy guy calls for the Nightwalker and takes down the investigator. And he's mad because he feels like pests are invading, and this mobster's got national-level strength. All the weak one can do is turn slowly, shaking with fear in this sticky situation. It doesn't take long for his punishment to hit, and his end's just as brutal. Both bodies are just chilling on the ground after this epic showdown. As he bounces from the crime scene, the villain starts thinking Tetsu might have snitched on him. Then he remembers, oh wait, maybe it's all a setup by Taehyun, who's been doing wild stuff, like taking down Shui. His crew's already got a portal ready for the big bad's escape. While pondering, the big boss mentions that the Korean isn't the only brainiac around. He saw the peak of genius a decade ago and hops into the energy vortex, heading straight for the abyss. Chapter 58. A bunch of brainwashed folks are sprinting his way like it's a Black Friday sale. They pile up on the brunette, and the redhead jokes about her rival's hero status. She picks civilians to wear him out and make him use his powers on them. Then, out of nowhere, something catches her off guard. All the poor souls are getting tossed aside, and she's totally shook by the scene. She didn't see this coming from the bold one, who's not even fazed by attacking them. But suddenly the fool gets snagged by her rival's chains, and he yanks her hard. With that, he lands a killer kick to her face. This move leaves her stunned because her plan flopped. She didn't expect such a gutsy move from a so-called hero. His eyes are wide with shock because his crew got hit with light moves. Everyone slowly comes to because he never went for lethal hits. Basically, it was all a sneaky trick, and the witch starts casting spells. The flower in her hand goes boom after a quick spell. Roots burst out, smashing everything, even tossing cars like toys. Chains wrap around the brainwashed folks' waists. The hero would never let them get hurt for no reason. Seeing the plant, he wonders if she made the seeds regenerate. But the biggest shocker is she even hurt her own puppets. She comes back laughing, saying he acted just as she thought. Before, the violence was just a fake out, but he remembers the strategist should have gone all out. As she heals, she assures him he's been found out too. Out of nowhere, one puppet slaps a collar on his neck. This is wild because the puppet shouldn't be moving like that. Nothing stops them, even if they're hurt, because only taking them out works. So, the maniac demands her rescue be accepted as soon as possible. More branches head his way, and the brainwashed ones start running again. But the assassin stands his ground and calls on his secret power. This counterattack freaks her out big time. Her eyes start bleeding like crazy. Her mouth and nose get wrecked too. Even her sense of touch takes a brutal hit. Even the saint gets caught up in this chaotic move. Then, the witch realizes this power should be Chai's. When the Skull Titan shows up, the redhead wonders why he took so long. Bad luck for her, the guy's ready to give her a serious beatdown. The counterattack leaves her so scared she screams. When the specter strikes, his punch sends her flying. The whole place is a mess now. The brainwashed ones are out cold and hurt, but alive. Meanwhile, Taehyun stands over the holy maiden, who's crawling. Even after humiliating her, he admits her healing is impressive, because after getting wrecked, she's still kicking. What ticks her off is her enemy's total lack of empathy. But this puzzles the boy, who wants to chat with the injured one. His comment leaves her super surprised. So much so that the crazy one suggests he let her brainwash him with her sacred power. In his mind, the winner realizes he didn't expect to meet her like this. Turns out, her sacred power is all about messing with memories and thoughts. That's how memories vanish, and he remembers that dream in East Point. Back then, Rosaria changed her ways after seeing his deepest memories. In other words, he's trying to figure out what's lurking in his own brain. These words make her laugh so hard she almost loses it. Feeling like she's the punchline, she decides to roll with it. An eye pops up above her head when she activates this power, but there's a twist. This will make him her follower. And the angelic creature is totally bonkers. No matter how strong the target is, once hit by this, they're toast. But then something wild happens. Because a dark and red image pops up right in front of her. A red sea shows up, with a staircase lit by red spirals in the sky. There's a legit ocean of red juice inside the main dude's mind. From afar, the sneaky one sees Taehyun chilling on a throne made of creepy bones. Now this thing with the boy's skin realizes he's way smarter than expected. At this moment, Sarara is totally shook by the whole scene. This monster knows the assassin's plan was to use his enemy to draw him out, and even the girl knows it's insane. This being in front of her leaves her totally mind-blown and scared of what's next. The problem is not even the beauty can pull off such a move, and now she's caught in a monstrous spiral. A red light starts taking over her body in a wild and nasty way, until it turns into a huge creature that gobbles her up with no mercy or escape. These bloody waters get super rowdy with this creature and slowly chill out after this demonic smackdown. Suddenly, he snaps out of this deep, dark trance, finding himself in a hospital. Getting up from the bed, he starts firing off questions about what went down. Then, Yu shows up to chat with her buddy again, happy he's awake. It's a fact that what happened freaked everyone out, so much so that his fam rushed to help him last night. Because after all, the fighter didn't even show any sign of waking up anytime soon. But his biggest question is what happened to his rival, who was found out cold. just like the dark-haired dude. And the same thing happened with Ping Jiang, while Chai was MIA after that wild encounter. So, the agent's wondering what on earth went down in that place. Everything went sideways, and even though he knew it could happen, it still caught him off guard. Despite all the power he stacked up, he couldn't even get close to cracking the secret of his power. So, his only question is what's lurking in his mental world, and it's gotta be something super strong. Then, the woman just tells him to chill and take care of himself, and the tough guy just tells her to back off and be professional. Suddenly, someone bursts in yelling right at the hospital room door. It's Ko, who's freaked out by everything that happened to his buddy. Arriving there, the panicked one says they need the Nightwalker's help to send a team to the Abyss. After all, the whole New Korea team, including Sung Jin, is reported missing. Chapter 59. He keeps yelling inside the newly awake dude's room, because the wild plan is to go solo on this risky mission, since forming a squad could just make things messier. Despite getting lost in the Abyss, everyone there's a pro. Their disappearances weren't because of a monster attack, but some big-time power play. All this makes it better for him to go solo on this mission. At this moment, the long-haired one can't believe it because the assassin just woke up. When everything's going nuts, out of nowhere, more people show up in that room. His family came to see him and made it clear they were super worried and scared by everything that happened, because they thought their relative would never wake up from that coma. At this moment, you remember she mentioned this earlier and calls him out for not wanting to see his own family. Together, everyone there tries to convince him not to go without backup on this risky mission. When he was newly awake, there were more people to pressure him than to care about him. Besides, everyone judged him, and no matter what happened, they all gave him side-eye. Turns out now it's different, and a bunch of people have come to appreciate him big time. In front of all these special people, he stays serious and thinks about everything, until he finally thanks them for all the good vibes they've given him. Alright, buckle up, cause this is gonna be a wild ride. Even with all the warnings, he's still all in for this mission. Gotta remember, his squad's in danger, even if they're just a temp team. Right now, he's the only one who can dive in and rescue the kidnapped peeps. He's so sure it's his duty, he wonders if his uncles would be proud of a scaredy cat nephew. His cousin starts tearing up, all emotional and stuff. Out of nowhere, a hand flies his way, and bam, a solid slap on the back. Since he's made up his mind, she just tells him to come back safe and bring everyone home. Down in the abyss, there's a massive impact, and someone goes flying from the hit. Sung Jin crashes to the ground, totally wrecked. A group of baddies rolls up saying Koreans aren't so bad after all. It's Liu Ping, the Blood Sword, one of China's top dogs, saying the hide-and-seek game's over. The sneaky dude suggests if they join him, they might get some mercy. But nah, none of them are down to betray their country and crew. So, the buddy shuts down that crazy idea instantly, no hesitation. Seeing this, the evil dude respects his opponent's pride, but then Hangul, in a panic, agrees to the powerful dude's crazy idea, switching sides, cause the guy in front of him is a total beast, and surrender seems like the only way out. Turns out there's another reason for the masked dude's sudden switch-up. Earlier, the saint caught him, trapping him with roots to ask some questions. Being all holy, her gig is to save people and spill the tea on New Korea. If he refuses, the sneaky one might use other tricks to make him play along. But it's clear if he just agrees, it'll be better for his health, and the poor guy starts bawling. Basically, the dude figures he's already betrayed once, so doing it again ain't a biggie. Before that, Sung Jin stops him from joining the enemy, knowing his buddy's scared and desperate, and vows to save him. They gear up to fight again, even though they don't stand a chance. His buddy jokes about all this talk being a bluff, and the traitor just has to say sorry. Then Hangul cries and decides to fight with his real crew. Seeing them ready to battle, the powerful dude can't believe they won't take the survival deal. In his head, these fools can't see the danger cause the maniac's just toying with them. So the madman finally decides to show them how it's done. He calls on his red power, ready to show the massive power gap. Monstrous blades fill the sky, ready to strike without mercy. This sight leaves the trio totally unsure, and even the leader's shocked. The maniac starts gloating, reminding them they're only alive cause of his mercy. Then, the attack's launched, leaving the poor guys clueless. Despair's all over their faces. No escape from this doom. He keeps up his ruthless attack, clearly aiming to wipe them out. Someone warns him the psycho's just gone full-on heartless. Shadows start wrapping around the swords, freezing them mid-air. Mouths and eyes start destroying them, making the Chinese think it's Chai's plan. But nope, the handsome one's already toast. Looking up, he spots the reason for the ambush, seeing the great skull titan charging. Even cornered, the hunter stays strong, cause he's been waiting for this. Despite this, the dark-haired dude quickly says it's not him, and boom, an explosion goes off, spreading wide. A silhouette walks through the dust cloud, the enemy's unscathed, clueless about what just went down, and when he reappears, he wonders if the foes vanished cause he was so ready for it. One of his crew shows up saying they need to track them, but the man still refuses. Alright, buckle up, cause this is gonna be a wild ride. So, checking out the mana traces in their footprints, it's super clear where they went. Their target? The epic tower of Yonggin, the ultimate dungeon of abyssal depths, no cap. Now, The long-haired dude yells for his buddy who swooped in to save him, and before anything else, shoves a healing potion in his face. They thank him for the clutch save and ask what the plan is now, like what's next, dude? This place is mega dangerous, and to make it worse, they can't bounce until they find the escape gate. There's nada to do right now, and even Taehyun can't protect them while fighting, but hey, it's just a dungeon, right? He promises he can clear it for the squad, and you can totally feel his confidence. Right then, they're both speechless, cause this place is unbeatable, and it's obvious he doesn't have a plan. Chapter 60. The tower's name? The Draconic Tower, and it's a beast for two big reasons. First, it's packed with crazy dangerous traps everywhere. Second, it's crawling with super strong and scary monsters, no joke. Back to the action, the girl is totally amazed by what she sees. Her leader is just wrecking everything and everyone in his path. When she wonders how he's doing it, turns out, before the pre-regression, the dude ran this dungeon over 2,000 times. Even though it's known for being insanely hard, it's not impossible to make it out alive. In the middle of the tower, there's a big portal way before the boss, so they're good. Arrows fly at the adventurers, but they saw it coming. Same with the monsters popping up to ambush them, they know the drill. Now, the return trip won't be as bad as it could have been, and the crew starts climbing the stairs. Then, they spot something ahead, the blue gate to escape. Finally. Everyone's hyped seeing the blue energy, cause it's their ticket out of there. They're super relieved they don't have to climb more floors to reach this exit. When asked, the rogue plays it cool, saying he just got lucky knowing the place. Everyone's got to cross now before more monsters show up to mess with their escape. The team members are zooming through the blue portal one by one, until someone stops by the lifeguard before crossing the teleport path. The long-haired dude turns to his powerful ally, thanking him for the rescue. He promises to repay the favor soon, and the rogues all chill, saying it's no biggie. Then, the assassin jokes about never expecting a thank you from the guy, wondering if it's cause he saved them. As he keeps thinking, we find out Hangil's the Japanese spy, and now they gotta face the Ghostblade and the Saint again. The fact that it's almost over isn't too bad, and the Korean's ready to bounce through the exit too. But suddenly, this powerful energy flow yeets him backward with force. As he's tossed, someone warns they can't cross the gate for some gnarly reason. Turns out, the Tower Master Kaiselin is watching him, and that's a big nope. A creepy vibe fills the place, and even Taehyun's shook knowing he's being watched by such a beast. Parts of the tower start cracking, releasing some weird and dangerous energy. A dragon shows up, wrecking a chunk of the tower with just its rage and entrance. Even the monster's impressed with the kid's skills, who's now freaking out seeing it there. At first he thought it was just another puny human invading its crib, but this is a rank SS master. These creatures are the strongest around, living in the abyss, ranked in 4 levels. The little ones, still babies, are just rank S. The adults level up to rank S+ as they grow. Next are the worms, hitting the powerful rank SS level. Finally, the mythical ones, too epic to even rank, are the ancient dragons. Seeing this beast right in front of him, he's obviously scared and clueless about what to do. After all, the dude in front is a prime example of the 3rd layer, ready to throw down, and he's wondering just how strong this thing is. Plus, to make it even worse, he had no clue this titan was chilling in a dungeon he thought he knew like the back of his hand. Now, even our usually chill hero is thinking about chatting it out, but the crazy dude isn't vibing with that plan. Boom, a massive fireball gets launched, vaporizing everything in its path like a boss. But nope, not gonna be that easy to toast him, cause his silhouette's still standing strong despite the chaos. Since there's no avoiding the fight, our powerhouse summons his Skull Titan to charge at the enemy. Bam, a punch lands right on the giant's chin, but the big guy just takes it. No dodging, no blocking. Still, it stands tall and lets out a roar so loud it could wake the dead, all mad about the disrespect. Next up, a dagger gets plunged into the dungeon's big baddie, and boom, magical chains wrap around it, locking it down tight. Now, all its powers are linked, and while it can't beat a rank SS, it's still pretty clutch. Or so it seems, cause the dungeon boss shows up, claws ready to strike. This attack sends a wave of destruction, tossing the assassin like a ragdoll. At this point, it's clear the flyer's durability is off the charts ridiculous. So the plan's to stall, and as he starts hiding, a sneaky figure pops up behind him. Obviously, he spins around to see what's up, but too late. A punch smashes into his face, sending him crashing down. After that epic hit, it's clear the dude's got no clue what just hit him. This is Kaiselin in human form, a shapeshifter who can change their look, and they're prepping a fireball. This fire's visibly dangerous and powerful, and it slams into the dark-haired dude without mercy. The flames hang in the air after the explosive blast. He grabs Taehyun by the face like he's nothing. Now, the confident guy gets a taste of rank SS, cause he couldn't even react to the onslaught. Seems the horned one wants to peek inside his opponent. Using some draconic power, it starts scanning his insides, but his abilities try to fight back until they're shut down. Even he didn't feel anything off and recalls the kid's power flaring up during the fight. Then, he admits it's not just a human, and the poor guy's in agony from the pressure, so the dungeon boss demands to know how a mere human got such power and wants his identity. Being pushed around and humiliated makes him mad and in disbelief, cause no matter what his power says, he just wants to know himself, and his rocky hands grip him. After the beatdown, the bold one finally breaks free, and tentacles start grabbing the enemy. These limbs freak out the entity, which gets restrained, and one heads straight for him. The impact sends him flying, the speed of the hit brutally launching him away. So much so that he crashes hard into one of the Great Hall's walls. Now, it's clear that just this attack was enough to injure him, and the one thought to be weaker starts to scare him. Someone steps out of the shadows, treating the great dragon like a red lizard guarding his house. The demonic deity shows up, saying the monster will be his pet, and the Queen's Man ability kicks in. Plus, the sadistic one jokes it's taking too long to chat with her and calls him careless. Turns out the sly one knows he can't just trust a monster, and asks her if she's cool with it. Chapter 61. Now, the one-eyed dude's super worried, cause the hero just vanished. They explain it all went down when they crossed the dimensional gate earlier. Meanwhile, Sungjin's causing a scene, wanting to dive back into the abyss to save the one left behind. Only Yu's managing to hold him back, cause going back would just mess things up for everyone. Alright, so here's the deal. Liu Zeng and Zhang Lung are total mysteries right now, so the squad's gotta keep their return on the down low. And just when you think it can't get any crazier, the Korean players vanish. The exhibition games hit day 6, and it's all wrapping up. Honestly, the rankings are whatever at this point, cause without the dark-haired dude, they wouldn't have made it this far, and if he doesn't show up, it's all for nothing. While he's deep in thought, the commander just tells his buddy to hang in there. Suddenly the enemy's zooming at her rival like a rocket. He's trying to use his fire to fend off those wild tentacles. Their powers are going head-to-head, wrecking everything around them. Seeing their epic power levels, it's obvious the dude's thinking he might not make it out of this chaos alive. Even though they're both total beasts, their level is just bonkers, even for him. Thinking it over, he figures hitting up Rosaria was the right call at this crucial moment. Thanks to the Machiavellian hookup, he's got complete hypnosis and the Queen's Man in his arsenal. Why hasn't he used the second power yet? Easy. It guzzles mana like a thirsty camel. Summoning powers need extra mana to call the creature, plus potions to keep the fight going. But the real kicker with this technique? Now, the Dungeon Master's got firepower to summon meteors. A meteor shower starts raining down from the dungeon sky on the two invaders. On one side, the dark-haired dude's freaking out over the power and threat. On the flip side, his allies standing strong, channeling dark energy into her killer claws. She slices through the fiery rocks like butter, earning her the title of the super strong hag. The tentacles wrap around the dragon-like dude again, and he's tossed around like a rag doll. Plus, this power level means he can't fully control her, so the madwoman could torch a whole city without breaking a sweat. Then the demoness laughs, asking her buddy what he thinks of her epic skills. Despite everything, he starts seeing her as pretty dependable, and the enemy gets back up, acknowledging the succubus queen's power. But this just confuses him more, cause he can't figure out why an archduke's helping a puny bug. This fact drives him nuts, seeing his opponent's actions as a total disgrace. Right then, the sly one keeps treating him like a lizard, thinking he's pretty chatty for a mere reptile. Then, Taehyun realizes the title the enemy dropped is for those who serve the king, hinting the entity might be tight with the monarch. Now, a million questions are buzzing in the hunter's head, but the woman cuts him off. The wise one straight up says that even with all his questions, he doesn't deserve answers and wouldn't do anything with them anyway. Plus, the noble thinks the guy already knows this, and no matter what, his job is to keep following his destiny. These words hit him hard, surprising him with their meaning. The current sitch isn't as simple as it looks, and the wounded dude's not getting it. Checking out his own hand, he sees his body going through a wild mana reflux. Even being such a big deal, the girl's still summoned by a mere human. And a species as lame as his can't have that kind of power, especially with the Dungeon Master's body wrapped in monstrous flames. If he keeps fighting it, he'll just roast her without a second thought. Another fiery attack's in the works, and it's gonna be even more intense than the last ones. Now, both of them are stressing over the magnitude, and the weak one yells for his summoning. This attack blows up one of the tower floors where they're battling. What saved them was being wrapped in a bunch of heat-resistant tentacles. Turns out even the horned one got hit, and she finally gets the opponent's level. To make things worse, her powers are limited cause she was summoned by the lesser. As if that wasn't enough, anything she did would still cause the poor guy to lose his life from the intense mana reflux. But before she vanishes, she's gonna give her contract buddy a gift. He's kinda clueless about what she's talking about and asks what the deal is, and the succubus steps up, telling him not to bite the dust. At that moment, the dude gets a smooch from the monarch, and his hypnosis level goes on a wild roller coaster ride. Right then, his power kicks in, and his hands start glowing this epic purple. The dragon dude's like, what in the world is happening to my enemy? But then, a mega bright energy wave just starts swallowing him up like a hungry hippo. Next thing you know, the Dungeon Master gets zapped into the hero's brain and is like, whoa, this is one sneaky trick. Inside, Taehyun's inner monster is grumbling about his buddy leaving a mess for him to clean up. Even the big shot fighter is totally clueless about what's going down. Not even the throne sitter is recognized by the dungeon's top dog. But soon enough, the guy pieces it together and realizes this power is in the first blade. The redhead freaks out when he spots the famous deity chilling there, and behind the throne, the big bad predator shows up. The sadist just shrugs and tells the intruder to scram from his private zone. A massive shark charges at him, ready to chomp him down with zero chill. He's got no clue about this power, let alone how to react. So all he can do is freak out at a level scarier than his own. Back in the real world, the wounded guy's in agony, feeling all the pain and suffering. He's frantically asking where his executioner vanished to. Watching this chaos and totally lost is the hero, who remembers the skill's rank got a makeover. But Kaiselin's acting super weird, and the crazy one's still roaring with rage and pain. In this chaos, the trickster sneaks in a potion sip, cause it's obvious his opponent's getting weaker. Basically, this is his one shot to win, and there won't be another chance. So, he charges at the dragon, fast and furious. His blade gets soaked in dark energy, cranking up the power to the max. He lands a bunch of cuts, hitting the dragon dude right on target. Finally, his hits start working, and the red one roars in pain from the impact. But Taehyun's not satisfied, knowing he can't stop now. His hands gather a ton of power, and he recalls the last words of his summon. Until now, he hasn't figured out what she meant when she left. Now he really needs to learn more about the king and his full power, cause he's out for revenge on Asmodeus. He never got to live his own life before, and memories of his friends and fam pump him up not to fail. All this makes his powers go wild, ensuring he'll beat his foe and get home safe. This hype makes him unleash his predation power, and it feels like it's leveled up big time. Seeing this attack leaves the Tower Master totally shook, cause he can't believe a human could pull this off. With all this determination, the great dragon's body gets wrecked by his opponent's final judgment. As the predatory power wraps up, his ranking gets an instant upgrade. After this epic battle, Taehyun admits he thought he'd lose, even with all his advantages. Now, it's time to head home, and his rank jumps from B to A, matching New South Korea's national strength level. Chapter 62. Sometime later, it's the 7th and final day of the Asian competition games. All the judges check out the treasures and start scoring, with Japan snagging 4,600. In second place, China scores 4,800, and Ghostblade's fuming, cause the slick dude wanted payback for Surura, but the Chaos starter's still MIA. Out of nowhere, the madman decides to bounce, and even though he's told the ceremony's just starting, he's like, "Nah, I'm out." We see the eye patch guy watching the criminal leave without a care. Despite all the heroes' efforts, New South Korea ends up in 3rd place in the tournament. Cause of the Koreans going MIA, the country stalled on day 5, and others took the lead. If they'd found more magic stones or taken down an SS rank monster, they could have snagged the win. So, the poor dude just says sorry for messing up the legacy left by the missing guy, and from afar, someone's cracking up at the whole scene. A duo strolls up to the altar, heading towards the suited up guy. They're just the Chinese, poking fun at the whole 3rd place drama, because the rascal just laughs about the Koreans losing their top talent in an accident. These words hit him hard, leaving him totally shocked by such nastiness. Then, the old dude spills that the young guy went into the Yongin Tower and, because of that, won't be back. And now he's deep in thought about those words. This kind of meanness makes him super mad, like his fists are shaking with rage. Everyone knows the old dude's to blame for the disappearance. Literally everyone's in on it. In the end, the bad guy makes it clear that those without power can't even say what's true. To make it worse, the nutcase tells him to just chill and enjoy the rest of the closing ceremony. Now the poor dude realizes being powerless is seriously tough, and the crazy guy keeps laughing like a villain because his plans worked out. But then, someone suddenly pops through the portal saying, none of this adds up. The gate opening freaks out the two baddies, who are totally clueless about what's happening, while the one-eyed guy is even more mind-blown by what's going down. He cracks a joke about his president putting up with such bad dudes. But now there's no reason to be scared, and seeing him back makes him almost emotional. Then, the two enemies are totally caught off guard by this unexpected and terrible comeback for them, because Taehyun's back with a massive red crystal snagged from the dragon. Now, he's finally back and ready to flip the script completely. Someone's yelling for Jae Young in his room, and the kid's gaming on his bed while his mom's nagging him to check out the event. Because his cousin's missing, nothing makes sense anymore, and he's totally bummed out because of it. So much so that the poor dude thinks it'd be a betrayal to watch without his fam there. Then, his mom says the missing person's finally back and on TV. Hearing this obviously leaves him super shocked by the situation, and on the last day of the tournament, something wild and unexpected happened. Because in his hands is the magic stone taken from the SS rank monster Kaiselin, and he's back with it even after being declared missing. Yu gets the news and is totally blown away by her dear one's return. The rest of the crew is also speechless at this epic move by their buddy, who's now racked up 1,500 points. Scoring like this puts New South Korea, with 5,600 points, way ahead of China. So, everyone's cheering because now the South Koreans just snagged the win in this continental-level showdown. Now, the main dude's getting all the hype for his insanely impressive move. Meanwhile, his old rival's totally stunned by his humiliating and unexpected loss. At the same time, the desperate guy's grilling Liu about what went down, since he said the opponent was toast. At this point, the Bloodsword's in shock, precisely because he didn't expect his target to escape the dungeon. This sight leaves him super mad and shocked by the event, and the jokesters cracking about it being a close call. Remembering the fight, he says the dragon was pretty beastly, but he got lucky to snag and recover the magic stone from that monster. But his enemies definitely won't back down so easily, and someone soon calls him out of nowhere. It's the commander, who immediately hugs him without a second thought, and this move surprises him, as he didn't expect such a warm welcome from the commander. The guy's true happiness is seeing his buddy back home safe and sound. Now, the assassin finally gets the feels his boss has. From the start, Ji-jin was super grateful his crew came back alive, and for that, he cried for ages. Social media also blew up with tons of posts about the wild twist in the Asian event. Plus, everyone partied hard celebrating the Predator's safe return with a big bash. One of the hosts just starts roasting the old Chinese dude who plotted against his team earlier. Now, there's a meeting going down at the Singapore Association. The director there thanks the dark-haired dude for all his help and everything he did, and because of that, he's giving him an invite. Haley's pitch is for an alliance between the two sides after the crazy events of this tournament. Hearing this leaves him pretty shocked because he didn't see this proposal coming. It's the same thing that happened before his regression, as he remembers. The Singaporeans were all about making friends with top-tier hunters after losing their A-team warriors, but China was like, nah, not happening. So Taehyun's got this plan to first deal with the troublemakers. Right now, the politician who called him for the team-up is totally clueless about what's going down. Then, bam! The door gets smashed by this wild red energy storming in. It's a duo, armed to the teeth, ready to throw down with all their might. At this point, he's all confused about how his enemy snagged the young in tower. But who cares, right? Turns out it's not just two, but a whole squad of mercenaries led by the Bloodsword. Now, it's showdown time between the baddies and the top dogs from each side. Still, he's got that swagger, saying he already gave his new buddy a heads up. First things first, they gotta handle the ones causing all the chaos. Slowly, the window starts cracking from some serious hits. Then bam! Shadows pop up just as the glass goes kaboom. Their arrival shocks the National Force crew, who realize the target's not flying solo. So, the red-eyed dude's in for a nasty surprise, getting even more ticked off. First, one of the backup guys is like, daytime attacks? Bad move, bro. Meanwhile, the other promises to settle his score with the Predator right there. Finally, one of the crew tries to say hi to the Singaporean president, but the girl cuts him off, thinking recruiting the crazy Blade wasn't the best move, though he's a beast in battle. Right then, the Joker remembers his hunter saying nothing else mattered at that moment. This challenge and the surprise arrivals just make the villain even more fired up to brawl. All the allies are gathered, ready to take on the shady Chinese forces. Chapter 63. Earlier, the one-eyed dude was saying Liu's heading to Singapore right now. This news shocks the agent because it's clearly an attack right after the exhibition games, and there's no way the evil old man is backing off. His plan? Wipe out the other international hunter squads and hog all the dungeons and mana stones. Not just the South Koreans, but everyone's in the crosshairs of these ruthless terrorists. Even though the commander trusts these words, the big question is, what's the game plan? In the hero's head, the choice is way clearer than it seems. His idea? Teach the baddies a lesson, so the fight kicks off with his crew charging in, and the other mercenaries are totally freaked by this fierce Korean blitz. So much so that a blast rocks the fancy office, and Sungjin remembers they gotta get the VIP out of there. When Yu mentions this was her dear one's plan, the other girl finds it kinda weird. Turns out the other wildcard, Hyunsu, just scooped the poor guy up and got all emotional. As the battle starts, the invaders find themselves in a tough spot, even with their numbers. But Liu's not backing down, gearing up for one of his bloody moves against the foes, until his hand gets frozen by the cursed chains from his biggest rival. Both get tossed outside the room to duke it out freely, and seeing the big guns move, everyone jumps back into action. When he's getting nabbed, the villain's clueless about what his chaser's up to. Then, the Predator remembers the bloody one was on his tail earlier. He throws back the taunt, recalling the assassin bolted when they clashed in the abyss. His roar of rage kicks off the final showdown between the two sides. A bunch of blood-red spears get aimed at Taehyun. Until now, the smart guy's been bragging about taking down Shin and Chai, but there's a twist. Now, Liu's got the lowdown on all his opponent's tricks and is ready for them. Just as he's about to keep his evil monologue going, the fool gets cut off, told to zip it. A brutal hit lands, catching the guy off guard. His arm gets ripped off with insane force and chill as something closes in, and the villain's clueless about what's coming. A punch from the Skull Titan sends him flying to the ground. This hit makes him spit his red juice in a totally embarrassing and unexpected way. He's in shock, losing his limb so easily. Yo, check this out. The attack power's been off the charts since that wild day in the abyss. It's totally leveled up. Even though he knows it, the dude from China's still got his pride, charging in like a boss. But bam, the assassin slices him up, showing who's really got the skills. Red juice is everywhere, gushing through the smoky chaos of their epic clash, and the winner strolls up to the loser, who's just lying there, looking like a squashed bug. Ever since he snagged Kaiselin's power, winning's been a no-brainer. Even with this epic win, he admits his opponent was the top dog in the exhibition games. But then, out of nowhere, the loser starts laughing like a maniac. Now it's clear why his old crew got wrecked by this beast. He never thought he'd need Archduke-level skills against the main dude, and hearing him, he's shook. Right then, Liu's all, "Yo, Taeyun, you think you're the strongest?" And his body goes full-on monster mode. This freaky sight totally shocks the fighter, who didn't see this twist coming. Mouths and layers of flesh start covering the Chinese rank champ's face. Now the red juice carnage is on. Time to unleash some real power. Bodies are everywhere as the fight rages, and Yu's been taking down foes left and right. Then Sungjin's like, "Yo, check this out," cause her face says it's getting real. The top fighters are stuck in this creepy red energy dome. This spooky scene leaves them both super freaked about what's going down. That demon barrier? Yeah, it's bad news. A giant red hand whips out a blade to attack. The monster charges the dark-haired dude, who's dodging like a pro. He's yelling, showing off his true strength, and the creature's screaming non-stop. Even though it's tense, the predator's holding strong, and he's thinking, Liu's just a big ol' sack of red juice now. Severed limbs hit the ground with a gross thud. And those tentacles? They're growing back like it's no big deal. Taehyun's shocked by the Regan, then bam, he's hit by those limbs. The Archduke's shockwave sends him flying. It's wild. This power's so intense, he's wondering if it's even the same guy he's fighting. And the place they're in? Total Abyss vibes. He remembers the Chinese dude talking about being an Archduke, just like Kaiselin did with Rosaria. So, there's more peeps with the same rank as the Succubus Queen, and the Skull Titan's ready to strike again. But he gets countered and split by a massive blow. He figures his enemy's got ties to the Infernal King too. But before he can attack, something freaks him out big time. The creature's huge hand comes in for a smack, grabbing the main guy. With the upper hand, the stranger starts mocking him, but the young dude's not having it. He's got a question for Liu before things get too real. He wants more deets on the big monarch. This question leaves him puzzled until he starts piecing it together. Turns out, it's about beings with crazy power, and the dude knows zilch. Once he's got his answer, predation kicks in, and its energy starts ripping the monster apart. This power's so next level, it's got him freaking out, but he's learned more about the Archdukes. Then, the poor dude realizes the kid's true power was hidden all along. But there's nothing left to say. Their beef's settled, and giant heads start munching on that evil mass. Only scraps hit the ground, lifeless and fading away. And since the enemy knew squat about the king, he figures only the succubus might have a clue. Plus, the other big shots like Rosaria are packing some serious, mysterious power. Even if these other beings know about the archdemon, they're definitely not going to be chill. Suddenly, all the leftover bits start coming together in one spot. Seeing this transformation totally freaks out the dark-haired dude. He didn't see it coming. A voice is like, "Nice strength, but is that all you got?" A ghostly white hand pops out from all that decay, showing just how squishy humans can be. Red hair joins the party, and the sight in front of him is totally jaw-dropping. Chapter 64. Meet Igmun, the vampire lord, who casually mentions his contractor got the boot. His epicness leaves him speechless, and he's all, "Who hired this dude? Can't be Liu." The magical vibes are off the charts, super spooky. Turns out it's one of the top Abyss commanders, ready to flex some skills. Giant swords made of red juice? Yep, that's happening. They zoom his way and he barely dodges like, whoa! The sword size is mind-blowing, making him doubt it's the same Chinese magic. The level's on another planet, and the predator's all in, yelling as he clashes with the attack. This just proves it's Rosaria-level power, and beating it, no chance. He's puzzled by the sudden appearance, but no time for that. It's survival mode now. He's got to throw everything he's got, summoning the Skull Titan. Something catches the big vampire king off guard. Summoning depends on the contractor's power. Stronger summoner, stronger beast. But if not, the summoner's body can't handle it and goes kaput. As expected, Liu's exit forced the Archduke's summoning through a corpse. There's gotta be a time limit, and they clash with their powers. Just hang in there until the opponent bails due to the limit. Out of nowhere, the nobles all, "No way this kid compares to my old host." The fist keeps smashing the big bloody shield, holding strong. Trying to survive this battle, super ambitious, and a red tornado's brewing. Something hits him out of nowhere, no defense. The magic's crushing him, easy peasy for the conjurer. The torture's so intense, even national level strength feels like a joke. Despite being strong, teaching a lesson to someone clueless is tough. So the plan is to finish him, piece by piece. But something's off. Inside that powerful vortex, something's changed, without the vampire knowing. Suddenly, it's a sea of flowers and plants. The rose petals are a dead giveaway, and the villain's shocked. He gets it now, and his face turns serious. Behind the victim, a figure as powerful as the Archduke appears. It's Rosaria, here to save her contractor at this crucial moment. Igmun gets why his buddy showed up out of nowhere. He didn't think his host would lose to a regular human, but he's shocked the succubus is the contractor. He wants his friend to ditch the fool and scram, or she'll fall too. Of course, the maiden sees her buddies all worked up over losing the Chinese, and she's still the same. The redhead's not having his bold offer and shows she's fearless too. Then, the demon introduces her old ally to the young guy, who's totally mind-blown. He's stunned, witnessing this insane power level. And to make it worse, the enemy's summoning portals with massive bloody spears. He promises to beat her, no fuss, and his evil's clear. She doesn't back down and fires back at her comrade's taunt. Two of the greatest abyssal entities are in a massive epic showdown. The intensity leaves Taehyun frozen, watching this epic clash. Unlike before, the magical backlash hits him sooner than with the dragon. He watches the epic fight, realizing he's hit his limit after 2 battles, and summoning her made it worse. His ally tells him not to fall now, cause her power depends on the one who contracts her. Alright, buckle up, cause this is gonna be a wild ride. Even though our hero's got some serious muscle, he's up against an archduke, so he better go all out or both of them are toast. So, the horned dude's all, chill, just this once, okay? She starts reminding him why he's been living on the edge, cause falling here ain't worth it. This pep talk leaves him speechless, totally not expecting the redhead to drop wisdom bombs like that. Then, the flying one goes, watch this, and charges up an epic energy attack. The vampire's all bummed out, cause his time's running out too. Their epic showdown's gotta wrap up, so he just tells her, hang in there till we meet again. A pink energy beam blasts out, while those massive arms swing a spear to fight back. Both forces clash in a mega battle, like nothing the hero's ever seen. The impact's energy starts to crumble, and his body's wearing out from all the power. He's fading fast, like a phone battery at 1%. All his stats are tanking, and he's sinking into a deep ocean. He's bummed, cause every time he levels up, a new boss shows up to wreck him. A voice totally roasts Taehyun's emo moment without a second thought. The figure in his head's like, what are you doing with king-level power, you goof? Cause national strength or archduke level's a joke, and this body's toast if he doesn't get it together. Soon, that creepy figure's gonna take over while he's out cold. Then, the dude wakes up, freaking out and screaming, back in the hospital again. He realizes it's just another nightmare, and remembers that creature from his dream. He's wondering what the deal is with the great monarch, and everyone's there watching him. Yu's all hyped to see him okay, hugging him like there's no tomorrow. Turns out, at some point, that barrier got smashed in a flash. After that crazy battle, it was just him, lying there on the ground. Luckily, President Haley made it through the assassination attempt, thanks to Hyunsu's heroics. Plus, Zhang Long's gotta face the music with an investigation by the association world. Now he's finally done with treatment and ready to head home. His mind's racing about that new enemy, and his evil clone, and he barely missed learning more about the monarch's power. In the end, his ranking's climbing, and something pops up in front of him. It's a chart with all his skills and attributes, both locked and unlocked. But the real kicker? One's called Blood Frenzy, and it needs some epic strawberry juice to unlock. Chapter 65. So, they're chilling at dinner, and Yu's like, what's next after eating? The dark-haired one's got an idea. A friendly raid match in China's and Japan's unexplored dungeons. But the blue-haired one's not feeling it. The clever one's all, remember, you promised a date. And the fool's trying to play it off as just a meal. Even if he's got raid rights, he can't just go in guns blazing. Dungeons are gold mines for mana stones, so no way they're letting outsiders in. Those foreign associations will throw up roadblocks until time's up, but the Predator's got a plan. If things drag on, he's ready to roll, but the girl doesn't quite get it yet. The combatant spotted some weak spots in himself. The skill he snagged earlier is the same as Lu's, but trying to use it, nada. It needs some epic red juice, and since it's from Igmun, there's probably a catch or a contract. And let's not forget, national strength's nothing compared to those mega powerful demonic entities. Alright, so here's the deal. Our guy's got this epic mission to take on the big bad duke and figure out what's up with the king and his creepy crew. To pull this off, he's gotta level up big time, and now we're chilling at this sketchy abandoned warehouse. Standing there is our main dude, looking around like he's never seen this place before. Turns out, it's the Bang Chae-Su brewery, and it's totally trashed, like no one's been here in ages. The door's got a sign saying it's closed, but our guy's not bothered, just swings it open like it's no biggie. Suddenly, a voice pops up, wondering if kids these days can't read, and our guy's like, whoa, where'd that come from? The voice says the place is shut, and there's this dude chilling in front of a Buddha statue and some jars. He's all, get out of here, but our guy's not here for beer. He's got other plans. He's curious about this fusion skill, and the old dude's so shocked he's practically shaking. The old guy's like, how do you know about that? And our guy's all, I'm Taehyun, a national level player. He's also here to help the old dude, who's been living like a hermit. Meet Bang Chae-Su, the OG founder, just an old dude waiting for his time to be up. But he's the only rank S fusion master around, even though he's more into his work than flexing his power. One day, his son, a wannabe rank S, comes along with a different vibe. The old man couldn't ignore his son, so he tried fusion on him and his demon buddies. Spoiler alert, It went south fast, and the sun was in agony, screaming like a banshee. His body got hijacked by some evil energy, torturing him bit by bit. This whole fusion thing backfired, causing a mana meltdown in the sun. Scared of demon payback, the sun bailed, leaving the old man drowning in guilt, swearing off his powers. This whole saga shocks our guy, who didn't expect anyone to know this drama, and he's like, "Why are you here? Fusion on yourself? Crazy talk, no matter how strong you are." The old man's all traumatized, but our guy's like, "Chill, don't freak out." His red energy starts glowing, showing he's not scared of the old man's ultimate move. Before they kick things off, they chat about the risks of messing with demon mana. The old man's not to blame, and hearing this leaves him stunned. Turns out, his rank was way above the monsters, and the fusion was too much for the host. Now, there's no risk of those old side effects, and this confidence blows the mage's mind. He's thinking his hands only ever messed things up for others. But this young dude just fixed everything in a snap, and it's mind-blowing. To him, Taehyun's like a time traveler, and now the kid's all hyped. Even though he's confident, no one knows he's at the warehouse, so if it goes south, no one will blame Bang. Years later, they find out the old guy's power was never the problem, but it's too late. He's already hit rock bottom. If he hadn't sorted things out, he'd have taken his guilt to the grave. Now the Predator's relieved he didn't wait too long this time. Suddenly, a bunch of skills merge, and it's a lot for one dude, so much that he's freaking out. But our hero's keeping it cool, staying strong and steady. As expected, his powers are totally stealthy, and he's like, all good here. His determination keeps blowing the old man's mind, so he keeps the fusion going. Now, the fusion's on, and these blue symbols are buzzing with crazy energy. Several execs are chilling in a room at the association's HQ. Kevin Law, the big boss of the US squad, is a rank S, and it's been ages since the US crew got together. There's also Gregor Gale, the 10th strongest, who's all like, "Why are we even here?" Then, Dylan, who's 3rd ranked, tells Gregor to chill and show some respect to the commander. Ricky, the 2nd ranked, jumps in, reminding everyone that these meetings always turn into a circus. Cody chimes in, saying leadership is key and rankings are just numbers, like a high score in a video game. Plus, no one's forced to do anything, and right now, the dude's the strongest in the US of A. Getting to the juicy stuff, the snazzy-dressed one brings up the recent games in Asia, especially China. Montel, the 5th most powerful, recalls how the top Chinese players got benched. Nick, the 6th place, spills the tea on the situation and remembers the attack on the Singapore squad. But the chill dude couldn't care less about the group's chatter. This is the current sitch with the Chinese, and the chief spills that one person caused all the chaos. Oh, and the Americans know about the vampire lord Igmund's sneaky moves in this mess. Everyone's jaws drop, and the blondes all, "What does the boss know about this?" The serious one just asks who handled all these monsters. Before dropping the name, the director gets all serious and jittery. Then he reveals it was Taehyun, who's chilling in a warehouse, surrounded by a red force field. Bang's freaking out over the power, and we find out the main dude's way beyond world class. But it's still super important to check him out, and his strength just keeps leveling up. Cause now, his powers hit rank AA, and he's almost at S. Another plane's zooming off from New South Korea airport. 2 US agents have landed to dig into the big shot story, but the wild dude's ready to rumble and his buddy's like, "We're not here to throw hands." Still, they might have to scrap, and Marcus, one of the US top 8, is all about it. Chapter 66. An elevator dings open on the 24th floor of a massive building. Out steps the dark-haired dude, saying his power fusion's finally done. Problem is, he needs to test it in battles, and now he's got Shadow Skin, King's Domain, and King's Aura. But the wild guy thinks using it here would just cause a ruckus. 2 people chat about the hunter finally showing up, and he didn't even notice the guests. We see the foreigners roll up to chat with him. Turns out they've been waiting for him, and the sly guy adjusts his specs. Meanwhile, the other brute cuts to the chase, fuming that a kid took down Lou. Then, he's shocked by the USS level's presence, and the guy corrects his buddy's rudeness. After that, they sit down to dive deeper into the situation. Taehyun's wondering what the international hunters want with the Korean, but one of them spots the young dude's impatience and says it's just a chat. Before that, Marcus has to do something, and the table starts glowing green. Digital stuff starts popping up around them. The boy recognizes it as the power called Ziggurat. It basically shows all the stats, powers, and extra info of the target in panels. Checking it all out, the nerd says even though the Predators got national-level stars, they're not enough to beat the Blood Sword. So, they gotta check his skills to be sure. Turns out when they open this part, red energy starts pouring out. Each technique's hidden and needs checking to reveal. Then the powerful one shuts it down, telling him to quit snooping. Cause if the goal's to check his strength, this sample should do. He apologizes for the nosiness, thinking no one's ever beat his analysis skills. Alright, so here's the scoop. The dude being investigated is the top dog in New South Korea, no cap. This finally clicks for him, and he gets why President Kevin was all stressed when they met, and he's dying to know what the convo was about. They're there to snag some rights to the Chinese dungeons, which they didn't get from the friendly match. Like, what's up with that? Even though they're tight-lipped, the American director's been eyeing those spots, ready to dive in. And since Taehyun took down Liu, it's obvious Zhang Long's gonna make dungeon access a pain. But hey, maybe they can team up. If they split the rights, the Chinese politicians' meddling stops, and they can raid freely, no strings attached. It's a win-win for everyone, because if they agree, the foreigners get a power boost, and if not, no beef between them. So, the main dude's gearing up to drop his final answer to the negotiator, and he's like, nah, I'm good, don't need foreign help for my plans. Marcus is bummed but just nods, saying that's all he needed to hear. But the other dude's like, what? That answer makes zero sense to him. And to top it off, the wild guy charges at the Korean, grilling him, because they came all this way and can't leave with just that. Since words didn't work, the kid's gotta learn the hard way, through some action. Even though the other guy wants to bond, the long-haired dude's impatient and ready to stir the pot. Then, he spots Gregor, famous and all, and the fool feels the pressure. The sneaky dude's stare is something the guy's seen a lot, and his anger's not for any real reason. He's just mad because the bearded dude doesn't see him as an equal, and it's been ages since he felt underestimated. But now, things are different, so Taehyun chills out and rolls with it. Since the brute's so eager for his proposal to fly, the main guy decides to play along. It's showdown time, both flexing their powers, perfect for the strongest to test his new skills. Everyone's hyped in the arena, crowd going wild for the showdown. One staff member's shook to find out the fights in the guild's arena. The commander's all chill, telling her to relax, it'll be fine and great PR for the squad. But the poor lady's freaking out, knowing the place will be trashed after this epic clash. Meanwhile, the American's stoked about his rival, and the young dude's ready to impress with this face-off. Now, blue energy's swirling around the maniac's face, he's pumped for the brawl. Out of nowhere, he morphs into a massive, monstrous werewolf. Like, what? He charges at the predator, who's cool as a cucumber, even with those razor-sharp claws coming at him. The hit's so intense it cracks a huge chunk of the arena floor like, whoa. The crowd's blown away not just by the visitor's skills but also by the arena getting wrecked. At the same time, the sharp-dressed guy spills the beans, calling this move the wolf's heart. It's this insane ability that turns the user into a beast, boosting their physical game big time. Marcus is kinda bummed the talks didn't pan out, but hey, maybe this is better. Plus, it's a chance to see how strong the guy who beat Liu really is, and the assassin's dodging the beast's moves like a pro. His confidence is sky high, and the beast thinks it's got the upper hand. When the stats dropped, Gregor saw he had Taehyun beat in most areas. And with his power activated, his stats are even crazier, and it's clear the dark-haired dude's feeling the heat. Cause the wolf lands a solid hit with a powerful palm strike. Then, the giant's all this is it, and gears up for the final blow. Despite the threat, the hunter's chill, not even sweating it. Cause this is what he expected from the 10th strongest creature in the USA. Then, the cocky dude's like, now I know my enemy won't die from the tests, and that ticks him off. Suddenly shadows start pouring out of his body after he finishes talking. The shadowy wave gets huge and kinda scary. Even the 8th place dude's shocked by the terrifying sight in front of him. Out of nowhere, a dark dome starts forming, growing massive. Now we find out that 3 epic skills got unlocked when his past moves fused, and Gregor's eyes pop at the first one. The king's domain rises up, mixing the world of silence with the monarch's heart, and shadowy statues pop up around him. All the target's stats drop, while the conjurer gets a major power-up. A punch lands on his face with the force of a freight train, sending him flying. Next up, the shadow skin merges stone skin with stealth, wrapping him in purple energy. His eyes turn the same spooky color, and he can flip stealth mode on and off like a light switch. Every hit on the canine makes him madder, but even while getting smacked, he stands strong, until he flips the script, but then a sea of red juice shows up under his feet. His sudden move makes the evil liquid splash everywhere. Then, the poor dude realizes he's in deep trouble in this showdown. The third power mashes the Night King's aura with paralysis, and the Skull Titan levels up big time. The massive shadowy figure gets ready with its sword to lay down the law. This crazy powerful arsenal leaves the outsider totally mind-blown by the wild level of power. Now, the match's end is clear, and Taehyun gears up to deliver the final blow. Finally, the order is for the werewolf to kneel, and he roars back with pure rage. The sky outside the stadium looks chill, but not for long, because a purple energy beam from the hero's blast starts taking over everything. Debris flies everywhere, and the crowd can't believe the chaos or the fight's outcome. And of course, Marcus thinks this whole thing is just a big joke. Meanwhile, the dark-haired dude just laughs, owning his epic win, totally roasting the opponent's game. In the end, it's time to say goodbye to the 10th greatest power of the Americans, which turns out to be nothing in the new South Korea. We know all the skills the strongest can use. Chapter 67. None of the crowd gets what went down because of the barrier. Then, another investigator notices many didn't catch what happened due to the black veil covering the fight. Even so, the guy's in shock because he knows it was super serious. Before the assassin bounces, Gregor gets back up for another round, making sure it's not over yet. With his last bit of strength, he goes after the young dude without mercy. but a pink horn jumps into action before the attack lands. The mark on Yu's forehead lights up, and her blue hair grows, and Sungjin's light blades join the party. The trio steps up and stops the outsider from going all out. First thing the agent does is call out the violent move for a simple bet, and the pink demon tells him to just accept the result already. Finally, the long-haired one reminds him that pushing limits in a fight is a big no-no. The strongest is shocked by these appearances, getting interrupted. Because the president also shows up in the arena to chat. Even the guy came for the chaos, and the one-eyed man wanted to stay out, but got dragged in. All these appearances keep blowing the Predator's mind. Right now, the whole team promises they'll handle this threat themselves. Seeing them ready to stop him, the creature keeps yelling and trash-talking. Then his boss shows up, telling him to zip it and stop the chaos. After all, if this keeps going, Cody will punish him without a second thought. Just thinking about facing the top one's power makes the brute shake in his boots. Then, his transformation quickly fades, remembering the risk. Only with this threat does the tantrum thrower decide to leave and end the madness. With the fight over, Marcus obviously says sorry for the mess his buddy caused. As silly as it seems after all that, the analyst throws out another invite. Now, he wants Taehyun to join the USA's players squad, and his buddy is totally shocked by this wild idea. Not just him, but the director too, who's fuming at the nerve. So this sneaky dude keeps upping the offer, making it super obvious he'll agree to anything, even if it's as wild as those Chinese dungeons. At first, he thinks these words are just hyping up his epic skills. Even though China's dungeons get a mention, the brunette's next big stop is Japan. That's where the saint is chilling, and the witch just woke up from her mega nap, so he's all set to head there. Picture this, a poor girl sprinting through a sea of red juice with tentacles hot on her trail. She's hurt, but giving it her all to escape this mess in one piece. But no matter how fast she runs, those claws always catch up. Then, bam! The redhead gets snagged by this wild attack that wraps her up completely. She's stuck, can't even react properly in this total disaster. Her arms are pinned down, and she's helpless to stop it. And just to make it worse, her legs get snagged by the creepy creature chasing her. Before she can even yell, her mouth gets covered by those nasty limbs until she's dragged before the throne and they're all like, "Weren't you the one who kicked this off?" At this point, the guy's inner beast is raging, mad that his prisoner dared to tell him to chill in her panic, and it's driving him nuts. The poor girl's still groaning from the awful state she's in, and the monster looks ready to chow down on her any second. This threat freaks her out even more as her endless punishment drags on in a super creepy way. Suddenly, she snaps out of this nightmare when a power surge hits her body. Screaming from all that went down, her crew rushes over to see what's up. Waking from that chaotic world, she realizes it all started when she entered her opponent's mind during the fight. Her main memory? The tortures from that evil version of the guy, who was all about those tentacles. Her hands are sweaty from all the stress she was put through. Right then, she wonders why Ghostblade isn't there with her. When they try to answer, her crew's all awkward, struggling to spill the tea. With effort, she gets up and tries to walk on her shaky legs. As she moves through her base, she's desperately calling for her right-hand dude. From a distance, the Sanctified One spots something that totally shocks her. It's the ghostly blade charging at the main character, throwing out a bunch of hits. Even in this chaos, the powerful guy's like, "I'm not here for a deadly showdown." But the snazzy dude doesn't care. He's set on taking down Taehyun for all the trouble he caused his sacred maiden. In his rage, he preps a special attack in the air, smoke puffing from the blade. He chants Soulbringer, and his eyes glow with intense white. Skulls zoom toward the guy, who's just dodging all these dangerous spells. The move's all about wrapping his cuts in white mana, letting him slice souls. But the invader's unfazed, wrapping his hand in power to grab his opponent's katana. The mocking one's like, "Some fools just can't listen without getting smacked first." The fact that his strike got casually blocked stuns the Japanese dude. And then, wham, a powerful kick lands on his face before he even knows it. The force sends the young man flying at crazy speed, and the wall impact is massive. Then, the defeated one just crashes down amidst the debris from his crushing. Chapter 68. His Japan trip's got two goals, and he's closing in on his rival. First, he wants to know what Tsurara saw in her mind while she was out cold. Second, he's got to stop the biggest dungeon breakout ever, which might go down soon. The seas are getting all wild for some reason. So much so that a whirlpool pops up right in front of two people, chatting while watching the waves. From afar, one of them spots the entrance to an unexplored dungeon. Plus, there's a gate inside the mysterious place, and it's likely the waves are wild because of the local mana extravaganza. Alright, buckle up, because this story's about to get wild. So, no need to freak out, because there's zero sign of a break-in, and that totally chills out the long-haired dude, who spots something else. And whatever he sees is so freaky, his eyes go all wide, like he's seen a ghost or something. It's like there's something lurking in that storm, and the worker's thinking maybe he's just seeing things. Meanwhile, someone's yelling to their boss that the prep work is finally done. For ages, troops have been gathering, and now they're ready to smash through those barriers. These weird creatures line up in front of Kenthazanath, all hyped for new orders. The first unlucky one gets snagged by the horned dude, who doesn't even hesitate. And boom, he gobbles it up, remembering that more munching means more power. Their mission? Invade and chow down on as many humans as possible. It's gonna be a total bloodfest, led by the Archduke Orgel's servant, who's got a rank SS. In this world, the tortured guy finds someone who looks just like the Korean. But this one acts more like a boss than a human, and he realizes it's from his dream. The powerful one is so wiped out that just talking makes her drop to her knees. Still, for some reason, he feels like he could devour her right now, wondering what's up with that. By tapping into her leftover power, maybe the nightmares will finally chill out. She's puzzled why she's getting help since she attacked him before. Of course, the sneaky dude's not doing it out of kindness, but cause she might be useful later. Suddenly, there's a quake, and they're both caught off guard by how intense it is. This earthquake kicks off what the strongest one had been talking about. Time to move, cause that raid got totally wrecked and the dungeon's open, so they gotta wake up Nakata Shinji. Then, out of nowhere, a bunch of guys show up, grilling the hunter about why he's there. This is about Matsuda Kuro, a big deal in Japan, and he instantly spots the legend. Back in the day, this guy took down monsters and found new talent, earning him the title of Japan's greatest. But now he's just looking out for number one, and the foreigner says he's here to help with the crisis. Right then, the shady dude says he saw this coming, and wonders what Taehyun's got to do with it. This question leaves him speechless, making him think hard about the situation. His right to clear the dungeon is still good, but if it gets messed up, it's game over. Plus, the politician's worried about what happens if the visitor tries to bust the dungeon. These reasons mean the dark-haired guy's gonna be held up for ambushing them. Even though the redhead tries to step in and chill things out, she's told to back off. To make it worse, the mean one reminds her he's put up with her mind tricks. If she sides with the predator, she's toast along with her buddy. Now, the other goons start closing in on the boy, who's surprisingly chill. They slap cuffs on him, cause fighting this will just make it all worse. All he can do is tell his partner to handle the other ally. The bold one's cool with this, saying they'll get to the bottom of it. But when told not to be too cocky, the big shot's kinda confused. Cause the crazy dude turned down help and that might stir up trouble. Basically, it's all on the rogue, and it could mean innocent people get hurt. He's got this confident look, even when things aren't looking great. His new rival's not sweating the warning and sticks to his guns. Destruction's hitting the city, which is under a massive attack. Monsters are swarming in, clashing with the frontline players. The order? Stop them any way they can. The catch is, these baddies are coming from the storm's eye, and they're all at least ranking A. We see the baddies roll in, looking super mean and dangerous. But the leader's fearless, ready to do whatever it takes. Kimura Ren's in a tight spot, caught by this massive monster, holding him like he's just a toy. The plan? Gobble up the swordsman and make him a warning sign for everyone else. Just the grip alone is enough to seriously mess up the warrior. And all the other agents there? Totally bummed seeing their leader getting wrecked. Slowly, Ren's consciousness fades until he's ready to throw in the towel. But then bam, with a killer slash, the demon blade swoops in and frees him from that demon's clutches. Even the big bad is shocked by the mad skills and speed of that cut. Everyone watching is totally blown away by this epic move. And Ren, freshly saved, can barely wrap his head around his last-second rescue. The hero? None other than the Demon Blade, a top-tier fighter. Suddenly, all the fighters defending Japan are back in action. This epic save was all thanks to Surara leading the charge against the invasion. Turns out she's ready to take on anyone who dares to step up. She reassures her buddy that she's good to go. That weird power she had? Gone. But since she can't go full throttle yet, she's playing support, and the fancy-dressed one suddenly thinks of Taehyun for some reason. Now the Titan's ready to face off against the two big bosses who showed up. He's got a mouth on his belly, spitting out a bloody sword. Seeing this, the young dude charges at his rival, no hesitation. The demon's attack is aimed right at the humans. To fight back, the demon blade gears up for a mega strike. When they clash, it's like a fireworks show, energy blasting everywhere. Even though he's super strong, the Japanese guy's feeling the heat. Seeing this, the woman tells her crew to take on the massive army heading their way. On the flip side, the other guys are all in, charging forward. In the chaos, a slash hits the bearded guy's chest, but he's still standing. But his opponent's not walking away unscathed either, though he's hanging tough. That's what you'd expect from the rank SS Kentakinas. One slip-up, and it's game over. Not to mention the crazy healing of the horned dude. His fingers are growing back from that earlier attack by the suited guy. That's why every attempt to beat him has flopped, and the maniac unleashes a massive attack. He throws down this devastating blow. No mercy for anyone in his path. But then he senses something's off, even while he's winning. He spots something weird in the crater left in the building. Inside, the swordsman's gathering some serious energy, and the white mana's going wild. Right now, the powerful dude feels he can actually land a hit, so he gears up his move. Since his dungeon fail, he's been training non-stop for 5 years, and his super fast healing's kicking in. What helps is Surara's power flowing through him, and the sacred revelation boosts his stats. His buddy can't hold out much longer, so it's now or never. His eyes are glowing with all the power inside him, and a bunch of aerial slashes fly at the evil giant, who's totally clueless. His hand gets chopped off in a brutal instant, his eyes sliced in half before he can even react. One of his legs gets hit by the cutting light. Even his torso takes a nasty hit, and now he's clearly in pain. Meanwhile, the guy using this deadly move is still at the top of his game. Then, he lands one last super destructive blow, splitting the evil dude in two. Everyone watching at Japan's HQ is totally amazed. Of course, the shady guy's all smug, saying he knew his students could handle the rank SS dungeon break. He's rubbing it in the hero's face, who's just keeping quiet. It's a huge relief they took down the Kentakinas in this epic battle. But this isn't the end, and the president's clueless about what his prisoner means. When a gate broke in South Korea, the rank jumped from C to A, and in Russia, it went from S to S+. This shows the difficulties likely to skyrocket, and the proof? The duo's looking pretty freaked out by what they see. He's totally mind-blown by this red light setting up shop right in the city center. A mysterious creature pops up on top of the ogre's dead body. No biggie. And it starts munching on the fallen enemy. Meet the Kentamian. Rank SS+, the dungeon boss. The look of despair in their eyes is super obvious, cause it ain't over yet. Chapter 69. Another monster shows up, ready to chow down on the horned dude's leftovers out of nowhere. At this point, who even cares what it is? His body's already healing up. He charges at the enemy, no chill, even though the saint's yelling to hold up. His soulbringer kicks in, souls pop out to wreck the evil target. But the blade gets caught like it's nothing, even though he went all out. This simple block leaves him totally freaked out, and the redhead's just as stunned by this easy-peasy counter. Slowly, the new beastie's morphing, giving off some heavy, dark vibes. It's ticked off, finding out the warrior took out its dad. The look seems familiar, but before he can figure it out, a punch heads for his face. That hit sends the Japanese dude flying into a building like he's weightless. With a leap, the demon centaur's floating over the battlefield, and the girl's yelling for her buddy, until she realizes she's got to worry about herself first, as an attack zooms down from the sky. No mercy. The cannibal smashes the woman into the ground. No chance to defend. All she can do is spit out the red juice from that monster stomp, and she's soon swearing to eat up any enemy in her way. This wild twist leaves the association crew totally shook and clueless. The SS+ mana levels are off the charts, never seen anything like it before. Finally, the Kenthamian hits the battlefield, the boss of the unexplored dungeon. The real deal, who starts off chill, but gets stronger with every snack. It's a whole new level of danger compared to other baddies, so Matsuda's got a step, but it's not happening, and everyone's yelling for the top dog to do something. But the fool's just standing there, shocked, no clue what to do. In his head, the shady guy's thinking, after beating one big bad, an even worse one shows up, and he's gonna need backup. But if his top fighters couldn't do squat, more reinforcements won't help either. Everything, the players and the city, gets wrecked by that beast. But even with all this, the dummy's still thinking about his political game. Then, when he finally talks, the vet says they gotta bounce right now. One assistant remembers the fighters still going at it, but if they can't do anything, no one's saving them. So, the madman orders everyone to scram, and before more chaos, something heads for his head. With a solid kick, the Korean takes down his captor easy. He says he tried to deal with it, but the guy's the same greedy dude from before. He remembers he's there to stop this total disaster, so he asks the defenders if they want to run or join him in this fight. Everyone's deep in thought over this big decision, and no matter what they choose, the dark-haired guy's gonna fight. The agents watch him leave, basically speechless. Each one looks at the person next to them, wondering what to do now. Cooking up a plan, he's set on taking down Kenthamian and stopping the dungeon invasion. On the way, someone yells and runs up to him. He's so surprised, he asked what they're doing there. The demon centaur's pretty much taken over the whole city with its power. Shinji's totally wiped out in this epic battle, just like Kimura Ren, who couldn't even defend his country. The only one still awake is Tsurara, who's healing but knows it's pointless. After all, beating this beast that's trapped Japan seems impossible. Time to chow down on the Holy Maiden with its nasty tricks. Gradually, the poor girl starts to black out from all the damage she's taken. Her eyes are getting weaker, like she's running on 1% battery, and she thinks of the hero. She remembers when the invader showed up, saying he was here to help stop the chaos. Even though he was an enemy, the Korean dude came to help her stop the massive threat. At the start of her journey, her biggest dream was to help people with her powers. She starts thinking about her past and all the choices she made along the way, and she wonders when she started walking down such a dark and messy path. Maybe it's too late to feel sorry, because in seconds, she's about to be Demon Chow. Her body's falling towards the giant mouth, marking her harsh final judgment. Then, out of nowhere, a purple energy beam zooms her way, like fiery lightning. It's fast enough to save her from being eaten, and the hero's the one who did it. This move grabs the beast's attention, realizing it's about to face a real challenger. The poor girl takes a second to realize her arch-rival just saved her, and he admits he didn't expect much. But he's gotta admit, the Japanese girl stayed super strong and solid during the fight. She's still totally out of it from her rough state, barely hanging on. A bunch of reinforcements show up, cheering for their heroine and rushing over. Turns out the players came to help defend their home turf. One's already got the ghost blade ready. Since they can't fight, their job's to help rescue the injured from this war. Then, the rascal says he knows exactly who he's gonna take care of now. It's the big boss, charging at him with bloodlust, ready to wreck him. The redhead yells that even his buddy can't handle this epic battle alone. Before going all in, he shouts Limma Hyung's name to his soon-to-be partner. Even though he's about to get hit, the madman just stands there, hands in pockets. Suddenly the vibe shifts, and ice covers everything, with giant frozen rocks popping up. The sudden freeze leaves even the horned one scratching his head, confused. Of course, even the agents can't explain what just went down with the terrain. A frozen wall surrounds the two fighters, turning it into an arena. From above, someone asks if the assassin's sure he really wants this. It's a South Korean S-rank ally, saying she didn't come all this way just for this. Ji Jinwi found out the Japanese captured the hero. The prisoner's main goal was to help the Asian nation with the invasion, but he's a key player in the association. Basically, the mission for the young blue-haired girl is to bring him back, no matter what. At first, the fool thought his ally came to help with the dungeon mess, and when he tries to explain, the girl's invited to join the fight. He quickly realizes the president's goal was to rescue him at any cost, making him think his leader's a good guy. Now, the monster's questioning his methods, not getting why the human's sticking around. Hearing the destroyer, Taehyun says the only clueless one is the horned dude. Plus, he makes it clear the next one to get eaten will be the dungeon master. Chapter 70. Meanwhile, the other players keep rescuing the injured, insisting the saint tag along. But the redhead's laser-focused on the foreigner's situation. Inside the icy arena, a dark veil wraps around them in a sphere. When the fight kicks off, the assassin dodges the first spear strike and charges with his daggers. A brutal first cut lands on the monstrous centaur, who gets hit without a chance to fight back. But the damage isn't enough to really threaten him. The wound heals up on his face super quick. The fighter notices his enemy's healing is crazy fast. Even if he's not sure if the Devourer can spot his stealthy moves, it's clear Kenthamian's attacks are getting sharper. A massive slam hits the ground and the magic's going wild, like off the charts. What catches him off guard is something taller than him, with a purple glow lighting up his face. The giant skull of the king's realm looms over the beast, making it look tiny next to the opponent. The predator demands everyone bow down, no questions asked. Then, the creature gets judged, forced to defend against this epic stab. Even though he's in a tight spot, the demon holds his own and respects his enemy's power. Then, the clueless one gets a heads up that the real deal is somewhere else. Out of nowhere, Taehyun pops up above the predator, diving in, with his red power ready to chow down. He's so shook he wonders how to stop such a ridiculously strong attack. That chaotic dude freaks out, not expecting this kind of move. We see his arm snap like a twig in a flash. Then his weapon gets wrecked by one of the slashes, and the hero's power starts to lay down the law. The longer the fight drags on, the worse it gets for the human, so he bets it all on his mana to finish it fast. He's got to take down his enemy ASAP, like, right now. A voice pipes up saying this power ain't the hunter's, and he's whisked away to face the dude inside him. Stuck in this mess, it's clear the poor guy's totally lost, but he quickly figures out this place is inside his own head. The kid starts wondering if this is real or just another dream, and soon asks who's chilling there. He also demands to know what this guy's up to, and why he's showing up now. The message is that the fool doesn't always need to rely on the Devourer's powers to win, but use his own skills. This turns into a test run by this creepy, evil figure. Those words tick off the dark-haired one, who charges in to make him spill the beans. Before he can do anything, the demon's powers smack him hard, and some wild power kicks in, shutting down the predation completely. This news leaves him totally stunned because he didn't see this coming. Every power he got from predation is getting wiped out, leaving him with zilch. Back in the fight, that beast breaks free from the red energy and charges at the poor dude. Its roar of pain and rage echoes towards the enemy. Now its scared face shows the guy's got no clue what to do, because, with a spear attack, the traveler gets hit so hard, his limbs are torn off instantly. The one who's shocked by this crazy scene is the other ally who jumps in to help. The icy one yells her buddy's name, who got totally wrecked. Now, the big question is what went down at that moment. That thing showed up and snatched all the hunter's powers without a heads up. Thinking about it, she wonders if those weren't her powers. But deep down, she kinda knew. So much so that this thought's been in her head from the start. Back then, the weak one hadn't even woken up and was just picked. Even so, everything he built got wiped out in a day, and the destroyer gears up to ruin it all. When he lands it, Taehyun gets slammed to the ground like never before. The enemy's mad because a mere prey thought it could hurt him, so he's gonna make him pay. As he's getting wrecked, the injured one wonders why he even tried, knowing this would happen. Another punch is ready to finish him off, and his buddy jumps in to stop the disaster. A bunch of ice projectiles fly to block the massive hit. Even though she put up defenses, Lim still got pretty banged up. She promises to buy enough time for her friend's comeback and sends him to the saint. He's in disbelief about this mess and doesn't get the plan. Before they can chat more, the wild one tells her to scram, as there's no way to face this threat. Turns out that's exactly why the icy one's pulling this wild move. This sacrifice is a must, cause only the hero can beat the demon. Continuing her pep talk, the wise one reminds him of his main goal and makes it clear if the Korean fails, it's game over. These words hit him like a ton of bricks, leaving him totally speechless. But fueled by despair and rage, he pushes on, no matter what. Now's not the time to freak out or wonder why his powers vanished, because that won't change a thing. If he doesn't take down Canthamian, everyone's toast, so he needs a new game plan. Problem is, he's clueless because his body's wrecked and he can't make a move against the devil. Then, out of nowhere, a light bulb moment hits him. There's one power left, hidden among the ones he lost. It's the blood rampage, but to kick it off, he needs the red juice of a mega beast. Seeing this, Taehyun starts plotting, and the sneaky dude spots a way out. It's the body of the rank SS they took down earlier, thanks to the Japanese squad. That nasty corpse is just the ticket to fire up his last trick. Back in the brawl, the blue-haired girl's getting owned, no sweat. Right now, the big bad's treating her like yesterday's garbage. But who cares? Because he's gonna chow down on her anyway. His hand reaches for the icy one, who's totally KO'd. But Igman's aura hits him like a freight train, scaring the pants off him. This vibe makes him do a 180, because the pressure's insane. Round 2's on, and a new dark energy wraps around our hero, who's ready to rumble. His arms growing back, and he's unlocking mad power, thanks to some epic strawberry juice. His legs healing too, with every stat boosted by 250. Feeling the Archduke's mana, the horned dude's shook, thinking it's nuts. He's baffled by what his rivals become, and this power-up makes him even scarier. His face after this demon upgrade? Total mystery, but now, all systems go. One eye's gone all blood crazy, and the red juice rampage is on. Chapter 71. Watching all this from his throne is the mystery dude. He once thought about letting a couple powers slide, but turns out, he needn't have worried, cause the strategist found a way out of this mess. He snagged the vampire lord's powers by munching on a beast. This makes him ponder using his misery to figure himself out and blaze his own trail. The evil dude's pumped about what's next. When the fight kicks off again, a punch flies at the Titan. The giant doesn't flinch, charging right at him. Seeing the attack, the guy in the Korean's head realizes this is how he'll find that person. The hit sends the enemy flying and the pain makes him squirm. Even his arms ripped off, and the horned guy's like, what just happened? He's puzzled how a mere human's rocking Archduke powers, but the nut job convinces himself his foe's going down anyway. He grabs another corpse because he's not taking an L, and soon he's munching on new bodies, gobbling up flesh and mana. Each snack makes him stronger, and his aura's going wild, limbs out cold on the ground after trying to stall. He looks at her, worried for his buddy. What chills him out is seeing the blue-haired ones still breathing, so she's good. Then, he thinks about the vamp power he scored from the demon bigwig. Feels like his heart's gonna burst, his blood's on fire. This beast mode's wrecking him, and he knows he can't keep it up. He's puzzled why this is all going down now. Despite it all, he feels light as a feather, and the creepy centaur's back for more with 2 axes. Calling it quits, the crafty devourer gears up for a massive attack. The charge totally goes unnoticed because the quick dude dodged it at the last second. Using this chance, his massive hand gears up for another attack to finish off his rival. A slash hits the monster's chest hard, and it starts bleeding like crazy. This attack obviously ticks him off big time, making him ready for a counterattack. And he misses again, because the foreigner's speed is just too much. Every slash is pointless against the insane agility of the dark-skinned guy, who's having zero trouble. With this new lightness, dodging the Titan's wild swings is a piece of cake. Then, he finally dodges, moving in to deal more damage to his enemy. The fool's left wondering why none of his moves are working, because the dummy can't wrap his head around failing even after gobbling up more bodies to power up. But there's no time for thinking, because Taehyun charges in with a fresh strategy. He plunges his hand into the chaotic being's chest, and the dark red juice starts gushing out like a soda fountain. The pain eats him up, making him groan in agony from yet another brutal hit. We see the blood fury maxing out all his physical stats to the limit, but his crimson eyes are a sweet upgrade, different from when he used predation. Now he can see the mana flow and predict the next move by checking out the energy vibes. He can even spot the mana stone, the heart of any monster out there. As his body starts cracking, the only thing the defeated dude can ask is what his enemy is. The monstrous hand soon smashes the core of this evil life form for good. And the answer to the evil one's question is only found in the underworld. We see the devourer starting to crumble in pain and agony from all the damage he's taken. Then, his structure finally blows up for good, and the duel wraps up. This explosion is strong enough to push back the hero, who stands firm and strong, saying he also needs to figure out who he really is. With the mission a success, Japan is saved, though the destruction is still pretty intense. The Japanese Players Association did their best to rescue survivors and clean up the war mess. Luckily, Matsuda got busted for his corruption and bad crisis management. Lim didn't get any major injuries, just minor ones, and she's worried about facing any punishment for her actions. What surprises her is her president being happy to see her safe and sound too. This compliment made her super happy, as all she did was try her best. Meanwhile, Santa and Ghostblade hit national TV to apologize for their actions. Both owned up to their crimes and asked for forgiveness for forgetting their true duties. The redhead is ready to take the right punishments and plans to restart her career from scratch. Now, there's a meeting happening at the American headquarters. Kevin quickly spots something epic going down. Of course, the suited guy recognizes the Korean's mad skills, who took down an SS plus rank solo. He thought only Cody could do that, but now it's clear the talented one is stronger than when he faced Gregor. They soon realize this aura comes from the great Archduke's powers. Looking at the scene, the strategist regrets not being able to recruit a rising star for the USA. Some folks don't care about money or power, just their ideals and beliefs, and all they can do is hope they never clash. Then Marcus asks if the association has made its decision and it's time to act on their own and leave the young guy aside. Anyway, everything they do is for one specific goal. It's always in the name of the great Mankino's progress, a body inside an energy tube. This creature has no known name, abilities, or ranking, but it looks angelic. A potion is soon taken by the boy, who's still recovering, and soon burps with the drink. The stuff seems to have a specific effect inside his body, and he can't use predation. His monstrous body went back to normal when the blood fury ended, but what was sealed didn't come back. Along with Igmund's new power, he got a skill called Monster's Eyes, which kicks in with the Crimson Eyes. The guy also asked SEO for help to make potions that could help him, but it seems nothing really worked, and someone notices his fail. We spot the alchemist popping up, all confident the patient's gonna nail his recovery. The potion's brewed with a super rare mana stone packed with wild additives, ready to boost the body in all sorts of ways. The old dude tries to say sorry for helping, but it's not on him. The curse is just next level bonkers. Basically, only that doppelganger can unlock the powers again, no cap. Right now, Taehyun's plan is to hunt for answers outside the country. First thing the elder clocks is his buddies aiming for the USA. For real, he's hyped because the second top dog there is the ultimate curse buster. He's gotta meet and get help from the legendary Ricky Hollies. Now, the woman's catching up with Jung Lung after ages. Chapter 72. She's not here as the American player's rep, but as a World Org investigator. Plus, the blonde's got beef with mysterious murders and sketchy experiments near untouched dungeons. So, the powerhouse lady asks her pal to team up for this investigation, and he throws down, asking what's up if he bails on helping her. Now, the main character's all in to chase the woman before she ghosts. Feeling challenged, the investigator's plotting her next move with the old dude. We flash back to Marcus spilling the tea on 2 untouched dungeons. One's in Japan, cleared by the Korean, called the Storm of Kenthazenas. The other's a wreck from endless expeditions, still untouched, named Grey Pit in China. Their mission here is to sniff out secret labs and mana vibes in the area. Probably all set up by the ancient Chinese, running secret experiments on the down low. They can't just chill and let it slide, so the suited guy asks his boss for backup. She's catching the serious vibes of the situation. When grilled, her aura goes full-on beast mode across the room, and she claps back at the cocky one, saying she'll throw hands if the suspect won't play ball. Even though she expected mad power from the USA's number 2, this sis is next level. Her eyes are blazing, and her hands dropping even more lit and dangerous energy. Even at a loss, the wild one sees it's perfect for his schemes. Then, the sneaky dude quickly says it's just a prank, bro. Since he can't beef with the global associates, he's gotta play nice. Now, the slick guy invites her to peep his lab and check it all out. This offer makes her even more suspicious about what's cooking, because the old dude's boldness leads him to chat about the Chinese experiments. We find out someone's crashing at a player hotel in China. She's mulling over the invite, still side-eyeing the old guy, who's way too chill. Basically, since she's clueless about the rascal's real game, she's gotta stay sharp. As she keeps sipping, the hunter's deep in thought about the next move. Someone thinks the main character's kinda rude for barging into a lady's room unannounced. We find out the wild one went straight to the American, who instantly clocks him as the big deal from New South Korea. Cutting to the chase, the young guy drops the bomb that his ally's gonna bite the dust. This news hits her like a truck, totally blindsiding her. Meanwhile, the dark-haired dude's pondering that his buddy's the second strongest among the Americans, rocking national-level strength. Even with her global clout, her standout skill is the Canceller, which can even tackle the Awakening Oath. Right now she's stuck with just Igmund's powers, and only the powerhouse can lend a hand. The catch is, the expert's not known for playing nice with anyone who doesn't follow her lead. Before her rewind, she got axed in the Guangzhou dungeon in a world-famous incident. Above all, she's a human who's still got the will to live, and this is her way to grab his attention. But the wild one's not too fussed. This reaction obviously floors him right then, totally not what he saw coming. After all, their class is always dodging danger, and their powers come with a ton of responsibility. Plus, it's kinda weird she doesn't even think about saving herself, which makes the dark-haired dude wonder, 'cause duh, anyone would. When he asks, the proud one flexes her powers, asking if a regular person could pull off something this epic. With just a flick of her finger, she could totally wipe out anyone nearby. Her skills are so epic, she could take down everyone in the building, making them seem like monsters. That's why the powerful need a reason to stick around in this world. Like dreams, goals, or even cash, you know? Then, she asks what keeps him in this world, and questions what kind of person he really is, if he can keep his cool, or if he's gonna be gobbled up by his inner monsters, and bam, his red eye lights up. These words hit him hard, and he adds that, just like monsters, they lose their humanity after so many battles. He also gets that the girl is super stubborn with her choices. Still, the main dude makes it clear he's just as stubborn. Hearing him surprises her because she didn't see that coming. So much so that the smart one quickly figures out the guy wants something since he came from so far. Cutting to the chase, the sly one explains he needs the American's canceling power, who asks what's in it for her. Sizing up the scene, his big goal is to save the victims of the Chinese experiments, and he offers to help. Now, the blonde asks if he really thinks he can help her with this mission. With confidence, the clever one confirms he can totally back her up right now. After all, the clever one knows you can never have too much security, and now they're both stepping into the secret lab portal. The scientists spot the duo and ask who the boy is with her. When asked, the second strongest in the USA starts thinking up an answer, until she decides the foreigner is actually her bodyguard. Then, they finally enter China's famous secret lab and start going down with the platform. Since she was the only one invited, the old dude wouldn't let another high-level player in there. Plus, he got super famous after winning the Japanese dungeon, so he went with this disguise. Then, Zhang Lung jokes about someone as powerful as his guest needing a bodyguard. The clever guest just says it's a smart move, and the Korean checks out his rival. He's the guy who ordered the executions in the Asian Games and planned future tragedies. Turns out, before entering, they gotta take the awakened oath, and this news shocks the spy. And the powerful one says she doesn't think it'll mess with her at all. Her attitude surprises the main dude, who remembers his ally talking about humanity not long ago. Turns out, the vibe she's giving off is totally different. So, the villain admits they can't stop her, and just lets her go. Now, it's time to check out all the secret experiments the country is running. First up, a project to create an awakened at rank S, and there are a bunch of capsules. Seeing people stuck in tubes shocks Ricky, who watches everything closely. Something bad was expected, but this is next level shocking for the investigator. They're using people as test subjects, injecting them with monster mana. When the heroine starts getting mad, her buddy reminds her not to use her powers and accidentally hurt someone. Seeing her rage makes the fool kinda happy. As an awakened is about to be born, a show is about to happen, and the sadist says they're lucky. The B-102's heartbeat suddenly speeds up. Its energy reserves kick in, and the specialist wonders if this is for real. Now, its eyes pop open in a sudden, scary way, only for its body to go boom into a big red splat, painting the glass. From above, the evil one watches, totally mocking. All this just for the jerk to admit it was a flop. The one getting anxious, worried his buddy might react, is the assassin, who looks pretty shook. So much so, he's trying everything to chill her out, but nothing he says is working, like at all. Ricky's decided the dude's totally crossed the line. No going back now. This vibe's got him sweating bullets. Cause it's not just huge, it's got mad skills beyond the canceller. Still, it's wild her aura can shake the whole place, and she's ready to dish out some payback. Chapter 73. She's saying humans are unfair, and everyone knows how the system's rigged. Only the rank decides where you land in society, like a game of life Tetris. But nobody wants to be stuck at the bottom, and he's all about helping these folks out. Hearing this mess makes her magic go full-on beast mode. She's determined to end this chaos once and for all. The brightness freaks out one of the guys there. A ton of energy gets packed up and blasted at the targets. And the old dude just watches this epic attack coming his way. All he does is flash a supervillain level smirk. Turns out he's got something sneaky in his kimono, some special artifact. Her attack getting blocked totally shocks her, and her bodyguard's just standing there, clueless on what to do next. Now the power-up summons a legit black hole with all that absorbed energy. It can cancel out all nearby powers, and its aura's spreading everywhere. Not many fighters can pull this off, and it's weird how the old guy got this move. His taunt comes with an explanation. Her confidence was all about having more mana, but she didn't see this trap scroll coming. Plus, the maniac's got another surprise for the invading duo. A gate suddenly pops open right where they're standing. A sudden vibe catches them off guard. Something weird's coming their way. Then, the first thing the outsider does is sprint to stop the worst from happening. But a shadow starts creeping through the crack, heading his way. The deal is, this research center's underground. Basically, the gray pit dungeon's right next door to them. We see the blue portal slowly opening, spilling out more darkness. This lab spot was picked to snag the magic from the dungeon, and that power's probably from that thing. Then, the psycho thinks the investigators figured out his game, despite everything. Plus, the Chinese dude always knew Taehyun's identity, and says they've got beef to settle. This shady plan's got him freaking out, not knowing how to bail. The order's to seal the place, and when someone tries to say there are workers down there, the boss doesn't care. He's like, he's had enough of his enemies, and his look's pure disdain. He's thinking if he can take out the two big shots with this plan, the sacrifices will be a trade-off that's totally worth it. Both realize they've walked right into a nasty trap. To make it worse, their powers are blocked, and this is a first. A roar suddenly echoes, scaring the poor souls trapped inside. we see a massive foot smashing the ground with just one step. It's towering, way bigger than the humans. They're stunned facing the creature ready to attack them. The first enemy's an orc charging at its first victim. Even the innocents are trying to arm up, cause this monster's just a regular enemy. Turns out green smoke and energy are oozing from its body in a weird way. This sight shocks the researcher, not expecting to see this go down. The worst part is the beast's become a host for a parasite. As it unleashes its power, one of the guys starts getting seriously poisoned from exposure. Basically, the parasite's taken over his body, controlling his organs. One of the first effects is going beast mode and wanting to attack. The urge is to keep infecting and spreading its parasites to new victims non-stop. Then one of the poor souls yells to watch out for this new threat. Cause if touched, he'll definitely get hit by this nasty disease, and the big guy's ready to strike. She's just standing there, totally frozen, because her powers got snatched away. The hero's freaking out too, trying to figure out what to do next. Then, bam, the first bad guy lands a massive hit, and the ground shakes like crazy. Dust is everywhere, but it's clearing up after that epic smackdown. Taehyun swoops in just in time to save her from a major ouch moment. The blonde's jaw drops when she sees the state of her buddy right now. He's all about that blood fury mode to help her out when she's down. But how did he even pull off using his power in this mess? Turns out some researchers got snagged by those creepy parasites. He's got to stop anyone else from getting infected and keep the parasite from escaping the lab. The main goal? Don't let this nasty thing spread any further. The orc's the puppet master here, so the strategist sneaks past the minions to take him down. With his new eye, the hero figures out the game plan. He spots the monster chilling in the brute's brain. He goes for a head punch, but the tusked dude dodges like a ninja. He's shocked. Didn't see that move coming. So he zips around to the big guy's back, who's still on the attack. The big guy's all about infecting more folks who are running for their lives. It's risky business. Can't let anyone else get snagged by this threat. So, the mad lad charges the enemy, grabbing it tight as he leaps. They smash into the research center wall, and it cracks like a cookie. He's thinking that hit must have done some damage. But the creature stands up, dust flying, looking totally fine. Seeing it unharmed freaks out the bloodthirsty dude. The fight's back on. The creature's still in one piece. Then it spits its nasty stuff at the hero, who's quick to dodge. Boom, an explosion rocks the place, causing chaos. As the dust settles, Ricky's trying to see what's up. She spots something off with her buddy. He's looking rough, like he caught something bad in the chaos. Seeing him like this, she's freaking out, thinking he's infected. Because if he is, not even the world can stop him. Out of nowhere, the clever dude grins. His plan worked. With a lot of effort, he nailed the monster's head. Now it's frozen. Using his new skill, he pinpointed the parasite's spot and grabbed it. Then, he yanks it out of the infected's brain, hardcore style. The brute's done for, skull blown apart in the process. The blonde's mind is blown, didn't see that coming. The powerful dude starts heading her way after another win. He's wondering if America's second strongest is ready to roll. Time to team up and finally catch Zhang Lung. Chapter 74. With Phase 1 nailed, the terrorists regroup elsewhere in the facility. One survivor heads over to chat with the president. The sly guy quickly figures out his invaders made it, and the servant spills the tea. This news ticks him off big time. His vibe gets super intense. Even his loyal crew's getting nervous about what's next. But the maniac just sighs, since the place is built with special stuff. It's a mix of high-tech materials made to cage monsters. Plus, at the elevator's end, there's a thick door of the same stuff, and if it shuts when they leave, no one's getting out, and the players will be stuck fighting dungeon creatures. Something's making the whole place shake, and the fool's freaking out. This quakes wild, and one guy starts piecing together why. Turns out all the big armored gates are getting wrecked, one by one, no sweat. Taehyun's the one behind it, pulling it off with a single charge. He lands right in front of the Chinese, who's in disbelief that his defenses crumbled. Then, the dark-haired dude grins, totally stoked about how things are going his way. Now it's showdown time, just like the bearded guy hinted earlier. Seeing him mess up his plans again makes the old dude super mad, and the strong guy just fixes his suit, ready to smack down his biggest enemy anytime. With that, he charges at the bad guys and spots that Zhang Lung's never been seen in action. So much so, he gears up for a hit, just to see if the old dudes all talk and no fight. But the foreigner's punch gets stopped super easily by his biggest enemy. The clash makes red and blue energies explode everywhere, like a crazy fireworks show. Getting his rage stopped by just one hand totally freaks out the angry dude. Then, the Chinese guy throws a mega counterattack that sends the kid flying, even on high alert, until the sneaky one bounces back before getting launched away. Before, he was all, "Where's this crazy strength from?" And with his monster eyes, he figures it out. Turns out, the maniac just pumped himself with monster powers. Basically, the fool turned half monster to become a fighting beast. In his head, he knew the enemy had tricks up his sleeve. But still, it's nuts to do crazy experiments on yourself, and the psycho starts laughing. As he moves to hit, he makes it clear that bugs like Taehyun really tick him off. Now, the madman tells the poor dude to run to his mom, and a strong martial move hits. With speed, this move goes at the dark-haired guy, who just stands there. For the smart one says his buddy might show up any second. Before the move finishes, colorful energy chains wrap around the bearded guy's arm. The pressure wraps him up, and he's slammed to the ground, no sweat. He can't move because of these shiny energy chains. And if that wasn't enough, these chains also suck out all his powers. Then, the angry dude mocks his enemy's situation and sees the blonde finally show up. Now, Ricky's back with all her power and points her hand at the mean president. She quickly says sorry for being late, because she can't jump as strong as the main guy. Plus, the strong one had to deal with some weaklings on the way. Right then, the girl praises him for using his skills in the black hole and busting through those armored barriers. Also, the sneaky one remembers she wants the Chancellor to unlock her other powers, and she's curious. Hearing her, the young guy just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. Back to the old dude. The fool's still mad about everything and starts hating on both his attackers. Shaking his body, the bearded guy breaks free from the chains in a rage fit. Looks like his strength's back to full, and the fool keeps moving towards them. On one side, the Korean gets his fists ready to hit and calls his rival a cockroach. Meanwhile, the conjurer makes another energy orb with her finger, looking super serious. Both stay put when Zhang Lung charges, but their guards are up. First, the wise one just tells him not to run at her as her shots start chasing him. The projectiles are so strong, the weak one's arm gets ripped off instantly. Then, the angry dude leans on his buddy's shoulders to move forward, to summon his demon hands and go hand to hand against the enemy. Tons of cuts are made on the Chinese guy, who can't even defend himself right. Then, the villain starts feeling the damage, and the pain takes over. In no time, Taehyun cuts him dozens more times with his claws, shredding him easily. Watching this in shock is the American, who sees the enemy something else. But her focus is on her buddy, who's clearly not just another player. Turns out, not all the hits stop the president's madness, who charges at the young guy again. A powerful punch hits his body, and even the warrior yells in pain from the hit. Next, the blonde gets thrown hard into the wall, which gets smashed by the impact. Seeing her get hurt makes him yell for his buddy, but his guard drops, letting another sneaky attack slip through. With a swift kick, the bad guy nails the bloodthirsty dude's torso, and yeah, he definitely felt that one. Luckily, he had his defense up just in time, and the hit sends him flying like a superhero in a comic book. This crazy power level makes our hero think the whole situation is even weirder, because with his regen skills, any attack is basically useless, and the fool's body just bounces back like a rubber band. Having this power makes him laugh like a villain in a movie, thinking he's all that because of his cool ability. To make things worse, Taehyun's arm starts tingling from all those hits from the bad guy. As the old dude checks out his opponent's powers, he says it'd be a bummer to have to take him down. So, he throws out this wild idea for the foreigner to join his team, and oh, the bearded guy knows about the Archduke. This makes the dark-haired dude wonder how the enemy got this info. To make it even worse, the crazy guy starts trash-talking the power level of the two injured ones. Because, in this villain's mind, humans are nothing compared to demon contractors like them. While trying to catch his breath, the guy has to listen to the wild idea from the one who's always trying to end him. Before he even gets to the conditions, the guy just tells him to zip it without a second thought. Seeing the scene, Ricky uses her power to help her buddy out, and she remembers she's gonna trust everything to her partner in crime. We see the monarch's spirit finally unleashed, and just calling it out knocks the arrogant guy down a peg. He's totally freaked by such massive power. A red aura pops up behind the fighter, who remembers the wild idea that was thrown at him. Chapter 75. Once again, the predators are ready to roll, and the beast charges to chow down on Zhang. Plus, the badass makes it clear they're not the same thing at all. In the middle of the chaos, the old guy realizes he's about to get eaten with zero mercy. Finally, he gets that he's lost to the kid right now. Even though he nailed the evolution of humans with monster powers, in the end, it all feels pointless. Because he needs to be stronger and more powerful, so he asks for that new body. Out of nowhere, another being pops up behind the dark-haired dude, who gets totally spooked by this presence. He spins around fast, noticing something seriously off, and barely dodges a super dangerous energy beam. Turns out, this stuff is so acidic, it melts the ground made of the toughest materials. This new arrival leaves the guy wondering if the madman pulled this off. Then, this life form keeps flying all fancy-like. With just one move, it can hit all the innocent folks around the battlefield. Each of the poor souls gets hit by this nasty liquid and doesn't even get a chance to fight back. Over the years, he's seen tons of beastly creatures, but nothing like this level, and this power is seriously bad news. Before getting hit, the blonde gets saved by her buddy, who grabs her just in time. Using their powers, they can move fast enough to dodge these bad vibes. Even though some stuff was expected, what came at that moment is definitely something new. We find out the current enemy is the boss of the unexplored Chinese dungeon called Grey Pit. His eyes are green and creepy, like a fallen angel in a fight. The threats from that dungeon echoed worldwide, cause it's with its venom that the entity takes over humans. That Chinese dude not only experimented on himself but also decided to give his body to this powerful beast. It's time for her to bounce, as she's low on mana after using her canceller. Her goal is to buy time for her escape, and then, the girl should call for backup, even though it means the dark-haired one will be left solo. Turns out it's impossible to face this creature while keeping her safe. Hearing this is tough for the blonde, who just stays quiet. Despite this, the woman decides to leave this responsibility to her buddy. Seeing this, the big dungeon boss finds it interesting that a contractor of an archduke is protecting other humans. Usually the one who makes the pact follows the demon's wishes, but it's clear Taehyun's doing his own thing and protecting his people with power. This trait makes him curious, so much so that he charges at the bloodthirsty one at lightning speed. The claw gets super close to his face and mentions that when it took over this host, it got a bunch of memories. Now, it's aiming to possess the young dude and do the same, and his energy bursts out. A wave of power starts pushing the monster back, leaving it totally shook. The power of predation kicks in and charges at the flyer. At first, it's all about slowing the enemy down, and now, its old and new skills start leveling up. Ricky's still sprinting through the creepy base corridors until she spots something while thinking about the sticky situation. Her mind flashes back to when she said bye to the main character. Sticking around wouldn't have helped much, but leaving him solo really bugs her. Then, the battle kicks off and Taehyun uses the epic dragon made by the Predator to take down the Grey Venom. A chase kicks off between the red vortex and the green bug, and the dude's giving it his all to land a hit. They're going so hard they bust through the lab walls, still going at it like champs. Out of nowhere, the strategist splits the paths and pops up behind the outsider. Turns out his eye caught the move, so there's no sneaking up on him, and the predatory power levels up. So, the big red demon keeps chasing the dungeon master. Its bite's savage and could totally rip him apart, and the energy from its mouth just keeps getting bigger. Slowly, it closes in on the flyer, who's staring down this wild beast. The Korean's got the edge, using his new eye to see the enemy in slow motion. Basically, with his new eye power and predation, he can pull off the ultimate combo. He's ready to chow down on him ASAP, and the beast's charging full speed at the poisoner. To fight back, the mysterious life form blasts a super strong acid beam. Seeing that hit makes him nervous because he knows getting hit would be bad news. He's not falling for the same trick twice, so he makes his move fast. With that, he uses his summoning to take the quick hit for him. Now, this green goo's gushing everywhere, like a soda explosion, just as the red energy from the demon keeps stirring things up. In this, Taehyun stays super focused, watching every move. Summoning another blast from the monster, he's aiming to end it with this hit. The battle's so intense it's cracking the whole lab structure, to the point where the explosion just wipes everything out instantly. Then, the smoke rises with all the debris. Loads of craters pop up from this massive impact. The one still standing is the main dude, staying strong to keep the fight going. The problem is his mana's running low, and he can't stop all the waves from the Grey Venom. Plus, he's not sure if he finished the fight for good. The worst part? The dungeon master's still standing and sneaks up behind the dark-haired guy, who's totally shocked. Soon he gives props to his opponent's stance, cause it's what he expected from an archduke's contractor, and seeing him whole surprises the dude. But the possessor thinks there's nothing more to show and decides to take him out. A blow's used to grab him by the neck, and the poor guy gets wrecked by the beast. Trying to break free, he notices the opponent's even stronger and faster now. In his current state, he can't even think of any more plans or moves. As if that wasn't enough, his wings can still suck mana from the air. This energy's exclusive to the ancient dungeon, and seeing this sparks an idea in him. He figures this place just turned into a real dungeon. At that moment, besides making it clear he won't be beaten, he decides to possess him without a second thought. His bad luck is his body can't even move to fight back or do anything. This is the fear of losing his life in such a situation. Despite his state, his arm can still rise to try something. He's used to this feeling, and a final predator's summoned to deliver a bite. Seeing this effort's pretty ironic and funny to the bug, which gets even more hyped. After all, besides being weaker, he's also out of mana, and says this is typical of a human. Cause above all, dealing with monstrous regeneration with so little power is impossible. As he gets up, Taehyun's thinking, I really thought this was gonna be my last showdown. This twist totally throws the entity off, and the young dude's all, never thought I'd get this far. But hey, he didn't see this coming either, and now the creature's starting to get what's up. The plan? Use the predator to swipe the mana from the poisoner for himself. His eyes narrow, ready for round 2 of this epic battle. Then, the cheeky one's all, thanks for the snack, and gets a bunch of power-ups from all that energy. Chapter 76. Even though he sees the upgrade, the flyer's still like, nah, not buying this comeback. As long as this place is around, his energy stash is endless. Hearing this makes him grin, cause it's actually a win-win for him too. After all, he's powered up by this source and now dares the possessor to test that so-called infinity. Seeing this massive power is something that really gets the body possessor curious. Suddenly, the parasite's whisked away by the predator's skills. Seeing such a tiny life form ticks off the one chilling on the bone throne. Running into the doppelganger is freaky, cause his fight wasn't with this mysterious dude. Plus, the dungeon master gets a creepy vibe from that guy. Turns out the monarch's not into Q&A sessions and just calls him Beelzebub. Knowing his real name makes the parasite wonder who this cocky dude is. Such sass gets punished, as chains pop up to lock his feet down. Still, pride clashes with the evil Korean copy, reminding that the powerful's contractor made a bad call. After all, there's nothing Grey Venom can't mess up with his tricks. Not even an Archduke's reign is safe, as a wave of acid floods the place. This acid spreads like crazy in his direction. A mysterious force fights back against the corruption, blasting a powerful wave at the invader. He can't believe his move got shut down so easily, and soon he's trapped again. Meanwhile, the other Dark One just holds his head, bored out of his mind. The dark energy keeps squashing the bug, who can't even twitch now. The powers his lord gave him are totally overpowered with ease, and the doppelgangers all, finally, some peace and quiet. Mondell shows up to check out the chaos going down there. His job was to keep Ricky safe, and his path led him to this war zone. Turns out the blonde turned down backup that day, cause she already had a bodyguard on standby. Still, he's super worried, wondering if he should jump in. Out of nowhere, a bunch of boulders come flying his way. It's the investigator, who smashed the wall to make a quick exit. He spots her and rushes to help her escape the lab. Seeing her hurt freaks him out, cause someone like her shouldn't be in this mess. They found illegal demonification experiments in those labs and she's starting to wobble. He's the only one standing strong, saying he couldn't save everyone, sadly. This nasty sight leaves the player totally rattled and grossed out. Before leaving, the woman says there's still someone to save in there. That someone is Tae-hyun, from New South Korea, and she's not backing down. That name's not new to the American, who starts thinking hard. Suddenly, a boom happens inside the wrecked science base. A weird vibe fills the place, scaring them big time. Then, a bunch of blue beams shoot out from the destruction. Cause on top of it all, the dungeon broke and let loose a bunch of wild monsters. So, Mondell steps up, using his powers to summon all sorts of weapons. He locks onto all the targets, charging at them like crazy. With that, a wild shootout kicks off, and each beast that gets close gets blasted. After that, the allies all, no clue what you two did together. But with the portal busted, it's pretty much a miracle if the Korean's still kicking. As if that wasn't enough, more creatures keep popping up to wreck the planet. Tons more baddies keep showing up non-stop, and yeah, they need backup. But for now, it's just them. When the big fight starts, the blonde quickly takes down the fools trying to grab her. Even while battling, she can't stop worrying about her buddy who's still in danger. Turning back, the glasses-wearing one yells his friend's name, totally freaking out, because a big-time baddie pops up to nab her before she can even blink. Before she gets hit, a bunch of purple energy beams start raining down from the sky. Everyone's caught up in this weird interference, and the humans are getting surrounded. Then bam, the assassin shows up, slicing through the chaos with just one epic slash. She's super hyped to see him safe and sound, so much that she calls him right away. Oh, and Venom? Totally taken down for good this time. So now it's all about mopping up the leftovers that started causing trouble. The mana weapon shots bounce around, hitting all sorts of targets. After the big showdown in Japan, thanks to the Kent Azeneth storm, the Grey Pit got wrecked too, but stopped just before Asia went kaboom. All thanks to the same player, the MVP of these events, and the trio keeps fighting together to wrap things up. With his chains, the pro handles every threat that dares to step up. All the associations are glued to this fight, watching it live and in action. Even the city folks got to see the recordings and were freaking out over the battle. The whole world is now obsessed with the adventures of the dark-haired hero, especially the Big Shot World Player Association, the top-tier squad. The execs are cooking up a special system for Tae-hyun and other powerhouses, mainly because some rank SS demons bit the dust. Basically, a new level beyond rank S humans is born, because now there are rank SS humans too. A leaf drifts by a totally barren, almost zombie-like tree. Someone strolls by, splashing in a puddle, wandering through a place with a red vibe. To him, all this is crazy fascinating, like, in a mind-blowing way. The masked dude sees his strength leveling up big time in no time, so he figures it's all thanks to one of the archdukes. Right then, the Beastmaster makes a pact with this mysterious figure. Thinking it over, this power is fit for a legit ruler. They meet up, and the mysterious guy's like, "Long time no see, Shadow." Since they're together, it means there's some drama outside the abyss. Hearing this, the criminal's like, "Yeah, a lot's gone down since I left." Their eyes lock, and it's clear this got him thinking. Finally, this dude's all jittery about what's coming next. Chapter 77. A few weeks after the China showdown, there's this chill island in New South Korea. Now Ricky's living it up on vacay after all that madness. She's totally vibing at this resort in the middle of nowhere, and she's got the grumpy one with her, who invited her, but not for kicks. Turns out the poor guy's been swamped forever, and this is one of the rare chill moments. He's all ears as she spills the tea on what went down. Turns out the investigator spilled the beans on all the lab crimes and teamed up with the World Association of Players. But Zhang Lung's been MIA since then, and the dungeon collapse wiped out all the evidence, leaving them with nada. Plus, the young dude thinks his buddy's feeling pretty bummed about everything, especially losing those people. But hey, it's way better than what went down in his past life. Back then, the blonde would have been toast after falling into the trap set by the sneaky Chinese. And Venom would have been on the loose, spreading chaos everywhere. At first he tracked her down to unleash her skills, but there were some nasty surprises. Then another girl pops up, saying she saw this coming, and asks if they're on a date. Both notice a Young's super stressed about it, and he shoots down that theory. Plus, they didn't even invite you, so the young dude's like, "How'd you find us?" To dodge saying she just spied on them, the poor girl tries to come up with a lame excuse. This kicks off an argument, with the poor guy having already paid for everything and the agent still being all jealous. Being a popular dude, the blonde realizes she can't hog all his time. So, the powerhouse suggests they stick to the original plan. Back at the base, they hit up a spot that can handle SS rank creatures, and it's perfect, plus it's way out from the cities. His big question is what they plan to do with all this space. His skills are out there, but it's still not enough, because he's clueless about his future. This makes him super cautious, so he decides to totally own him before the next showdown. He warns he might rage out, and the blue-haired dude's all confused like, what even? It's like he just flips a switch and loses all sense. The agent, who came from way far, gets asked to stick around and help with the plan, because if things go south, they gotta do whatever it takes to stop him. Hearing this, his fired-up buddy admits the guy's got nothing upstairs. Then the girl quickly checks if her buddy's on board with the plan. Thinking it over, the American connects the dots, realizing it's the same power she saw when she used the Canceller in battle. She wonders if that's the Archduke's big power move. From this, something super important can be learned. Then, the assassin gets ready to kick off his trial. It's go time, and he whips out his mirror right then. He realizes he's never tried this before and comments on it, staring at his reflection. He says, "Complete hypnosis," one of his most epic moves. When it kicks in, the whole vibe of the place shifts. Suddenly, he's in another world with a blood-red floor. He quickly figures he made the right call, because right there is the staircase to the epic throne of bones. The doppelganger is shocked to see his good twin there. As they face off, the fighter calls him a parasite living inside him. He's puzzled about who this evil dude in his head is. The mocking one just asks why he should spill the beans. Obviously, the evil one's not gonna play nice. Despite this, he's not letting a dude like him chill in his body. It's like a ticking time bomb. He orders him to bounce, pronto. The bored one just asks what if he doesn't, so the guy's gotta kick him out. No choice. For the first time, the evil creature stands up from the throne, ready to rumble. This should be impossible, but he's ready to throw down. The evil version grins, knowing he's got this. Meanwhile, the hero's set on getting rid of that bad vibe inside him. Both call their devourers, charging at each other, no hesitation. Outside, the whole place shakes, and the vibe gets heavy. The tremors are like a massive earthquake. But it's not natural, Ricky says. It's cause Taehyun's inner battle just kicked off. The ground starts cracking fast under them. The whole area's a mess in seconds. They gotta brace for the worst. Inside, the hits shake everything too. Red energies clash instantly. The twins keep battling for control. With the same moves, they charge at each other. They collide, just like their devourers do. The guy thinks one devourer against another won't work. The sadist remembers he can't use the king's powers to win, so he's gotta try other tricks. An explosion pushes them away from the center. In that moment, his hand reaches for his target. Something shifts, enough to freak out the fighter. The evil grin turns into a creepy laugh, because the monarch's spirit appears above the player's head. His eyes lock on the massive attack coming, and the sword slams down with all its might. A ton of strawberry juice gushes from the ground, and even the guy didn't see that coming. Chapter 78. His own moves are going to be used against him now. But that was a no-brainer, and something else is putting him in danger. A sneaky hit lands, and he barely blocks it before getting wrecked. Everything the human's done can be used by the doppelganger, who keeps mocking his opponent. Now the trickster uses shadow skin to sneak and strike. Hearing his enemy can use all his tricks, the Joker just messes around with it. This force hits him like a flashback to the dragon he battled in the Abyss, and the Grey Venom too. Plus, this dude's already taken down threats that once KO'd Taehyun. Even though he came ready to rumble, all his prep is basically useless, so he's gotta think fast. To make it worse, the dark dude keeps mocking him, making it clear nothing he tries will work, just pointless. Energy chains pop up and zoom in to trap the hero. No chill. Each one speeds in, trying to crush him, splashing more red stuff everywhere, but something catches the cocky guy off guard. He didn't see this coming. As he charges, he thinks. He always knew facing him wouldn't be a walk in the park. His plan is to test everything he's got. His punch gets stopped by dark energy, but he's not backing down. Nothing's been a real threat to the evil dude, who's still laughing like it's a comedy show. Outside, the two are shook by this mana storm, and the rage inside him. It's wild, almost like Ricky's, the top mage on the planet. Or maybe even more than her power stash, and these shadowy fumes keep swirling. The blonde's getting more freaked out and ready to jump in to stop the chaos. When she gears up to use her power, something catches her off guard. Just like you, who's also stunned by what just went down. Taehyun just moved, even in a trance, and both gear up for battle. They're not sure if it's really their buddy acting, because the powerful one's ready to fight, but still a mystery. All this stress makes the blue-haired one scream like a banshee. The duo's clueless, and the blonde needs time to prep her spell, so the agent decides to be the distraction, and her transformation kicks off. With her spear, the wild one admits she's always wanted to face him at least once. With a leap, the fighter gets ready to hit him with everything she's got. Even in this chaos, the guy's ready to handle the attack. With a finger, he stops his buddy's blow like it's nothing. The clash between them shakes the whole place. Now, they're facing off, testing their strength. This reminds her of the Great Phoenix incident, but now it's flipped. So now, the loyal one's gonna help him snap out of it with a classic beatdown. Turning the weapon into a spear, she slams it into the ground, but misses him. Reappearing, the hunter charges at her buddy without a pause. His foot hooks onto her weapon's shaft. Luckily, the nimble one dodges and escapes the risky kick. Her effort's clear, but the pro doesn't back down from her goal. The battle's full throttle, and the sorceress keeps charging her big power. Her hand starts glowing with a strong blue energy orb. As she focuses more energy, it gets intense. This is her ultimate move. When the orb takes shape, she lifts it high. It's like a star that fell from the sky. So much power's in the American's hands, ready to fire when needed. Though she charged in with confidence, her arms going numb. So, all she can do is dodge his moves while out cold. Now, the mage just tells her buddy to get out of there fast, because roots are sprouting around the opponent. This surprises her, it's totally unexpected. The sudden plant invasion leaves her stunned. She's like, what just happened? Turns out the powerful one used her portal and teleportation skills, so she can bring demonic trees from the abyss depths. As they react to the mana, they'll chase the target to drain its energy. This move's super impressive, even the agent's amazed by the skill. After all, this is the power of the second strongest in the USA. Even Taehyun struggles to break free from the tree branch's grip, to the point where he seems to faint from energy drain. Looks like it's over, and they watch him from afar. On one side, the short-haired dude rolls up to see what went down, and on the other, the analysts all, if we took any longer, we'd be toast. She never thought it'd be a walk in the park, but she's definitely gonna make that guy pay, and boom, the roots snap. With this chaos, a cut appears on the prim one, and she doesn't even see it coming. Seeing her get whacked makes the woman freak out, totally clueless about why it happened. Slowly, the plants are just crumbling away like they're nothing. Moving should be a no-go, but the mage is gearing up for her attack. The doppelganger's hyping up the plan of using those evil trees. Hearing him talk, Ricky's like, wait a sec, that's not my buddy in there. It's someone else, and he's flexing that he's not a weakling like the other guy. So, the powerful one quickly asks what happened to her pal. Simple, the fool got wrecked and lost his body to the thing living inside him. Turns out, she's got the same vibe as when facing a rank SS beast, but she's still ready to throw down. Her energy-packed attack blasts at the enemy without a second thought. Each beam zooms violently at the newly awakened baddie. With just a hand, he swats away each projectile like it's nothing. Even this barrage of attacks can't scratch him. This insane, inhuman move freaks out the American, who didn't see this coming. She quickly realizes it's been ages since she hit this plane of existence. With lightning speed, he pops up right in front of his opponent in a flash. Before she can even blink, the worst is about to go down. Chapter 79. Back in the inner world, the young dude's down for the count, lying on the ground after getting totally owned. His hands can barely twitch from all the damage he took in the fight. Daggers are all around him, and as he lies there, his reflection shows just how outclassed he is. Obviously, he's not the king, because the monarch he knew wasn't this cruel. Even without knowing who this guy is or why he's doing this, Taehyun's not giving up. Problem is, no matter what he tries, nothing's working, and his body won't listen. It's harsh and brutal, but there's no other way to handle this mess. Outside, the maniac's got her pinned, and he's trash-talking her power level. But the girl's not backing down, firing back at his taunts. The issue is, no matter what the blonde says, it all seems lame to this creature. In the end, the national power level of the players is nothing compared to this guy's potential. When the protagonist's name gets called, something stirs inside him. It's Yu, trying to chat and convince her beloved to take back control. Even hurt, the blue-haired one doesn't back off, still trying to help him out. The villain stays serious, listening to all this mushy talk. So much so, he lets his other victim go before the defeated one runs out of breath. Before the agent can react or do anything, the powerful figure moves. A brutal punch lands on her face, sending her flying back with full force. The red juice flows from the wound, just trying to save her buddy's soul. But what she gets is the harsh treatment from the doppelganger, who treats her like a bug. Then, the sadist just tells her to wait her turn, cause she's next in line, until Ricky bravely grabs her attention again. Thinking it over, the American's like, it's almost impossible to snap my ally back to reality. To figure out if there's anything left inside her, the sorceress starts gathering all her power. All the mana left hanging from those evil trees starts getting pulled in. Even the sadist's kinda impressed by this move. He quickly figures out the plan is to focus all this massive energy on one target. The desperate one knows if her enemy breaks free, it'll be an even bigger mess than a dungeon break. All she can do is apologize to Taehyun, promising to see him in the afterlife. Then this full power attack is unleashed. This massive chunk of condensed magic is terrifyingly huge. Even the cocky one looks surprised by such a dangerous move. Despite this, his grin says there's nothing to worry about. because the predator pops up, munching on this spiritual bomb that took forever to make. Seeing this go down leaves her totally speechless and confused. She's wondering how this dude just wiped out something so epic, so easily. Everything's going great for the villain, who's wondering if her tricks are all used up. Realizing she can't stop him leaves her feeling totally defeated and hopeless. Now it's time for her to get a thanks for the entertainment reward from him. As a twisted thank you, the maniac decides to unleash his power on her. Her terrified face just makes the evil dude even more pumped to keep up his nasty antics. But then, something suddenly freaks him out before he finishes his evil move. A vision flashes before his eyes, and his mind gets all scrambled. And Ricky's just lying there, waiting for her fate. But then she realizes she's totally fine. Nothing's happened to her. Her opponent seems to be having a major internal meltdown. That's exactly what's happening, because the human starts cursing himself nonstop. Then, the evil copy gets sucked back into the internal world. Seeing him there makes the mocking one crack up at his rival. Even the powerful guy didn't see this wild strategy coming, because the dude just used his own mind as a snack, turning rage into energy. Obviously, the bad guy's goal is to push the Korean to achieve something, not just beat him to take over. So, it's clear it'll be a mess if the dark-haired guy bites the dust, and of course, the villain's not buying it. Even saying that, the desperate dude quickly retreats to the mental world when he feels threatened. When the showdown's about to kick off again, the Dark One tells him to chill, cause there's no do-over. Turns out the young guy is still pumped and grateful for the extra life, but he'd rather lose it than see the end come without achieving anything. Slowly, his body starts turning into pure energy. All these thoughts make the villain admit he totally underestimated his rival. Something suddenly spooks him right now. All this determination makes the corrupt one just hand over the win to his good side. But remember, this only happened because of his goals. So he's got to find the king, but when the time comes, he won't hesitate to chow down on him, and we see the predator rising from the ground. Even when threatened, the fearless one remembers he won't let him do it so easily. Now we see his status has leveled up since last time, and he's finally back to his senses, jumping from rank AA to AAA. One of his buddies quickly spots that her friend is back to normal, only to find her totally wiped out on the ground from exhaustion. So he rushes to help her out, and the American's stoked that everything worked out. From a distance, the guy also sees Yu's badly hurt, but the other assures her life's not in danger. Soon the girl calls him a scary dude for hiding that evil side all along, until she just thanks him despite everything, and it catches him off guard because she knows the hero had her back till the end and promises to keep it a secret as a favor to her buddy. As always, when things get dicey, Taehyun comes back to help her, and she feels safe enough to trust him. Hearing this, the boy just looks at his friend and promises he'll keep her safe whenever needed. We see that over time, someone else ends up in a hospital room. Now, Yu seems all better and opens her mouth to get some food. While in the hospital, the Korean himself decided to help her eat, treating her like a kid. It's super sweet and comforting for her, feeling cared for, something she never expected. All this talk makes her blush, but the young guy keeps peeling fruits for his friend. Both wish Ricky could stick around longer, but it's a fact the foreigner's gonna be super busy. As they chat, the blue-haired one remembers they'll soon start making rank SS licenses for the worthy. Of course, the American's in this elite group, meaning the World Players Association's cooking up something big. Her guess is another international event's coming up, and the troublemaker definitely won't be able to mess things up there. In this, the rogue's all set to drop more excuses, and he's saying it's usually out of his hands. Chapter 80. Flags from every country are flying high, and the big shots of the world's largest squad and players are all here. The speaker's saying everyone almost went extinct once, but thanks to governments teaming up and warriors stepping up, they made it through. Right now, the world's in a chill growth and peace mode, says Vincent Chang, the big boss of Global Associates. Over time, epic fighters showed up, so epic that normal rankings just don't cut it anymore. So, it's time to roll out Rank SS for the world's top defenders. Everyone's hyped to show off the first 10 heroes who hit this level. So, the fancy dude's asking everyone to welcome these mega stars. As the curtains pull back, each name gets its spotlight. First up from the USA is Cody Wood. Then, Montel Roman pops up on this legendary list. Obviously, Ricky's gotta be in there too, and Dylan Gray's making waves in this lineup. Aiden Simon's next in this squad of legends. Sergei Karamzin's among the top 10 legends. Another big name, Thomas Perwine, is in the mix. Daniel Harrington's the third to last to get the spotlight. Alexandra Beiju's second to last to get her moment on stage. And last but definitely not least, the epic Kim Tae-hyun takes the 10th spot. The crowd's going wild, clapping for these peace legends. He's feeling awesome about finally hitting this level after all that grind. Remember the day he wished to be awakened? Just like when he finally hit that epic rank S. And the best part, when he nailed the national strength level. Now, he's at the peak before any setbacks, this SS spot. As a nod to their awesomeness, everyone gets a crystal and a card, and he's thinking he never saw this coming. But he's not just chilling with these wins because it's just part of the journey. He's still got to tackle stuff like the Archdukes, the Doppelganger, and the king who messed with him before. His big mission is to uncover the truth about everything in this world, and that's what keeps him going. During the ceremony, Everyone's buzzing and cheering for the Koreans' big win. Of course, the president's cracking jokes about messing with someone so powerful. The fact that someone like the hero came from New South Korea is why everyone's so hyped. Because when an association grows with its players, they both level up and do epic stuff in the future. Everyone's more pumped knowing they can count on Tae-hyun, who was a legend even in the Asian exhibition games. Now, Ricky's coming over, all smiles seeing everyone so hopeful. Then, she gives her buddy a super friendly shout out. The sharp one quickly checks on her, and the blonde jokes about him being too rough earlier. Turns out the smooth one flirts with the South Korean, who quickly catches on, and they both remember you would totally not be cool with this.